Chapter 3965. Ryuko said with a smile, "Of course, the Tianyun realm can also take this opportunity to observe the background of our divine kingdom." Observe the background of your divine kingdom? Longchen couldn't help but laugh. This kind of thing was simply impossible. Because the background of the divine kingdom was too deep. For example, the hundreds of thousands of people in front of them might only be the tip of the iceberg of the divine kingdom. Taking a step back, even if they figured out the strength of the younger generation, how would it help them? Nothing. Because the divine kingdom was different from the Tianyun realm. For the Tianyun realm, the older generation of the divine kingdom was the biggest threat. So, if they wanted to truly understand the background of the divine kingdom, they had to enter the divine kingdom. Brother Long, I have explained the situation. What do you think? Ryuko looked at Long Chen expectantly. Long Chen pondered for a moment and asked, "In other words, these rewards are prepared for all the participants?" Whether it is the people of the divine kingdom or the Tianyun realm, as long as they can get into the top 100, they will get the corresponding rewards. Ryuko nodded. Then what are the rules of the competition? Long Chen was suspicious. Since it is a jointly organized friendly competition, the rules are of course decided by both sides. You see, if you agree, then let's find a place to sit down and have a good discussion. Ryuko said. The more Long Chen listened, the more incredulous he felt. The friendly competition was proposed by the divine kingdom, and the rewards were also provided by the divine kingdom. According to common sense, even if the divine kingdom directly set the rules, they couldn't say much. But now, they actually still had the attitude of negotiation. The modesty shown by the divine kingdom was too unreal. Long Chen thought for a moment, looked at Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, and said with a smile, "I can't make the decision on my own. I have to discuss with others. This is necessary. After all, we have to respect everyone's decision. Especially Qin Feiyang, Golden Wing Wolf King, and Madman Emo. If possible, invite them to come together and discuss the details of the competition with us." Ryuko said. Long Chen nodded and said with an apologetic smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you to stay in the land of the buried gods for a while. Or you can go back first and come back later." You're asking us to leave? I stills of Tessasis realm. You came all the way here, but you want to chase us away without even seeing the scenery of the heaven cloud world? That's not the way to treat guests. Immediately, someone zzz. Be quiet. Long Zi shouted coldly, and the entire place immediately quieted down. And then, Long Zi looked at him in confusion. Brother Long, why don't you let us enter the heaven cloud world? It's not a big deal. Anyway, you can't enter the sky cloud realm for the time being. After a while, I won't stop you. Long Chen smiled apologetically. Alright. Ryuko nodded, turned to look at the hundreds of thousands of people, and said, I'll let Jiang Yunshuang set up a time array. Everyone will rest here first. Remember, without permission, no one is allowed to leave the land of the buried gods without permission. Violators will be killed without mercy. The group of people respectfully replied. Long Chen looked deeply at Ryuko and said with a smile, Then you guys go ahead. All right. Ryuko nodded. Long Chen nodded and smiled at Jiang Yunshuang, then turned and left. Are we really going to wait here? Jiang Yunshuang looked at Long Chen's back and frowned slightly. Don't act recklessly at this time, otherwise, there will definitely be trouble. Ryuko shook his head. I hope the plan will succeed. Jiang Yunshuang sighed secretly. If the plan really succeeds, won't you be the biggest beneficiary? Ryuko transmitted his voice and looked at Jiang Yunshuang with a smile that was not a smile. Jiang Yunshuang's eyes flashed and said with a smile, If you can really fulfill my wish, I will definitely thank you in the future. I will always remember these words in my heart. Ryuko chuckled and soared into the air. With a wave of his hand, a spirit vein and crystal vein appeared and merged with the earth below. Jiang Yunshuang also waved his hand, accompanied by the emergence of the time array. A huge time array appeared and merged with the earth below. Immediately after, Ryuko waved his hand again. On the earth, mud and gravel were tossed and turned, and mountains thousands of feet high rose from the ground one by one. What is this? Long Chen did not leave. Standing on a distant hill, he looked at this scene from afar. Not only did he bury the spirit vein and crystal vein, but he also created so many mountains. Was he going to treat the core area as their divine kingdom's base in the sky cloud realm? In other words, to stay here for a long time? What was he planning? At this time, Long Chen certainly did not dare to leave and must keep an eye on these people. What if they sneaked out of the land of the buried gods and ran to Sky Cloud Island to cause trouble? After pondering for a while, he asked the heavenly god sword to convey the situation here to the castle. When the castle told Madman about this matter, Madman was also shocked and immediately contacted Qin Feiyang. Southern continent. Deep in a mountain, a waterfall poured down from the mountain and merged into a river. The quiet atmosphere, the clear river, and the green mountains made this place like a paradise. In front of the waterfall, a young man was sitting on a blue stone, quietly watching the waterfall, motionless. At first glance, one would think that he was a human-shaped sculpture. This person was Qin Feiyang. He had been standing here for 2 days. Of course, he was definitely not in a daze. He was borrowing the power of nature to feel the aura of life everywhere. Flowers were life. Trees were also life. Even water had its own life. However, whether it was flowers, trees, or flowing water, there would be a day when they would wither and evaporate. However, even if they withered and evaporated, it did not mean that they would really disappear from this world. When flowers and trees wither, new buds will sprout in the next year, growing new branches and leaves, blooming even more brilliant flowers. The flowing water evaporated and turned into raindrops, moistening the earth again. Everything in the world had always been in a cycle. Death, rebirth, rebirth. This was the mystery of life and death. Regarding this point, when he entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure and comprehended the law of life and death, Qin Feiyang had already figured it out thoroughly. And now, he wanted to see something deeper. However, in these 10 years, he did not see it. However, he did not struggle because of this, nor did he force it. After all these years of settling down, his heart seemed to have reached a state where it had no desires. In short, right now, he just had an attitude of letting nature take its course. Old Qin, I didn't want to disturb you, but now there is one thing that you have to help me think about. We can't make up our minds. Suddenly, frenzy's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. What is it? Qin Feiyang finally took a step forward and walked along the river. There was no destination, and there was no need for a destination. He would go wherever he wanted. Frenzy told him about the friendly match in detail. Is that all? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. What the hell? That's all? Did you hear it clearly? The Divine Kingdom took out a total of 1,100 law miniatures and 15 ultimate profound meanings as a reward. Is this in line with the character of the Divine Kingdom? Frenzy said angrily. It doesn't. They must have an ulterior motive. But so what? Didn't you always say that we will deal with whatever comes our way? Qin Feiyang laughed. Even so, we are facing the Divine Kingdom after all. Frenzy frowned. If it was the Divine Kingdom, you wouldn't have this confidence? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Don't provoke me, I won't fall for it. Frenzy snorted and pondered for a moment before saying, Get me out of here first. As soon as his voice fell, he felt his body become light, and the next moment he appeared beside Qin Feiyang. Where is this place? Frenzy looked around. I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You don't know where you came from? I think you are sleepwalking. Fine. I won't bother you. Since you don't want to ask about this matter, I will go find the white-eyed wolf and Long Chen. We will decide for ourselves. Frenzy opened a space-time tunnel and was about to walk in when he suddenly slapped his head and said, Get Yun Xiang out too. He has already come out of seclusion. He can't keep hiding in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. With a thought, Yun Xiang immediately appeared beside him. What's going on? Yun Xiang was still holding a bowl in one hand and a pair of chopsticks in the other. There was also a small bowl of food in the bowl. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Frenzy in shock. What are you doing? Frenzy's mouth twitched. Nonsense. Don't you have eyes? Aren't we eating? Yun Xiang was speechless and continued to eat. Are you a hungry ghost? Frenzy rolled his eyes. This is the food that Father personally cooked for me. The taste of home, Father's love. Do you understand? Yun Ziang smiled proudly. Ever since he came out of seclusion and learned that the princess of the divine kingdom was in the Great Qin and her life was not in danger, he entered the middle state without worry and reunited with his family. Yes. Come with me, let's do business. Frenzy nodded impatiently and dragged Yun Ziang toward the space-time tunnel. Qin Feiyong looked at this scene and could not help but shake his head with a smile. He also turned and continued to walk toward the end of the river. But after a few steps, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the dissipating space-time tunnel. The taste of home. This sentence had nothing to do with the law of death, but it stimulated a memory that had been sealed in his mind for a long time. He slowly lowered his head. Pieces of memories kept appearing in his mind. These memories were what happened after he entered the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure and fell into the illusion. Time silently passed. He stood on the surface of the river, motionless. His expression was sometimes confused and sometimes enlightened. It was as if he was in a state of half-understanding. The sun set in the west and dusk gradually arrived. Only at this moment did Qin Feiyong raise his head and look at the setting sun on the horizon. A trace of a smile gradually crept onto his face as he muttered, "So, this is the profundity of facing death and fighting to survive." He retracted his gaze, turned around, and gradually disappeared at the end of the river. Chapter 3966. Due to the appearance of the Divine Kingdom, the progress of the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure was also speeding up. At this time, there were 100,000 creatures gathered here. They were the first to arrive at the Heavenly Cloud Island. Although the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure had 10 levels and each level had a large space, it was impossible for all the creatures of the Heavenly Cloud realm to enter. The first test was to cross the Heavenly Cloud Sea and arrive at the Heavenly Cloud Island. The Heavenly Cloud Sea couldn't activate the teleportation altar. And for fairness, the Heavenly Cloud Sea couldn't activate the teleportation artifact or the teleportation channel. If found, they would be disqualified on the spot. In short, once everyone entered the Heavenly Cloud Sea, they could only experience many dangers and cross the sea to arrive at the Heavenly Cloud Island. The first 100,000 people to arrive at the Heavenly Cloud Island would be qualified to enter the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure. Someone must have said, wouldn't the test in the Heavenly Cloud Sea be unfair to creatures with different cultivation levels? For example, the Paragon God Realm, the Ninth Heaven Realm, and the Imperishable Realm. Whether it was speed or strength, they couldn't compare to the Sovereign Realm powerhouses. In fact, at this point, the 4 guardian beasts had already thought of it. Now, all the sea beasts in the Heavenly Cloud Sea, except for the beast emperors, would cooperate with the 4 guardian beasts. They would send powerful sea beasts to stop the creatures with strong cultivation levels. As for the weaker creatures, they would send weaker sea beasts to stop them. In other words, although they were all taking the test, the degree of danger was different. The stronger the cultivation level, the greater the danger they faced. Of course, the premise was that they couldn't really hurt the sea beasts of the Heavenly Cloud Sea. You had to have the ability to repel the sea beasts and shatter their bodies, but you absolutely couldn't destroy their souls. This was the limit of Little Rabbit. If anyone dared to kill the sea beasts, then don't blame him for being impolite. Originally, we planned to use 3 years for this trial. But now, there are more than 100,000 people from the Divine Kingdom who came to our Heavenly Cloud realm, so the trial time was shortened to half a year. The 4 guardian beasts looked at the 100,000 creatures in front of them and said, "More than 100,000 people?" Everyone was surprised. They were training in the Heavenly Cloud Sea, so they didn't know the situation in the land of buried gods. That's right. It's not easy for you to get this opportunity to train. Because it was Long Chen, Long Qin, and the Golden-Winged Wolf King who risked their lives to stop the Divine Kingdom's army, you have to cherish it. With that, the Azure Dragon waved his hand, and numerous badges appeared before flying toward the 100,000 living beings. These 100,000 living beings. There were humans, Feng people, Kirins, dragons, ferocious beasts, sea beasts, and so on. Almost all of the secluded old antiques of the various races had arrived. As for Elder Hua, the alliance leader, and He Zhongtian, there was no need for them to join in the fun. This was because they had already obtained the law miniatures they needed from Qin Feiyang. However, there were also many disciples and elders from the Heavenly Hall, Demon Hall, Deities Hall, and Rogue Cultivator Alliance. This is the Heavenly Cloud Token. If you encounter any danger, crush the Heaven Cloud Token and you will be able to leave the Heaven Cloud Divine Treasury immediately. One last reminder: don't try to show off. Because in the Heaven Cloud Divine Treasury, there are no restrictions on killing. Your companions may become your enemy. The Azure Dragon swept his gaze across the crowd, and with a wave of his hand, the 10 stone doors of the Heaven Cloud Divine Treasury opened one after another. Life and death are ruled by fate. Go! The White Tiger said coldly. The 100,000 living beings immediately rushed toward the stone doors. The secluded old antiques of the various races all entered the 10th floor. The patriarchs and elders of the various races entered the 9th floor. I hope there won't be too many casualties. When the stone doors closed, the Azure Dragon sighed. If you don't try to show off, there won't be any casualties. But if you try to show off, then even if you die, you deserve to die. The White Tiger smiled coldly. I wonder what's the situation in the land of the buried gods now? The Black Tortoise and Vermilion Bird raised their heads and looked in the direction of the land of the buried gods, their eyes filled with worry. Land of the buried gods. On a hill. Frenzy and Yun Xiang appeared silently. They're here. Long Chen smiled and nodded at Yun Xiang. Frenzy and Vermilion Bird nodded and walked up the hill, looking at the group of people from the Divine Kingdom. Looking at the scene in front of them, the two were stunned. Giant peaks rose and fell, and the mountains were filled with dense essence energy. Although there were no flowers or trees yet, with the density of essence energy, in less than half a year, this place would definitely become a paradise full of vitality. What are they doing? Frenzy came back to his senses and looked at Long Chen suspiciously. Long Chen shook his head and smiled. They probably want to use this place as their base camp. What? Frenzy raised his eyebrows. Was this openly occupying the territory of the Sky Cloud Realm? You're not going to stop them? Yun Xiang was suspicious. How can I stop them alone? Besides, you can't slap a smiling face. Their current attitude really makes it impossible for me to do anything. Long Chen smiled bitterly and then asked, "Where's Qin Feiyang?" "Don't worry about him. He's touring the southern continent and doesn't care about what's going on here. But he also said that the Divine Kingdom might have some ulterior motives, so we have to be careful." Frenzy said, "Touring the southern continent?" Long Chen was stunned and then asked helplessly, "What about the golden-winged wolf king? He's not coming?" Frenzy said, "I sent him a message and he's now at the Azure Wave Snow Mountain. He told us to do as we see fit and call him if we need him." Sigh. Long Chen sighed again. It was understandable that Qin Feiyang didn't come. After all, he was comprehending the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. But this wolf cub didn't come. He was just being lazy. Frenzy looked at Ryuko and the others and frowned. Now that they are guarding here, it will be difficult for us to enter the Divine Kingdom. Not necessarily. After all, Qin Feiyang has the concealment art. Yun Xiang shook his head. With the concealment art, it will be difficult to sneak in without being noticed. Look at the gate of the Divine Kingdom. It obviously has its own consciousness. Even if we are invisible, we will definitely be discovered by it. Long Chen said. Then let's just kill our way in. Frenzy laughed. Long Chen and Yun Xiang heard this and couldn't help but roll their eyes. Suddenly, Yun Xiang seemed to have thought of something and turned to Long Chen and said gratefully, "Thank you." Long Chen was stunned and asked in confusion, "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for leaving Master in the Great Qin. This way, I'll have less to worry about." Yun Xiang sighed. "So it's about this?" "It's nothing." Long Chen smiled faintly and looked at the two of them. "Then do you think this friendly match should be carried out?" "Yes. Definitely." Frenzy nodded without hesitation. Even if the Divine Kingdom had a conspiracy, How could they refuse such a good thing? I have an opposing opinion. Yun Zhang pondered for a moment and looked at Frenzy. Frenzy was puzzled. The rewards offered by the Divine Kingdom are indeed very tempting. However, the strength of the Divine Kingdom is also stronger than our Sky Cloud realm. In the end, these rewards may all fall into their hands. If they really are plotting something, wouldn't it be a loss if we didn't get the reward and let their scheme succeed? Yun Xiang explained, worried. Yun Xiang's point can't be ignored. If our Sky Cloud realm can get the rewards, even if their conspiracy succeeds and we lose, it won't be much. Long Chen nodded. I'm just afraid that in the end, we will lose both our people and our wealth. Yun Xiang looked at Frenzy and sighed. Frenzy laughed and said proudly, with us here, are you afraid that we won't get the rewards? If we take action, the people of the Divine Kingdom will definitely not be able to stop us. But they might not have thought of this. When the rules of the friendly competition are set, as expected, we will be restricted from participating. Look at our Sky Cloud realm. It's not that I look down on the Sky Cloud realm, but in the current Sky Cloud realm, besides us, who else can compete with the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom? Long Chen shook his head. After the invasion of the Divine Kingdom last time, the overall strength of the Sky Cloud realm was now in a state of shortage. The older generation was too strong. The people of the younger generation were too weak. Not to mention the human race, because the human race was even weaker. Let's talk about the Feng people, dragons, and Kirins. Among the young people of the three races, the dragons and the first prince were the strongest. But they didn't even comprehend the ultimate meaning of an ordinary law. In fact, he hadn't even managed to comprehend all of the profound meanings. With such strength, how could they compete with the young people of the Divine Kingdom? Therefore, if they didn't participate in this friendly competition, the Sky Cloud realm would definitely lose. Frenzy scratched his head when he heard that. This was indeed a problem. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the two and said with a sinister smile, don't we still have people on our side who haven't revealed their true strength? You mean the Master de Jura, Qi Shaoyun, and Huowu? Long Chen asked. Huowu can't. Last time at the Devil Palace, she displayed the intermediate meaning of the law of karma. But the Master de Jura and Qi Shaoyun haven't made a move yet. The people of the Divine Kingdom don't know their true strength at all, so when the time comes to restrict the participants, they definitely won't be included. Frenzy laughed sinisterly. Do you think others are stupid? When the time comes, they only need to say that those who have grasped the ultimate meaning of the law are not allowed to participate. Then Qi Shaoyun and senior brother will be in vain. Yun Xiang rolled his eyes at Frenzy. What a naive idea. Are you stupid? As long as Qi Shaoyun and the Master de Jura don't use the ultimate meaning of the law, everything will be fine. Frenzy said. Last time, senior brother went everywhere with you to impart knowledge. The people of the Divine Kingdom will be able to easily find out. As for Qi Shaoyun, you also know that the Qilin race isn't united. What if a selfish person like Qi Xiong appears and leaks the information? At that time, we will be shooting ourselves in the foot. This problem needs to be solved from the root. In other words, we have to participate in the competition personally to have a chance of obtaining the rewards. Yun Xiang said. He had considered all aspects. Chapter 3967. Madman pondered for a while, looked at the two and asked, then, why don't we discuss it with them first and see what their attitude is? All right. But there's no rush. We'll discuss it after the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure trial is over. Long Chen thought for a while and said, there's one more thing. The God race of the Divine Kingdom and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon race are easy to distinguish, but the humans of the Divine Kingdom are no different from the humans of the Heavenly Cloud realm. If they mix in the crowd, we won't know that they are from the Divine Kingdom. We have to think of a way to distinguish them, so that they won't be able to fool us in the Heavenly Cloud realm in the future. Yun Xiang said. Long Chen and Madman looked at each other and shook their heads. To be honest, there's really no way to solve this problem of yours. Because humans are all the same, even if they wear different clothes, as long as the other party also wears the same clothes. Can you tell them apart? Of course. They can also make some special marks. But after the other party sees it, they can also make the same mark on their body. Unless they think of something like a mark that the divine kingdom doesn't have. Wait. Suddenly, Long Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at Madman and said, "You can?" Madman was taken aback. "Yes, you have the source of all evil, so you should be able to leave a mark on all the creatures of the heavenly cloud realm. This way, won't it be easy to distinguish them?" Long Chen laughed. "It won't work. If I really leave a mark of the source of all evil on everyone, then they can only rely on absorbing the power of evil to cultivate in the future. It's okay for the creatures of the ruler realm, after all, they rely on comprehending the profound meaning of the laws, so it won't affect them much. But for creatures below the ruler realm, they must have the power of evil." Madman shook his head. Long Chen thought for a while and said, "Then why don't you leave a trace of the power of all evil in everyone's body, so that it can be easily distinguished? There are so many creatures in the heavenly cloud realm. If I leave a trace of the power of all evil in each of them, how much power of all evil would that require? I'm afraid that even if I were to absorb all of the heavenly cloud realm's evil power, I still wouldn't be able to do it." Madman rolled his eyes. Long Chen also fell silent. "Actually, there's no need to think about it. The people of the divine kingdom have always boasted of being extraordinary. How could they pretend to be people of the sky cloud realm?" Madman shook his head. "Better safe than sorry," Yun Xiang said worriedly. Madman said, "If you're really worried, then we can only seal the 2 entrances to the land of buried gods and not let them enter the sky cloud realm. This is not a long-term solution. Once the friendly match starts, both sides will definitely cross paths. Sealing the entrance might not be foolproof. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't mention it." Yun Xiang waved his hand. This was indeed a very difficult task. Even if it could be done, it would consume a lot of manpower, resources, and time. Furthermore, Madman's words did make sense. The people of the divine kingdom had always been high and mighty. The possibility of them pretending to be people of the sky cloud realm was extremely low. Suddenly, Madman grinned and looked at the 2 of them. "Actually, there's another way." "What way?" The 2 of them were suspicious. "Kill our way to the divine kingdom. This way, we don't have to worry at all. Instead, the divine kingdom has to worry about whether we will pretend to be people of the divine kingdom and cause trouble in the divine kingdom." Madman laughed. Long Chen smiled helplessly. After all this time, he still wanted to encourage him to enter the divine kingdom. Half a year later, the trial of the sky cloud realm had ended. The creatures that reached the end had undoubtedly obtained a lot of good fortune. In fact, there was another benefit to this kind of trial. That was to unearth talents. Some creatures were very talented but had no resources, so their performance was mediocre. And this trial was watched by the 4 guardian beasts. Even in the sky cloud realm, they could clearly see the situation of everyone, so it was easy to find talents. Once they found a talent, they would naturally focus on training them. For example, this time, the 4 guardian beasts found more than a dozen young people who were very rare talents. These young people were only in the imperishable realm. But in the sky cloud realm, the courage, guts, and methods they showed were more powerful than those of the Dominator realm creatures. After the event, the 4 guardian beasts also deliberately left more than a dozen people behind. It turned out that these people were ordinary disciples of the Demon Palace, Sky Palace, Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and Divine Palace. After asking around, the 4 guardian beasts personally sent them back and told Elder Hua and the other giants to train them well. Immediately, these dozen or so people were directly promoted to core disciples and enjoyed unprecedented treatment. And if they didn't have the appreciation of the 4 guardian beasts, with their cultivation, who knows how long it would take for them to become core disciples? Could be said that this trial allowed them to directly leap over the dragon gate and soar into the sky. Seeing the benefits of the trial, the others also looked forward to the next opening of the sky cloud realm. But the next time, they had to wait for 100 years. Because the 4 guardian beasts had already set a rule that the sky cloud realm would open once every 100 years. Land of the buried gods. In the past 6 months, the people of the Divine Kingdom were more honest than expected. No one sneaked out of the land of the buried gods and cultivated in the core area. Half a year passed. This place had also changed greatly, because there was a time array here, and it was a time array that lasted 5,000 years a day. Half a year was 180 days, 5,000 years a day, that was 900,000 years. After 900,000 years, towering trees had already grown here. The originally broken earth had also recovered its vitality. Even the other places in the core area were affected by this place and became full of vitality. Frenzy and the other two had always been there, and they also set up a small time array to cultivate and monitor the people of the Divine Kingdom. After these years of cultivation, Frenzy could feel that the law of life and death was about to break through. On this day, after receiving the news that the trial of the Sky Cloud realm had ended, the three got up and walked out of the time array and flew towards a mountain peak. On this mountain peak, there were 2 courtyards. It was the residence of Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. In the courtyard, 5 people sat around a table. Jiang Yunshuang poured tea and said with a smile, "Why don't I see Qin Feiyang and Golden Wing Wolf King? They won't still be angry with us, right? No need to pour tea for me." Frenzy took out a jar of divine wine, raised his head and drank a mouthful and said, "Don't worry about old Qin and the others. Just tell me, how are we going to arrange this friendly competition?" Jiang Yunshuang put down the teapot and said with a smile, "We can't act arbitrarily on this matter. We want to hear your opinions." "Our opinions?" Frenzy glanced at Ryuko, then looked at Jiang Yunshuang and said, "First of all, we definitely can't kill anyone." "Of course. If we kill someone, can it still be called a friendly competition?" Jiang Yunshuang chuckled. Frenzy's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, "Secondly, since it's just a friendly competition, can anyone participate?" "Of course. Everyone can participate. Even the people of the older generation can participate." Jiang Yunshuang nodded. Frenzy, Long Chen, and Yun Zing looked at each other, and a smile flashed in their eyes. But Jiang Yunshuang changed the topic and said with a smile, "This friendly competition can be considered as a benefit for those who are weaker. People like us who have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws shouldn't join in the fun." When the 3 heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Sure enough, it restricted those who had mastered the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. Ryuko looked at the change in the expressions of the 3, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He said with a smile, "I believe the 3 of you don't have any objections to this, right?" "Of course not." The 3 shook their heads. How could they say that in this situation? If they really dared to say it, the other party would definitely despise them in their hearts. Ryuko laughed and said, "The 3 of you are indeed people who love the people like their children. I admire you." Love the people like their children? These words are too serious. We are not the emperor, and they are not the people. Everyone is equal. Long Chen waved his hand. Ryuko was taken aback and quickly smiled apologetically. "I was rude." Long Chen smiled and said, "Did you see that? With this attitude, what can we say?" Frenzy and Yun Zhang looked at Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. It was indeed a 180-degree change. Then there was more likely to be a conspiracy. Jiang Yunshuang held a teacup, looked at Frenzy and the other 2, took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Since there are no objections, then this rule is set. Let's continue to discuss other matters." Frenzy nodded. 3 days later, the news about the friendly competition between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud realm spread in the Sky Cloud realm. "What's the situation? The Divine Kingdom and our Sky Cloud realm are like fire and water. Why are they jointly holding a friendly competition now? What are the big shots above thinking?" As soon as this news came out, countless people were shocked. Especially when they learned about the rewards of this friendly competition, it directly made the beings of the Sky Cloud realm fall into a frenzy. 1,000 ordinary law miniatures and 100 ultimate law miniatures. 10 ordinary law ultimate profundity inheritances and 5 ultimate law ultimate profundity inheritances. Everyone was no stranger to the law miniatures, but it was the first time they heard about the ultimate profundity inheritances. If there was a chance to obtain an ultimate profundity inheritance, wouldn't they instantly soar to the sky? Can everyone participate? Yes. Except for the beings who master the ultimate profundity of the ultimate law, everyone can participate. In other words, everyone has a chance to obtain these rewards. I want to participate. Don't stop me. Not to mention the ultimate profundity inheritances, even obtaining in ordinary law miniatures is a great fortune. No one will stop you, but with your imperishable realm cultivation, it's useless to run. Exactly. Not to mention imperishable realm cultivation, even Dominator realm powerhouses can't fight back against the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom. I heard that there are more than 100,000 people from the Divine Kingdom participating in this competition. And there are some among them who master the ultimate profundity of ordinary laws. Then let's go and try our luck. Anyway, the rules of the competition state that we can't kill each other. That makes sense. Let's go, I'll go with you. I'll go too. This was heartening news. Countless beings went crazy for it. Even those below the imperishable realm were heading for the land of buried gods, hoping for a fluke. Because the location of the friendly competition was in the central region of the land of buried gods. On the day the news came out, a large number of beings rushed into the land of buried gods. There were humans, ferocious beasts, even the people of the three major races couldn't stay calm. Because these rewards were more tempting than the treasures of the Sky Cloud realm. Chapter 3968. Western Continent. In a remote mountain village. There were dozens of families living here, with a total of more than 200 people. In a place like the Sky Cloud realm, no one would pay attention to such a small mountain village. At this moment, outside the village, a young man dressed in sackcloth stood, quietly dancing with the sun on the horizon. His appearance was extremely ordinary, and his aura was very weak. Not far from the exit, there were more than a dozen teenagers playing. From time to time, they would glance at the young man with a trace of doubt on their childish faces. "Big brother, why are you standing here in a daze?" An 11 or 12-year-old girl summoned her courage, ran to the young man's side, and asked curiously. The young man retracted his gaze, and a smile appeared on his calm face. He looked down at the girl and said, "I'm not in a daze, I'm under the sunset." "You can see the sunset every day, what's there to see?" The girl pursed her lips and giggled, "Big brother, I know you must be missing your family." The young man was stunned. The other teenagers also ran over and surrounded the young man. "Big brother, you've been in our village for 2 months. We still don't know where you're from. And your name, I've never heard you mention it. Big brother, who are you?" They all looked at the young man innocently. "It's me." The young man chuckled, looked at the group of teenagers and said, "My name is Qin Feiyang. Do you believe it?" "You're Qin Feiyang?" "Impossible. Don't think that you can fool us just because we're children. Senior Qin, although we haven't seen him with our own eyes, we've heard of him. And some time ago I saw his portrait. You don't look like him at all." The group of children immediately began to chatter. And when they talked about Qin Feiyang, they were all beaming, and their big eyes were full of admiration. "Big brother, it's not good for you to pretend to be Senior Qin. You have to be honest, you know." The girl also put her hands on her waist and lectured the young man like an adult. "Senior?" The young man was stunned and touched his nose. He had become a senior in the eyes of these children? That's right. This young man was Qin Feiyang. However, before coming to this village, he had already changed his appearance. "Did you hear that?" Seeing that Qin Feiyang did not reply, the young girl reprimanded. I heard you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have impersonated Senior Qin Feiyang." Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile and rubbed the girl's head. "What a cute child." "That's right." The girl nodded in satisfaction and asked, "Then what is your name?" "Gufeng." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Gufeng?" The girl was slightly stunned. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then she shook her head and said, "It doesn't seem to be the name of a big shot. It seems that you didn't impersonate him this time." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "This little girl is too realistic." A 7 or 8-year-old child asked, Big brother Gu Feng, where is your home? My home is in a place very, very far away. Qin Feiyang smiled. How far? The child was curious. Very far. Qin Feiyang smiled. Alright, don't ask anymore. Big brother Gu Feng will definitely feel uncomfortable later. The young girl reprimanded the group of teenagers. Uncomfortable? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, why would I feel uncomfortable? My father said it before. Generally speaking, when people say that it's very, very far away, it means that their family members have passed away and they don't have a home. The young girl looked at Qin Feiyang seriously and said, is that so? Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily. Big brother Gu Feng, don't be sad. Anyway, you have come to our village and Grandpa Village Chief has allowed you to stay. You can stay here peacefully. In the future, we will be your family. The young girl giggled. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was touched. At this time, Qin Feiyang seemed to have sensed something. He raised his head and looked at the void in front of him. He saw a black figure breaking through the air like lightning and landing at the entrance of the village. It was a young man in his 20s. His skin was slightly dark and his muscles were well developed. He was like a wild beast full of a valiant aura. Big brother De Zhuang. The young girl hurried over, her face full of joy. The other teenagers also swarmed over. The young man scratched the young girl's nose and said with a smile, Little Jia, are you being naughty again? I just chatted with Big brother Gu Feng for a while. The young girl shook her head. Gu Feng? The young man was stunned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, so your name is Gu Feng. Qin Feiyang nodded. He had been in this village for 2 months. Although the villagers took him in, they did not communicate much with him. After all, facing a stranger, they would definitely be wary. My name is Xin De Zhuang. You can call me De Zhuang. The young man said. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Xin De Zhuang was the grandson of the village chief and the only person in the village who had broken through to the war god realm. For the villagers, Xin De Zhuang was everyone's hope. Although they did not communicate much in the past, he who had seen countless people had long seen that this Xin De Zhuang was honest and loyal. Although his talent was not much, his personality was very simple. Xin De Zhuang asked, Gu Feng, you have already been in our village for 2 months. If you don't go back for so long, won't your family be worried? Hearing this, the young girl hurriedly pulled Xin De Zhuang's hand and said in a low voice, Big brother De Zhuang, don't say any more. What's wrong? Xin De Zhuang was puzzled. Big brother Gu Feng's family has all passed away. We can't let him remember these sad things. The young girl said. What? Xin De Zhuang was shocked. He hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't know about this, it's fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. This little girl actually took it for real. Forget it. He was too lazy to explain. De Zhuang, you're back. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded in the village. Everyone looked over and saw an old man with white hair walking out with a walking stick. He was skinny and hobbled as if he would fall if the wind blew. This old man was the village chief of the village. His cultivation was not strong. 9-star war emperor. When Qin Feiyang came to the village and saw the old man for the first time, he had already realized that this person's lifespan was coming to an end. At most, he only had 100 years left. For a 9-star war emperor, if he could not step into the war god realm, his life would come to an end sooner or later. Grandfather. Xin De Zhuang hurriedly went up to support the old man. The old man walked in front of Qin Feiyang and said with a hoarse smile, Little brother, are you used to living here? I'm used to it. Qin Feiyang hurriedly nodded. Don't mind it. After all, you are a stranger. No one dares to communicate with you. But just now, when I was in the house, I saw you talking to these children. I don't think you are a bad person. If you really don't have anywhere to go, why don't you listen to Xiao Jia and stay here? The old man said. Thank you, old man. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. You're welcome. Young people nowadays are under a lot of pressure. It's not easy. The old man waved his hand. Seeing that the conversation between the two had ended, Xin De Zhuang hurriedly looked at the old man and said, Grandfather, I heard good news in the city today. What good news? Before the old man could speak, a group of children asked first. It has nothing to do with you. You can go and play first. Shen de Zhuang waved his hand. We want to listen. The group of teenagers shook their heads. Be good, or Brother de Zhuang will be angry. Shen de Zhuang immediately put on a straight face and stared at the group of children. Even if you are angry, we are not afraid. A 5 or 6-year-old boy with a runny nose mumbled. Shen de Zhuang was stunned. Qin Feiyang could not help but shake his head and laugh. It was hard not to like these children. The old man also shook his head and looked at the girl. Xiao Jia Jia, bring everyone to play. Can I listen too? I am already 12 years old now. I am considered an adult. The girl said. 12 years old is considered an adult? Shen de Zhuang was helpless and urged, go quickly. When Brother de Zhuang goes to the city again, I will bring you with me. Really? Don't lie to me. The girl was immediately overjoyed. I will definitely not lie to you. Shen de Zhuang nodded and promised. The girl nodded happily and turned to the group of children, scolding, the adults are talking, why are you children joining in the fun? Go quickly. Needless to say, it was really useful. This girl was the king of the children in the village. Shen de Zhuang looked at this scene in astonishment and smiled bitterly. Am I a failure as a person? Even a little girl like her is more intimidating than me? You just found out? The old man shook his head and smiled, asking, what is the good news? Shen de Zhuang looked at Qin Feiyang again. I will leave. Qin Feiyang nodded and turned to leave. No need, no need. This might be good news for you as well. Shen de Zhuang hurriedly said. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and stopped, turning to look at Shen de Zhuang curiously. Shen de Zhuang said, when I went to the city today, I heard that our Tianyun realm and the Divine Kingdom are going to hold a friendly match. Friendly match? The old man was stunned. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. It started so soon? Then it seems that the trial of the Tianyun realm is already over. I heard that the rewards for this friendly match are very generous. Shen de Zhuang looked at Qin Feiyang and the old man and said excitedly. After hearing this, the old man was also shocked. What law miniature, what ultimate inheritance, it was completely beyond his scope of understanding. Grandpa, I want to participate in the friendly match. Shen de Zhuang suddenly said something that gave Qin Feiyang a big fright. What a joke! With your war god level cultivation, what is the difference between participating in a friendly match and courting death? De Zhuang, are you sick? The old man was stunned for a moment, then he came back to his senses and touched Shen de Zhuang's forehead with a look of surprise. Grandpa, I am not sick. Shen de Zhuang gently pushed the old man's hand away and sighed. I know that with my strength, I am not even qualified to participate in the friendly match, but I still want to try my luck. Chapter 3969. De Zhuang, can you rely on luck for this kind of thing? Wake up. The last time you went to the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure, I told you not to go, but you didn't believe me. In the end, you almost lost your life. The old man hurriedly persuaded. De Zhuang, you went to the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure? Qin Feiyang looked at Shen de Zhuang in a daze. He came to this village 2 months ago. The trial of the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure had started half a year ago, so Shen de Zhuang had already returned by then. During this time, no one in the village mentioned this matter, so he only knew about it now. Shen de Zhuang glanced at the old man, then looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded. Yes, but the Heavenly Cloud Sea is too dangerous. If the sea beasts hadn't shown mercy, I would have died in the Heavenly Cloud Sea. His expression was full of disappointment. Qin Feiyang frowned. Do you want to get those divine objects so badly? Shen de Zhuang heard this and said angrily, I have no interest in those divine objects. No interest? Qin Feiyang was stunned and puzzled. Since you have no interest, why did you participate in the friendly competition and the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure? Shen de Zhuang lowered his head, looking extremely pained. It's all because of me. The old man patted Shen de Zhuang's shoulder and looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed. Because of you? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. You don't know the situation of De Zhuang's parents, do you? That year, they died in an accident not long after giving birth to De Zhuang. It was I who painstakingly raised De Zhuang. And De Zhuang is a very filial person. Seeing that my time is coming, he is anxious, so all these years, he has been looking for ways to prolong my life. He went to the Heaven Cloud Divine Treasury because he wanted to see if he could find any treasures that could extend his lifespan. The old man sighed. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding and asked, Then, have you ever taken a life-prolonging pill? I've taken it a long time ago. I can only blame myself for being stupid. After so many years, I've been stuck at the 9-star Battle Emperor realm. I can't even break through to the False God realm. Otherwise, why would I need De Zhuang to run around for me? The old man sighed. Qin Feiyang looked at the old man and Shen De Zhuang. After a long silence, he shook his head and said, Even if you participate in the friendly competition, you might not be able to find a way to extend your grandfather's life. We should at least try. Shen De Zhuang said. Even if you die, you won't regret it? Qin Feiyang asked. I've never regretted it. Shen De Zhuang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with determination. Before facing death, you can say whatever you want. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. You don't believe me? Shen De Zhuang frowned. Qin Feiyang looked at Shen De Zhuang for a long time. Then he suddenly waved his hand, and a 30,000-meter-tall tornado appeared above the village. The wind howled, and sand and pebbles flew into the air. It gave off a world-destroying aura. This, Shen De Zhuang was shocked. The old man and the group of children not far away also raised their heads and looked at the tornado in horror. He created such a terrifying tornado with a wave of his hand. What kind of method was that? What's going on? What happened? Along with the exclamations, the other people in the village also ran out of their houses. When they saw the tornado in the sky, their faces turned pale with fright. Village chief, where did this tornado come from? A few middle-aged men ran to the old man and asked in shock. The old man did not seem to hear them. He looked at the tornado in the sky for a long time, unable to recover from his shock. De Zhuang, can you feel how terrifying this tornado is? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Shen De Zhuang quivered. He retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Qin Feiyang had never fought in the 2 months since he came here. His aura was very weak, so the people in the village thought that he was just an ordinary young man. They did not expect him to have such a terrifying method. The tornado in front of him made him feel like he was facing the god of death. He fell into the abyss of fear and despair. This tornado can kill you in an instant. Now, let's see if you dare to face death. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shen De Zhuang's eyes trembled. What's going on? Could it be that he was the one who caused this tornado? The villagers looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Shen De Zhuang said, he didn't cause it. He created it with a wave of his hand. What? He created such a terrifying tornado with a wave of his hand. Brother, who are you? Everyone was shocked. In front of them, this method was simply heaven-defying. Because their cultivation bases were ordinary battle masters and battle emperors. The group of children were just ordinary people. They did not have any cultivation base at all. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, Don't panic, everyone. I mean no harm. You created such a terrifying tornado and sent De Zhuang to his death. How can you say that you mean no harm? I've long known that you don't have good intentions. Village chief, hurry up and chase him away. Maybe he came to our village with ulterior motives. The villagers spoke one after another, their eyes filled with anger. The old man finally came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang with a trembling voice. He looked at the villagers and said hoarsely, Be quiet. Village chief, his background is unknown. We don't know if he's good or bad. This kind of person can't be left in the village. Hurry up and chase him away. Otherwise, he'll bring us trouble. Angry roars continued. Brother Gufeng is not a bad person. The girl ran over and stood in front of Qin Feiyang and said angrily, Xiao Jia, what are you doing? Come here. A middle-aged couple's expression changed on the spot. They hurriedly looked at the little girl and shouted, They were the girl's parents. Father, mother. Brother Gu Feng is really not a bad person. And he's very pitiful. We can't bully him like this. The little girl looked at the middle-aged couple pleadingly. Child, why are you so disobedient? The middle-aged woman ran over and pulled the little girl. Then she turned and ran away, staying far away from Qin Feiyang. Mother. Brother Gu Feng. The little girl still wanted to say something, but the middle-aged woman directly covered her mouth. Do I look like a bad person? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He really shouldn't poke his nose into other people's business. Otherwise, why would such a scene happen? The old man glanced at the surrounding villagers and bowed to Qin Feiyang. I'm Shen Yulin. Greetings, Lord. Old man, what are you doing? Qin Feiyang hurriedly helped Shen Yulin up. I'm as blind as a bat. After interacting with you for so long, I didn't know that you're a reclusive big shot. Please be magnanimous and don't bicker with ignorant people like us. The old man was a little panicked. Although the man in front of him looked young, from the aura emitted by the storm, he must have reached the realm of being able to pierce through heaven and earth. This kind of powerhouse was generally a vicious and merciless master. They would not tolerate others behaving atrociously. Therefore, he was worried that everyone's attitude at this moment would anger Qin Feiyang. You're exaggerating. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Looking at the old man and the surrounding villagers, he said, I have to thank you. If it weren't for your kindness to take me in, I wouldn't know where to go. Then who are you? What do you mean by doing this now? Someone asked. My name is Gu Feng. I'm from a small place that isn't famous. I can't say more. In short, I won't do anything to hurt anyone. As for what I'm doing now, Qin Feiyang looked at Shen Dezhuang and said, Do you dare to go? Shen Dezhuang looked up at the storm again, his eyes full of fear. Dezhuang, don't be impulsive. Shen Yulin hurriedly said, What do you want to do? A middle-aged man stared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Qin Feiyang ignored him. Looking at the hesitant Shen Dezhuang, he said, Then I'll say it this way. In this storm, there's a divine item that can prolong your grandfather's life. What? Shen Dezhuang's eyes suddenly trembled. Shen Yulin and the villagers also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. A divine item that could prolong one's life? How was that possible? Everyone knew about Shen Yulin's situation. He had already taken the prolongation pill. In this world, other than the prolongation pill, what else could prolong one's life? All these years, they had been trying to persuade Shen Dezhuang to give up. Because there was no other way to prolong one's life unless Shen Yulin made a breakthrough. Therefore, they naturally thought that Qin Feiyang was lying to Shen Dezhuang. Use your life to exchange for your grandfather's life. Do you dare to do it? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Shen Dezhuang looked up at the storm and slowly clenched his hands. Dezhuang, don't. Let's not talk about whether there's a treasure in this storm that can prolong one's life. Even if there is, it's not worth it. Shen Yulin hurriedly pulled Shen Dezhuang's hand and cried out. Yeah, Dezhuang, don't be fooled by him. I think he's up to no good. Get lost. We don't welcome you. Get lost immediately. Everyone cursed at Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang ignored them and only looked at Shen Dezhuang. Shen Dezhuang glanced at the villagers, then at Shen Yulin, and finally at Qin Feiyang. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he said, As long as I can prolong my grandfather's life, I don't mind dying. After saying that, he gently pushed Shen Yulin away and resolutely rushed into the storm. Dezhuang, Shen Yulin roared. Qin Feiyang stared at Shen Dezhuang and never looked away. The moment Shen Dezhuang rushed into the sky, the fear on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Looking at this scene, Qin Feiyang also smiled. Shen Dezhuang indeed had a filial heart without any complaints or regrets. In this cruel world, such a person was rare. So, Shen Dezhuang rushed to the front of the storm and plunged into it without any hesitation. Shen Yulin was desperate. Everyone in the village also showed a trace of sadness. But at this moment, the tornado storm that was enough to destroy the world suddenly disappeared in the sky, leaving no trace. Shen Dezhuang was stunned and quickly scanned the void. What was going on? Shen Mulin and the other villagers were also stunned. Where's the treasure that can prolong one's life? Why don't I see it? Suddenly, a young voice sounded. Everyone looked at the little girl, only to see the little girl blinking her big eyes and looking at the void, her little face full of suspicion. Chapter 3970. That's right. Where's the treasure to extend his life? You lied to us. The villagers also reacted and glared at Qin Feiyang. At the same time, Shen Dazhuang's eyes were also filled with disappointment. Shen Mulin was not disappointed, because he didn't have much hope in the first place. As long as his grandson was fine, it was fine. He looked at the surrounding villagers and smiled. Fellow villagers, forget it. Don't make things difficult for Brother Gu Feng. He might be testing Dazhuang by doing this. Then he is playing with us. No, we have to chase him away. Otherwise, he will really think that we, the villagers, are easy to bully. Everyone cursed angrily. At this moment, Shen Dazhuang landed beside Shen Mulin and forced a smile on his face. He looked at everyone and said, "Uncles and aunties, it's okay. At least now, I have proven my determination to save grandfather. In the future, no one will say that I am hypocritical." You child, when did we say that you are hypocritical? We watched you grow up. Do we still understand you? For your grandfather, I don't know how much you have suffered all these years. Everyone sighed, their faces full of concern. Thank you. Shen Dazhuang smiled foolishly. Who said I was lying to you? Suddenly, a faint laugh sounded. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang again, including Shen Dazhuang. Big Brother Gu Feng, what do you mean? Don't tell us that you really have a treasure to help village chief extend his life? The little girl blinked her big eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and sent a sound transmission. Dan Wangkai, give me an eternal youth Dan. The eternal youth Dan was also a pill used to extend one's life. Even if one had taken the prolonging pill, taking the eternal youth Dan again would be effective. Moreover, the effect of the eternal youth Dan was even better than the prolonging pill. An eternal youth Dan with one Dan pattern was enough to extend one's life by 10,000 years. A divine pill could extend one's life by 100,000 years. If it was an eternal youth Dan with 7 or 8 dragon-shaped Dan Qi, it could extend one's life by 7 or 800,000 years. Gu Feng, don't force yourself. I really don't blame you. Shen Dazhuang came back to his senses and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. I'm not trying to be brave, and I really didn't lie to you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shen Dazhuang stared blankly at Qin Feiyang. Looking at his confident expression, could it be that this person really had a treasure that could prolong his life? In his heart, he could not help but feel excited. Shen Mulin and the villagers looked at Qin Feiyang, and they were very surprised. Very soon, Dan Wangkai had already prepared an eternal youth pill. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the eternal youth pill appeared. A majestic life force instantly enveloped the entire area. There were a total of 8 dragon-shaped pill qi, all of them emitting a dazzling divine light. So much dragon-shaped elixir qi? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although divine pills weren't rare in the Sky Cloud realm, even the people of this village would more or less have some divine pills on them. However, this was the first time they had seen a divine pill with 8 dragon-shaped elixir qi in their lives. What was even more unbelievable was that they had never seen the pill that Qin Feiyang took out. This is the Eternal Youth Pill. Its effect is better than the life-prolonging pill. 8 dragon-shaped elixir qi can prolong your life for 800,000 years. Qin Feiyang handed the pill to Shen Dazhuang. 800,000 years, for the current Qin Feiyang, was just a blink of an eye. Because in the Black Tortoise realm, any seclusion would last more than 1,000,000 years. However, for someone like Shen Mulin who was only a combat emperor, 800,000 years was an extremely long period of time. What? It can prolong your life by 800,000 years. Are you kidding me? Eternal Youth Pill, how come I've never heard of it? The surrounding villagers were shocked and puzzled. For them, this kind of thing was completely a fantasy. Because they were not strong enough, they had never come into contact with this kind of thing. Moreover, The eternal youth pill could not be found outside, because it was only recorded in the pill scripture. In other words, only Qin Feiyang and the others could refine it. Is it really useful? But Shen Dezhuang did not take the eternal youth pill. He looked at Qin Feiyang. At this moment, his mood was the same as everyone else's. He was nervous, but also had a trace of anticipation. It's really useful. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Shen Dezhuang looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes, then suddenly grabbed the pill and looked at Shen Yulin. You should think about it again. Even if this eternal youth pill is useful, there might be some side effects. A few older villagers hurriedly said. There are no side effects at all. Old man, if you believe me, then take it. If you don't believe me, then pretend that I never gave it to you. Qin Feiyang looked at Shen Yulin and smiled faintly. Shen Yulin glanced at Qin Feiyang, then at the surrounding villagers. Finally, he looked at the eternal youth elixir. He suddenly laughed and said in a hoarse voice, Our Shen family village is just a small, remote village. This old man is just a person with one foot in the grave. There's nothing good about him. At this point, he looked at the surrounding villagers and smiled. This old man really can't find a reason for Lord Gu Feng to harm this old man. No matter what, we can't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Finished. He grabbed the pill from Shen Dezhuang's hand and put it into his mouth. Everyone wanted to stop him, but it was too late. They could only pay close attention to Shen Yulin's changes. Especially Shen Dezhuang. His heart was almost in his throat. Everyone's eyes were now on Shen Yulin. No one noticed that Qin Feiyang had quietly left. As time passed, boom! Suddenly, a majestic vitality surged out from Shen Yulin's body. His old body began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 100 breaths, Shen Yulin's appearance changed greatly. The originally thin and weak body became strong and muscular. His face was full of wrinkles, but it was also full of vitality and rosy. However, in such a short time, Shen Yulin changed from an old man with one foot in the grave to a middle-aged man full of energy and vigor. Those who didn't know would think that he was Shen Dezhuang's father. The whole village, including the group of children, were dumbfounded. Was he trying to change a living person? This was too magical. Looking at the changes in his body, Shen Yulin himself was also in disbelief. Ever since he entered his old age, he had never felt so full of energy. It was as if he had returned to his youth. All the organs in his body, every cell in his flesh and blood, were awakening. Grandpa, how is it? Shen Dezhuang asked with concern. Very good. Shen Yulin nodded. Even his voice was no longer hoarse and full of energy. Is it really possible? This is simply a miracle. Brother Gufeng, thank you. The surrounding villagers were also very surprised. However, when they looked at Qin Feiyang, they found that Qin Feiyang had already disappeared. Where is he? Shen Dezhuang was stunned and immediately scanned the surroundings. There was no trace of Qin Feiyang in the mountains. Could it be that he was angry because of our previous offense? Dezhuang, go and find him. This is a good person. We can't let a good person be bitterly disappointed. Shen Yulin hurriedly urged. Shen Dezhuang nodded and immediately ran to the mountains outside the village. Let's help to find him. It's all my fault for talking too much. What nonsense did I say just now? I wronged a good person. The other villagers immediately scattered and flew in all directions. I knew it. Brother Gufeng is not a bad person. The little girl frowned and looked at everyone with dissatisfaction. When the group of adults heard this, they couldn't help but laugh embarrassedly. They had lived for most of their lives, but their taste was not as good as a little girl's. Outside the village, in the mountain forest, Qin Feiyang stood beside a big tree and lowered his head in silence. Suddenly, he waved his hand and a group of people appeared in front of him. There were more than a dozen people. The leader was Pei Tianhong, Mu Qing, Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, Demon Ancestor, as well as Wang Changyuan and the other 10 great Dark Guard commanders. Young Master, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan and the other 10 great Dark Guard commanders immediately bowed to Qin Feiyang. Although Qin Feiyang had changed his appearance, to be able to directly take them out of the Black Tortoise realm, only Qin Feiyang could do it. So the unfamiliar face in front of them must be Qin Feiyang. Demon Ancestor and the others also looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Why did he suddenly call them out when they were cultivating? Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Have you heard about the friendly match between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm?" "I heard about it from the castle." Pei Tianhong nodded. "Then are you interested?" Qin Feiyang smiled. This, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan and the other 10 great commanders looked at each other and were indeed a little tempted. Qin Feiyang asked, "These years, you have been cultivating in the Black Tortoise realm. I believe your strength should have grown a lot." "Of course." Wang Changyuan nodded. Not only did they open the door of potential, but there was also the time law of 5,000 years a day. Also, the frenzied, white-eyed wolf, fire dance, Yun Zeng, mass de jura, and even Blood Ancestor and Feather Emperor had stayed in the Black Tortoise realm. People like Pei Tianhong were not idiots and would definitely take the opportunity to ask for advice from everyone. And everyone had already fused with the law of miniature. So, the resources they had could never be compared to others, and the speed of their growth was naturally different. Especially Demon Ancestor and the others. Their talent was not good to begin with. And compared to Pei Tianhong and the others, they had opened the door of potential earlier. Before entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, it was said that their strength was already very impressive, let alone now. It had been more than 100 years since they entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. 100 years in the outside world was 5,000 years in the Black Tortoise realm, which was almost 200 million years. This was a terrifying number. So it was not difficult to guess that their strength was not simple. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "If you are interested, you can go and give it a try. You can help senior brother and the others share some of the pressure, and you can also understand the strength of Scandinavia. Of course, it would be best if you can obtain 1 or 2 ultimate profundities inheritances." The inheritance of the ultimate profundity of an ultimate law, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the other 10 great commanders' eyes lit up when they heard this. "If you can really obtain it, you don't have to give it to me. You can fuse with it yourself." Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. "Really?" One of the commanders asked. "Would I lie to you about this? Besides, this is something you worked hard to obtain. Why would I snatch it from you?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. After being together for so long, how could they not understand him? Chapter 3971. "This, young master, don't mind me. I'm just reacting instinctively. I know that you're not someone like Feng Ho." The commander knew that he had said something wrong. He quickly smiled apologetically. "It's all right." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Suddenly, Dong Xingyang said, "Actually, I'm a little worried." "Worried?" Everyone was stunned. They looked at Dong Xingyang in confusion and asked, "What are you worried about?" "I won't hide it from you. After learning about this, I used my eye of destiny to look into the future. However, the future seems to be shrouded in a layer of fog. I can't see it clearly." Dong Xingyang shook his head. "You dare to activate your eye of destiny?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "Didn't Ice Dragon and Small Beast look for you previously?" When I heard about this, I pondered for a while. I felt that even if I activated my eye of destiny now, they wouldn't interfere. Therefore, I tried to activate my eye of destiny. In the end, they didn't interfere. Dong Xingyang said, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean that you can activate your eye of destiny as you wish?" The demon ancestor asked. "You can't say that I can. After all, what's Small Beast thinking? None of us know." Dong Xingyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Indeed. We still have to be careful when facing Small Beast." Qin Feiyang nodded. He lowered his voice and said, "However, your eye of destiny isn't very useful against sovereigns, right?" "I need to find the other half of my eye of destiny." Dong Xingyang nodded. After that, he looked at Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor. He sighed and said, "I'm really envious of you. You found the other half of your fighting soul so quickly." "There's no hurry. 2 people with the same fighting soul are destined to be enemies. They will meet sooner or later. For example, hasn't the other half of my wife's eye of life already appeared? Qin Feiyang smiled. Then why don't you look for Jiang Yunshuang? The fiend ancestor frowned. There's no rush. Right now, Jiang Yunshuang is in the open while we're in the dark. Once I comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life, I'll give Jiang Yunshuang a pleasant surprise. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. How's the progress of your ultimate intent? Mu Tianyang is suspicious. It's not far now. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked curiously, what about you guys? How strong are you now? Can you tell me? These people had never spoken a word about their own strength. Who knew what they were guarding against? Our strength is definitely inferior to yours. Mu Qing shook her head. Although they had been cultivating in the Black Tortoise world for a longer time than Qin Feiyang had obtained a lot of good fortune when he was in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. The laws of light's ultimate profundity legacy, the laws of karma's ultimate profundity legacy, as well as the laws of life and death, these creations would instantly surpass the fiend ancestor and company. Therefore, there was a direct ratio between the effort and the reward. For example, although there was no danger in cultivating in the Black Tortoise world, they could only do it step by step. On the other hand, while adventuring in the outside world was fraught with danger, if one was lucky enough to obtain a fortuitous encounter, one could instantly double one's strength. Young master, don't be fooled by them. I heard that some time ago, they went to the western region's Blood Sea to undergo tribulation with the help of various sovereign divine weapons. Pei Tanhong glanced at the demon ancestor and transmitted his voice secretly. Tribulation. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. There was only one explanation for a peak sovereign undergoing tribulation. They had comprehended the ultimate intent. If that was the case, it meant that they had comprehended the ultimate intent of an ordinary law. Why were they so sure that it was the ultimate intent of an ordinary law? Because if it was a heavenly tribulation of an ultimate intent of an ultimate law, Little Wimp would never allow them to undergo it in the Black Tortoise world. A heavenly tribulation of an ultimate law was as strong as a sovereign divine weapon's heavenly tribulation. Even if the Black Tortoise world could withstand it, innocent lives would be harmed. Little Wimp would never allow such a thing to happen. They are indeed powerful. Qin Feiyang sighed inwardly. Although he was stronger than the demon ancestor and the others, from another point of view, he wasn't as strong as the demon ancestor and the others. It wasn't just him. The Frenzy, White-Eyed Wolf, Yun Zhang, Fire Dance, and the Mass de Jura were all inferior to them. Because until now, they hadn't comprehended an ultimate intent with their own strength. The ultimate intents that they grasped were all inherited. Qin Feiyang sighed and looked at Mu Tanyang, Mu Qing, and Dong Xingyang. No matter how strong you are, you should participate in the friendly competition. Must we go? Dong Xingyang asked. This friendly competition has alarmed the entire Sky Cloud world, including the Divine Kingdom. I think that the other half of your battle souls might also appear. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Hearing this, Dong Xingyang, Mu Qing, and Mu Tianyang's eyes also flashed. As for the demon ancestor, Qin Feiyang then looked at the demon ancestor and said with a smile, all the more reason for you to participate, because with your eyes of despair and 3,000 incarnations, you can definitely take first place and obtain the inheritance of the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law. The people of the Divine Kingdom had always thought that other than him, the Frenzy, Long Chen siblings, White-Eyed Wolf, and Yun Ziyang, there were no other young people who could compete. But that wasn't the case. For example, if the demon ancestor really comprehended an ultimate intent, with his 3,000 incarnations and eyes of despair, he would definitely be able to defeat the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom in the friendly competition. Because his eyes of despair was now complete. When the demon ancestor made a move, it would definitely be a surprise for the Divine Kingdom. I think so too. The demon ancestor nodded and smiled. All right then. Good luck to you. By the way, don't tell senior brother and the others about my current whereabouts. I don't want anyone to disturb me during this period. Qin Feiyang smiled. Everyone nodded. After the group left, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and called out Yi Tian, Fire Dragon, Zhao Xiaojin, and Zhuo Xiaoqing. Along with them, a black dragon and a fire luan appeared. Yi Tian looked around and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. You are brother Qin? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Dage, why did you suddenly call us out of the Black Tortoise realm? Zhao Xiaojin was puzzled. Right now, the Rogue Cultivator Alliance also has a 1-day, 5,000 years time array, and all of you have already unlocked the door of potential and fused with the laws of nature. I think it's time for all of you to return to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and contribute to protecting the Western continent. Qin Feiyang smiled. So you want to chase us away? The fire dragon snorted coldly. Can you not make it sound so bad? I helped you open the door of potential and gave you the ultimate intent. What's the point of staying in the Black Tortoise realm? Qin Feiyang was helpless. How interesting. His parents were in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. If he didn't go to his parents' side and show his filial piety, would he stay in the Black Tortoise realm all day? Then do we have to go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance too? The Black Dragon and Fire Luan frowned. The Black Dragon's past was a giant python. Back then in the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, it was Qin Feiyang who helped him pass the tribulation. Qin Feiyang smiled. Big Brother Black Dragon, you know how important the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is to me. So I hope Big Brother Black Dragon can help me take care of it. Since you have said so, the Black Dragon pouted and nodded. Alright. I can't. I haven't transformed into a phoenix yet. The Fire Luan hurriedly said. The reason it followed Qin Feiyang was to evolve into a phoenix like the Black Dragon. This matter is easy to handle now. When the time comes, you can go to the Feng people and ask them for some phoenix blood. As for whether you can successfully evolve in the end, it will depend on your luck. Qin Feiyang smiled. In your name? The Fire Luan's eyes lit up as it asked. Although the Feng people were in dire straits, there was a saying that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Its face was definitely not enough. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then that's fine. The Fire Luan chuckled. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhuo Xiaoqing and smiled. You have been in the Black Tortoise realm for so many years and have also cultivated in seclusion in Sky Cloud Island for many years. When you go back, remember to be filial to your father and cultivate hard. Zhuo Xiaoqing nodded, his eyes were a little wet. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. We are suddenly separated. I am a little reluctant. Qin Chen, Long Tianyu, Wang Xiaojie. Zhuo Xiaoqing lowered his head and said, during these years in the Black Tortoise realm, he had the best relationship with the three of them. They were like close brothers. It's not like we are parting forever. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He looked at Yi Tian and said, Brother Yi, I will leave the Rogue Cultivator Alliance to you. Don't worry. The Rogue Cultivator Alliance is not only important to you, it is even more important to me. Because the Rogue Cultivator Alliance is my home. Yi Tian smiled faintly. All right. Until we meet again. Qin Feiyang bowed and said with a smile. Yi Tian nodded. With a wave of his hand, a space-time tunnel appeared. He looked at the Fire Dragon, Zhao Xiaojin, the Black Dragon, and the Fire Luan and said, Let's go. Qin Dage, come visit us when you are free. Zhao Xiaojin looked at Qin Feiyang reluctantly. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. His eyes turned slightly as he asked through voice transmission, When do you plan to confess to Yi Tian? Zhao Xiaojin's cheeks immediately turned red. Zhuo Xiaoqing also looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Qin Dage, you have to take good care of my sister. Qin Feiyang was startled. Shouldn't you be saying this to your brother-in-law? It's just that I can't find him now. Zhuo Xiaoqing chuckled. Got it. Go. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed as he waved his hand. After the few of them left, Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the sky. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. Everything had been arranged. It was time to get into the mood. Gufeng. Suddenly, Shen Dazhuang's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang was startled. He turned around and saw Shen Dazhuang running over while panting. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Why did you leave without saying a word? Are you angry with us? If that's the case, I apologize to you. Gu Feng hurriedly said. Angry? Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, I'm not such a petty person, I just came out to relax. Relax? Gu Feng was slightly startled. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief and laughed foolishly. As long as you don't leave, I'll accompany you to walk around? Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. At that moment, the two of them, one in front and one behind, strolled leisurely in the mountains. Chapter 3972. Time flew by. Half a month had passed. The friendly competition had already begun. In the central region, Long Chen and the others used a barrier to separate the battlefield. Outside the battlefield, countless creatures gathered. There were dragons, Feng people, Kirins, humans, beasts, sea beasts, a large black mass. Hundreds of thousands of people from the Divine Kingdom were also present. Above the barrier, Long Chen, Frenzy, Yun Zheng, Jiang Yunshuang, and Ryuko sat together, drinking tea while watching the battlefield below. At this moment, on the battlefield, a middle-aged man was fighting with a young man from the god race. The profound laws were constantly colliding. A terrifying aura was surging inside the barrier like a raging wave. This middle-aged man was no stranger to everyone. It was Qi Xiong. Qi Xiong's strength was not weak either. He had mastered 6 profound laws, but at this moment he was completely suppressed by the young man from the god race. The people from the god race all had the mark of the god race. Once the mark of the god race was activated, the same profound laws were completely crushed. Jiang Yunshuang held a teacup and smiled faintly. Brother Long, Brother Mo, Brother Yun, how long do you think this Qi Xiong can last under Jiang Qifei's hands? Frenzy and the other two were silent. They were quite annoyed. Since the friendly competition began, the Sky Cloud Field side had not won even once. They were all crushed by the Divine Kingdom. When Qi Xiong went on the battlefield, they actually did not allow it. They were very clear about Qi Xiong's strength. If he encountered a human from the Divine Kingdom, he might have the power to fight. Judging from the battles over the past few days, Jiang Yunshuang and Long Zi had brought more than 100,000 people. Not all of them had grasped the ultimate meaning. The majority of them had only grasped the 6 supreme profound meanings. So, if this Jiang Qifei was replaced by a young man from the Divine Kingdom, then with Qi Xiong's strength he might not win, but at least he would not be defeated. But now, Jiang Qifei was from the god race and had the power of the mark of the god race. Even if Qi Xiong tried his best, there was no hope of winning. As for Jiang Qifei, whether he had mastered the profound laws or not, it was still unknown. However, this Qi Xiong was truly foolish. He actually dared to challenge the god race. Although the reward was tempting, he still had to see if he had the ability to do so. Ryuko glanced at Feng Zi and the other two and chuckled, Jiang Yunshuang, we can't be happy too early. I believe that there are still many experts hidden in the Sky Cloud realm that we don't know about. That's true. Since the Sky Cloud realm is able to give birth to geniuses like Brother Mo, Brother Long, and Brother Yun, then the chances of the others won't be too bad. Jiang Yunshuang nodded. The two of them echoed each other, making Madman and the others even more furious. But he really couldn't find a reason to fight back. Because the truth was right in front of them. The strength of the Sky Cloud realm was indeed too weak. Suddenly, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, Qi Xiong was sent flying before crashing heavily into the ground. His entire body was drenched in blood. If Jiang Qifei had not shown mercy, he would have been a corpse by now. Next. In the end, don't be a piece of trash like him. Jiang Qifei looked at the crowd and pointed at Qi Xiong. Who are you calling a piece of trash? Qi Xiong was already very angry. Hearing this, he immediately raised his head and glared at Jiang Qifei. It seems that you are not only a piece of trash, but also an idiot. I have already pointed at you. Who else can it be? Hurry up and get lost. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Jiang Qifei was disdainful. Qi Xiong's face was gloomy. He glanced at Madman and Yun Xiang in the sky. The anger in his heart was even more uncontrollable. Thinking back, whether it was Madman or Yun Xiang, they were just ant-like existences in front of him. But now, He was below, fighting with his life on the line. But Madman and Yun Xiang were sitting high up in the air, watching the battle. This kind of change in identity and status made him feel very unbalanced in his heart. I must get the inheritance of the ultimate profound. I want everyone to kneel at my feet and tremble. Qi Xiong roared in his heart and suddenly activated the super forbidden technique, Qilin Domain. Boom! At the same time, 6 ultimate profound appeared in the world. One of them was the ultimate profound of the law of death. The super forbidden technique, coupled with the 6 ultimate profound, could be said to be able to suppress creatures of the same realm. Those outside the boundary could feel a terrifying sense of oppression. But Jiang Qifei's face was full of contempt. Yun Xiang raised his eyebrows and shouted, Qi Xiong, the outcome has been decided. Quickly retreat. What right do you have to order me? Also, who said the outcome has been decided? Qi Xiong roared. The super forbidden technique and the 6 ultimate profound charged towards Jiang Qifei with monstrous power. If Qi Xiong activates the super forbidden technique, there might be a glimmer of hope. I heard that the Qilin domain is very powerful. Although I hate the Qilin clan, I really hope that Qi Xiong can fight back and defeat Jiang Qifei. Everyone discussed in low voices. Hearing these discussions, Jiang Qifei shook his head and sneered. What a bunch of ignorant worms. The strength of the God clan is not something ants like you can imagine. Boom. The God clan mark erupted with a monstrous power. Jiang Qifei waved his hand, and the power of destruction surged out. A destructive beast appeared, its divine power shaking the world. Not bad. Facing the super forbidden technique and Qi Xiong's 6 ultimate profound, he activated the ultimate profound of the law of destruction. This was simply a naked humiliation. But just this one supreme profound was enough to crush the other 6 supreme profound and the Qilin divine domain. The destruction behemoth roared as it charged forward. Qi Xiong was scared out of his wits, and he kept retreating. Jiang Qifei, you can't kill people. Jiang Yunshuang said. Humph. Jiang Qifei snorted unhappily, and the destructive beast braked and stopped in front of Qi Xiong. Qi Xiong immediately sat on the ground and was scared out of his wits. Is this the power of the God clan mark? It is indeed powerful. If even Jiang Qifei is so terrifying, then what about Jiang Yunshuang? Everyone was shocked. They finally understood how much pressure Feng Zi and the others had to bear when facing the experts of the Divine Kingdom. Scram. Jiang Qifei glanced at Qi Xiong, who was paralyzed on the ground, and shouted impatiently. Qi Xiong shivered and slowly got up. Enduring the humiliation and anger in his heart, he turned and walked out of the battlefield. This old man will experience the means of this little brother. Just as Qi Xiong walked out of the battlefield, an old man in white walked out of the crowd and stepped into the barrier. Looking at this old man in white, a smile finally appeared on Long Chen's face. What's wrong? Yun Xiang and Feng Zi were suspicious. This is a reclusive old monster of the dragons. Long Chen transmitted his voice. I see. It is indeed time for these reclusive old monsters to make a move. Otherwise, there is no way to suppress the arrogance of the Divine Kingdom. Madman suddenly smiled. Below, on the battlefield, Jiang Qifei looked at the white-haired old man and frowned. You are already so old and you still have the face to participate? The rules of the friendly competition didn't say that this old man is not allowed to participate. The white-haired old man's face was gloomy. All right. Jiang Qifei nodded and sneered. Then let me see what means you have to dare to come out and accept the challenge. Boom. The white-haired old man took a step forward, and the power of law rolled out. It was the law of wood. Everyone was stunned. The law of wood? Even Qi Xiong's supreme law of death wasn't Jiang Qifei's opponent. What could a mere law of wood do? Jiang Qifei also looked at the white-haired old man in shock. Is this old man stupid? Supreme law, spring withered tree. The white-haired old man's eyes turned cold. The ground under his feet trembled, and a bud broke out of the ground and quickly grew into a towering tree. Moreover, a majestic life force swept out in all directions like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the originally fragmented battlefield was filled with lush trees, full of vitality. Ultimate law, plants and trees soldiers. The white-haired old man waved his hand again. Countless flowers and trees rushed into the sky like divine weapons, exuding a world-destroying sharpness as they attacked Jiang Qifei. So it is the ultimate law of wood. No wonder he dares to fight. The ultimate law, even the god race mark can't block it. The crowd outside the barrier suddenly became excited. These people were basically seeing the ultimate law for the first time. Every leaf, petal, and blade of grass was like a divine weapon. Plants and tree soldiers, it really lived up to its name. Countless plants and trees turned into divine weapons, almost filling the entire battlefield. There was nowhere to hide. Jiang Qifei stood in the void, glancing at the incoming plants and sneered. It seems that you are one of the so-called reclusive old antiques of the sky-cloud boundary. But you want to hurt me with just this? Dream on. As Jiang Qifei's voice fell, a cold current surged out and instantly filled the entire battlefield. Immediately, snowflakes fell, and the battlefield instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. These snowflakes, each the size of a palm, were densely packed, filling the battlefield as if they were cast from divine iron, exuding a world-destroying sharpness. Clang. Rumble. The collision of snowflakes and plants made a deafening metallic sound, and terrifying fluctuations surged in the barrier. This is... Long Chen's eyebrows suddenly raised. Frenzy and Yun Xing couldn't help but frown. They didn't expect this Jiang Qifei to also master the ultimate law. It seems that even the reclusive old antiques can't reverse the situation. Because Jiang Qifei has a winning chip, that is, the god race mark. Could it be? Jiang Qifei alone can sweep everyone in the sky-cloud boundary? That's right. So far, only Jiang Qifei has made a move. In other words, these days, Jiang Qifei has been facing the challenges of the sky-cloud boundary alone. The key is that he hasn't lost once. If it continues like this, Jiang Qifei can really sweep everyone in the sky-cloud boundary. Unless the use of the god race mark is restricted. But the god race mark is not restricted in advance. Besides, this is the strongest method of the god race. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang will certainly not agree to restrictions. Inside the barrier, under the blessing of the god race mark, Jiang Qifei's ultimate law of ice was obviously much stronger than the white-haired old man's ultimate law of wood. The plants were constantly shattered. Finally, the snowflakes turned into a torrent and surged toward the white-haired old man from all directions. Chapter 3973. There was a loud bang. The towering tree in front of the white-haired old man was shattered on the spot. A snowflake, like a sharp blade, entered the white-haired old man's lower abdomen. The white-haired old man spat out a mouthful of dragon blood on the spot, and his aura instantly disappeared. On his lower abdomen, there was a fist-sized bloody hole with blood flowing out. Following that, the white-haired old man flew out and slammed into the barrier, his face pale. So strong. He leaned on the barrier and looked up at Jiang Qifei, his eyes full of fear. Was this the strength of the younger generation of the divine kingdom? Just such a young man could kill him until he couldn't fight back? Then how terrifying was the older generation of the divine kingdom? The gap between the sky cloud realm and the divine kingdom was too big. If there was no Long Chen, Madman, Qin Feiyang, and the others, the sky cloud realm would have no hope at all. Even if Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, and the Little Rabbit went all out, they wouldn't be able to save the sky cloud realm. If there was no agreement between Qin Feiyang and the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, they would probably still be holed up in the Underworld King's Hell. At this moment, the white-haired old man finally realized the importance of Qin Feiyang and the others to the sky cloud realm. Although Qin Feiyang, Madman, and White-Eyed Wolf were all life and death enemies of the dragons, he couldn't help but rejoice that the sky cloud realm had these young people. Otherwise, how could he see hope? Jiang Qifei waved his hand, and the snowflakes in the sky dissipated. He swept to the crowd outside the battlefield and said, "Is there no one in the sky cloud realm who can fight? Why don't you all come together? Don't waste time." "Ha, Jiang Qifei, don't be so arrogant. be careful that a hidden powerhouse jumps out and crushes you to death. Hundreds of thousands of people from the divine kingdom laughed. I really hope that someone will come out and crush me. But is there? Jiang Qifei raised his head and laughed. Jiang Yunshuang and Ryuko also had a smile on their faces. Ryuko looked at Feng Zi and the other two and said with a smile, Jiang Qifei has already fought more than 20 people from the Sky Cloud realm today. Why don't we stop here for today? Madman and the other two looked at each other helplessly. Apart from them, was there really no one in the Sky Cloud realm who could turn the tide? How about I give it a try? Suddenly, a faint laugh rang out. Although it wasn't very loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Everyone was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Jiang Qifei's strength was obvious to all, yet someone actually dared to challenge Jiang Qifei? Even the people of the Divine Kingdom were surprised. A young man in black, who looked to be in his 20s, slowly walked out from the crowd. It's him. Madman and the other two were stunned. However, the others did not recognize this black-clothed young man. That was because the young man was none other than the demon ancestor. However, he did not see Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, Mu Qing, or Pei Tianhong. Who is he? I don't seem to have any impression of him. And his aura isn't strong either. How dare he fight? Everyone muttered. Demon Ancestor walked into the battlefield step by step. Looking at the old man in white, he said lightly, "Hurry up and leave. Don't hinder our battle here." The old man in white raised his eyebrows. His expression was very unhappy. As a reclusive antique, he couldn't even defeat Jiang Qifei. Such a little guy wanted to show off? Don't overestimate yourself, okay? Do you need me to say it again? Demon Ancestor was neither happy nor angry, but he exuded a great majesty. Especially his deep eyes, even the old man in white couldn't help but feel flustered. One must know. The reason why Demon Ancestor was called Demon Ancestor was because of his ruthless and violent personality. Although now he had changed a lot, his nature was still there. The old man in white clutched his lower abdomen, looked deeply at Demon Ancestor, and walked out of the barrier. The dragons and the other juniors immediately went up and took out the Yuan High Divine Pill and handed it to him. After taking the pill, the old man in white turned and stood outside the barrier, looking at Demon Ancestor inside. Brother, can he do it? Long Chen transmitted his voice, sizing up Demon Ancestor. I don't know. Madman shook his head. He also knew nothing about Demon Ancestor's strength. However, for Demon Ancestor to appear here, it must be Qin Fei Yang's arrangement. Because Demon Ancestor was in Black Tortoise Realm, if he wanted to leave Black Tortoise Realm, he must first get Qin Fei Yang's permission. Since Qin Fei Yang allowed Demon Ancestor to come, then Demon Ancestor's current strength should not be ordinary. Wait, Eye of Despair. Demon Ancestor seemed to have merged with Bing Runing's Eye of Despair. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Demon Ancestor had 3,000 incarnations. Demon Ancestor's deeds, I have heard of it when I was in Black Tortoise Realm. He's not an ordinary person. Let's wait and see. Yun Xiang laughed secretly. Ordinary person? What a joke. This is Old Qin's natural enemy in Great Qin. He has one of the strongest battle souls, Eye of Despair. Madman snickered inwardly. At the same time, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang were also paying attention to Madman and the other two's expressions. Although Madman and the other two had been secretly communicating, the smiles that appeared from time to time made them feel flustered. The two once again looked down at Demon Ancestor. Who was this person? They had never heard of him before. Battlefield. Jiang Yunshuang was also sizing up Demon Ancestor. Although this person had an extraordinary temperament, the aura he exuded was too weak. The most important thing was, looking at everyone's reaction, it seemed that they did not know this person. If even the beings of the Sky Cloud realm didn't know this person, then it meant that this person was a nobody. An unknown person dared to challenge him? His courage was not small. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he sneered, "If it weren't for the restriction of the rules, you would definitely die here, and you would die quite miserably." Demon Ancestor was slightly taken aback. What an arrogant person, he said. This sentence, I will return it to you without missing a word. Ha, very courageous. Seeing how courageous you are, I will definitely take care of you. The word take care was so heavy. All right. Demon ancestor nodded. Boom. Jiang Yunshuang's eyes turned cold. Without holding back, he directly activated the ultimate meaning of the ice law. The entire battlefield was instantly occupied by snowflakes. The snowflakes were crystal clear and very beautiful, but they contained a shocking crisis. Swoosh. Suddenly, a snowflake attacked Demon Ancestor without any warning. Then I will first experience the power of the god race mark. Before his voice faded, a monstrous murderous aura erupted like a volcano. Waves of blood instantly gushed out from Demon Ancestor's body, and the entire enchantment turned into a sea of blood. Clang! Accompanied by a series of sword cries, 99 blood swords dripping with blood appeared behind Demon Ancestor, emitting a sharp aura that could tear the sky and earth apart. This is the ultimate meaning of the slaughter law, death prison. Madman's pupils shrank. This guy had actually comprehended the ultimate meaning of the slaughter law? He hit it deep enough. Although he had mastered the 4 ultimate meanings now, they were all inherited. It was completely different from what Demon Ancestor comprehended himself. Sure enough, as Old Qin's former natural enemy, he definitely couldn't be underestimated. Ultimate meaning, this is your courage? Didn't you see what happened to that old man before? In front of the god race mark, the same law profound is nothing but a crush. Jiang Yunshuang sneered. Demon Ancestor didn't say anything. With a wave of his hand, a blood sword tore through the sky and slashed at the snowflake. In just an instant, the snowflake and the blood sword collided, erupting with a wave of destructive aura. Following that, with a cracking sound, the blood sword shattered on the spot. Indeed powerful. Demon Ancestor whispered, his eyes suddenly turned sharp. The 98 swords behind him moved in unison and attacked the snowflake. Clang. This time, the snowflake shattered. However, Jiang Yunshuang didn't take it to heart at all. In fact, his sneer was even thicker. With a thought, the snowflakes falling from the sky instantly transformed into a huge wave that covered the sky and drowned out the sky. Following a series of deafening explosions, the 98 swords that were dripping with blood were shattered into pieces one after another. There was no way to resist at all. Demon Ancestor also spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was slightly pale as he muttered, "This is the enemy that Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf have been facing outside? It's really tough." Go to hell. Jiang Yunshuang sneered secretly. That's right. He already had the intention to kill Demon Ancestor. With just this bit of strength, he dared to put on an act in front of him? If he didn't kill him, how could he establish his prestige? As for the rules of the friendly match, at most, he would say that it was an accident later. However, at this moment, facing the overwhelming snowflakes, Demon Ancestor seemed to have not seen them. He lowered his head and his expression was somewhat conflicted. Should he activate the 3,000 incarnations or the Eye of Despair? It seemed like, no matter what he activated, it would cause a commotion. What's wrong with him? Why isn't he moving? The people outside the city were bewildered. Is there a need to think? He must have been scared silly. The people from the Divine Kingdom couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression. After making such a big scene, they thought that he was strong. It turned out that this was all he had. The reclusive old antique from the dragons also had a hint of gloating in his eyes. This was the price of arrogance. Forget it. It's the Eye of Despair. Activating the 3,000 incarnations will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Divine Kingdom. I don't want to be targeted by these people. It's better to hide behind Qin Feiyang and the others. It's more leisurely and safer. Seeing that the snowflakes were about to reach him, Demon Ancestor slightly raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Jiang Yunshuang. Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red. It was like a pair of devil's eyes. They were like 2 abysses of hell. When Jiang Yunshuang saw Demon Ancestor's eyes, a feeling of despair suddenly emerged in his heart. Moreover, As soon as this feeling of despair appeared, it wasn't like Qin Feiyang activating the Eye of Heaven, nor was it like Long Chen activating the God's domain, nor was it like Frenzy activating the Blood Eye. In just a moment, the feeling of despair engulfed his entire body and mind. At this moment, Jiang Yunshuang felt like he was trapped in an endless purgatory. His body trembled because of despair, and his divine soul fell into darkness because of despair. The snowflakes that filled the sky were about to drown Demon Ancestor, but they suddenly dissipated without causing any harm to Demon Ancestor. Because the current Jiang Yunshuang, even his consciousness had fallen into chaos, so his ultimate meaning naturally collapsed. What's going on? This sudden scene shocked the people from the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm to the extreme. Why did Jiang Yunshuang suddenly lose control? Could it be because of his eyes? Chapter 3974. As soon as the Eye of Despair appeared, it shocked everyone. There was dead silence at the scene. Everyone looked at the Demon Ancestor's Eye of Despair and couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. What kind of method was this? This happened too suddenly, so no one connected the Eye of Despair together. Jiang Qifei, what are you doing? Jiang Yunshuang came back to his senses and shouted. However, Jiang Qifei turned a deaf ear. His whole body slowly squatted on the ground, like a helpless child, shivering. This? Jiang Yunshuang looked at Ryuko. Ryuko also frowned. Who can tell me what is going on? When this person's eyes became like this, Jiang Qifei looked like he saw a ghost. Are they acting? Are you stupid? Jiang Qifei is from the Divine Kingdom. How can he cooperate with our Sky Cloud Realm people to act? It must have something to do with his eyes. However, since this person is so terrifying, why have I never heard of him before? Who is he? This strange scene left everyone puzzled no matter how they thought about it. This is the Eye of Despair. Suddenly, a sigh sounded. Everyone immediately looked at the person who spoke. It was a white-haired old woman, and next to her stood a white-haired old man. The two were the reclusive old antiques of the Feng people. At this time, the two's expressions were extremely complicated. Because looking at the Demon Ancestor's Eye of Despair, they finally knew the reason why Qin Feiyang took Bing running away. Eye of Despair, it's actually the Eye of Despair. Jiang Yunshuang and Ryuko suddenly stood up and looked at the Demon Ancestor in shock. They really didn't expect that this person was actually the owner of the Eye of Despair. Moreover, looking at the current situation, his Eye of Despair had evolved. The strongest battle soul after evolution, whether it was the Eye of Heaven or the Eye of Despair, or other battle souls, had an unparalleled power that defied the heavens. The other people of the Divine Kingdom were no exception. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the Demon Ancestor. Although they had never seen the Eye of Despair before, with their cultivation and knowledge, they had long heard of the Eye of Despair's ability. One of the 10 strongest war souls in the world. To be able to be called the strongest in the world, how could ordinary people contend against him? The place fell into dead silence once more. Whether it was the people of the Divine Kingdom or the creatures of the Sky Cloud Realm, they were all stunned by the Eye of Despair. He had never thought that this friendly match would attract the owner of the strongest fighting soul. Wait a minute. Previously, when this person came out, the three of them looked at him as if they knew him. He wanted to say this. Doesn't that mean he knows Madman and the others? If that was the case, then they had hidden it too well. Sure enough, one would amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Jiang Yunshuang clenched his fists and stared at Jiang Qifei, shouting, "Wake up!" His voice was like a great bell that resounded through the sky. However, even so, Jiang Qifei showed no reaction. The despair in his heart grew even stronger. He was like a helpless child. The sky in front of him seemed to have collapsed. At this time, the Demon Ancestor also moved, walking towards Jiang Qifei step by step. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yunshuang was shocked and hurriedly shouted. "Didn't he say that he would take good care of me? Of course, I have to take good care of him." The Demon Ancestor smiled faintly, walked in front of Jiang Qifei, and kicked him. Jiang Qifei suddenly flew out and hit the enchantment, spitting out blood. However, he seemed to be numb. drowned in despair, he didn't know what was happening at all. To be able to make a person, especially one who mastered the ultimate meaning and had the mark of the God clan, become like this, it can be seen how terrifying the current eye of despair is. The demon ancestor stepped forward again, stepping on Jiang Qifei's chest, and shook his head. Is this the God clan? Too disappointing. Exerting force under his foot, Jiang Qifei's chest immediately caved in, and his bones were all shattered. Even if he suffered such a serious blow, he still seemed to be unaware, like a walking corpse. Enough. He has already lost. Ryuko's eyes turned cold. He didn't admit defeat personally. The demon ancestor smiled faintly and stepped on Jiang Qifei's lower abdomen again, causing blood to flow. He was really like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Ryuko's face was as dark as water. He had already lost his mind from the impact of despair. How could he admit defeat? Brother Mo, Brother Long, Brother Yun, didn't we agree to stop here? Ryuko looked at the other three. Madman coughed dryly, looked at the demon ancestor and said, Stop. Hearing this, the demon ancestor looked up at Madman. With this look, Madman's scalp went numb, and in the depths of his heart, a feeling of despair uncontrollably emerged. It was actually the same as the blood eye. As long as you are targeted by the eye of despair, no matter how you hide, you can't escape the abyss of despair. The demon ancestor's gaze turned again and landed on Jiang Yunshuang and Ryuko. Madman was fine, but Jiang Yunshuang and Jiang Yunshuang were in trouble again. Just like Madman, it was as if hell was enveloping them. The demon ancestor shook his head and smiled. The eye of despair disappeared, and Jiang Yunshuang finally recovered and found themselves drenched in cold sweat. Terrifying. It was just a casual glance, but it almost made them fall into the abyss of despair. As for Jiang Qifei, he was already covered in blood. Even though the eye of despair had been closed, the despair in his heart still didn't dissipate. Take him back to recuperate. Jiang Yunshuang took a deep breath and said to a young man from the god race. The young man rushed into the barrier, looked at the demon ancestor with fear, and ran out with Jiang Qifei as if he was running for his life. Ryuko couldn't help but sigh secretly. He returned to his seat and looked at Madman and the other two. I didn't expect you to hide such a person under you. Don't talk nonsense. He's not under us. Madman smiled bitterly. When the demon ancestor looked at him with the eye of despair, it was a silent warning. Don't order me around. Frankly speaking, even though he had mastered the four ultimate profound meanings, he couldn't help but be afraid when facing the demon ancestor. Because once the eye of despair opened, even if he had strong willpower and a steady mind, he would still be affected. Once he was affected, he would definitely be killed. He finally understood why Qin Feiyang wanted to keep the demon ancestor and the others by his side. It was because Qin Feiyang knew how terrifying the demon ancestor and the others were, so he tied them to his side to prevent them from becoming enemies in the future. Jiang Yunshuang also returned to his seat. He looked at Madman and the other two and asked, How many experts are you hiding that we don't know about? Can I tell you? Madman chuckled. A glint flashed across Jiang Yunshuang's eyes as she asked, From your tone, could it be that the other fighting souls are also with you? Madman was slightly surprised, and his eyes became playful. He looked at Jiang Yunshuang and said, What do you want to know? Nothing. Jiang Yunshuang shook his head. He seemed to be concealing the panic in his eyes. The playful look in Madman's eyes became stronger. He turned his head to look at Long Qin and Yun Xiang and asked, What do you think will happen if the Eye of Life evolves? When Jiang Yunshuang heard this, his eyes trembled slightly. Could it be that these people had already seen through his thoughts? We don't have the Eye of Life, how would we know? Long Chen and Madman looked at each other and shook their heads. Madman looked at Jiang Yunshuang meaningfully and asked, Can you tell us? How would I know? Jiang Yunshuang turned his head. They must have seen through what he was thinking? How could these people's observation skills be so terrifying? Madman laughed and glanced at the hundreds of thousands of people in the divine kingdom. He drank a mouthful of unparalleled divine wine and said, Let's continue. The next friendly match will definitely be very exciting. Next. The demon ancestor also looked at the hundreds of thousands of people. His calm eyes were filled with provocation. However, among the hundreds of thousands of people, not a single one was willing to take the initiative to accept the challenge. The horror of the Eye of Despair was already obvious to all. Not to mention people with unstable hearts, even if your heart was as firm as a rock, you still couldn't escape the domination of the Eye of Despair. Because the Eye of Despair had already surpassed the limit of ordinary despair. Weren't you all quite arrogant before? How come no one dares to accept the challenge now? You people of the Divine Kingdom only have this much courage. You don't dare to accept the challenge after losing a match? If that's the case, then pack up and get the hell out of here. The creatures of the Sky Cloud realm all opened their mouths and sneered unscrupulously. The grievances that had been suppressed in their hearts for the past few days were finally vented. Ryuko couldn't help but frown slightly. The Eye of Despair was like the eye of heaven. Once the owner appeared in the world, he was basically an invincible existence. If this person was always here, who could contend against him? Who dared to accept the challenge? But in advance, they didn't stipulate that the owner of the strongest battle soul couldn't participate. Jiang Yunshuang, what are you thinking? Absent-minded? Suddenly, Ryuko turned his head to look at Jiang Yunshuang and secretly asked, I'm thinking when I fought with them, did they already recognize my Eye of Life? Jiang Yunshuang transmitted his voice. Ryuko was stunned and secretly said, It's nothing if they recognized it. How could it be nothing? If they really recognized it, then they are in the dark and I am in the light. The situation is very unfavorable for me. Jiang Yunshuang was secretly annoyed. Hearing this, Ryuko said in surprise, You suspect that the other half of the Eye of Life is also by their side? I can't rule out this possibility. Jiang Yunshuang was worried. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so impulsive and opened the Eye of Life. Long Chen pondered for a moment and transmitted his voice, I think that this possibility shouldn't be big. What do you mean? Jiang Yunshuang was stunned. Think about it, if the other half of the Eye of Life is by their side, then they must have already begun to plan to snatch your Law of Life. But now, after so long, they haven't done anything at all. So I guess they may not even know who the other half of the Eye of Life is. Ryuko analyzed. That makes sense. Jiang Yunshuang pondered for a while and muttered. So you don't have to think so much. As for this friendly match, the outcome is actually not important. What's important is our plan. As long as our plan can succeed, even if all the rewards fall into the hands of the Sky Cloud realm, it's worth it. Ryuko secretly smiled. That's true. Jiang Yunshuang's heart was suddenly relieved. Looking at the hundreds of thousands of people, he smiled faintly and said, This is just an exchange match. Don't be too stressed because we won't blame you if you lose. If you are interested, you may want to experience the power of the Eye of Despair. Chapter 3975. If that's the case, then let me try. A young woman from the Divine Nation's human race stepped out and landed inside the enchantment. However, facing this woman, the demon ancestor didn't intend to activate the Eye of Despair. What do you mean? The young woman frowned. Although I haven't fought with you before, you are a human of the Divine Kingdom. You shouldn't need to activate the Eye of Despair to deal with the humans of the Divine Kingdom. The demon ancestor smiled indifferently. What? You look down on the humans of the Divine Kingdom so much? Among these hundreds of thousands of people, the humans of the Divine Kingdom accounted for more than half of them. Hearing the demon ancestor's words, they were furious. Facing the God race, you activated the Eye of Despair. Facing the humans of the Divine Kingdom, you didn't activate the Eye of Despair. Wasn't this blatantly looking down on them? I am humiliating you. Do you know why? The God race and the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan are different from you. They are other races. It is understandable that they bully the humans of the Sky Cloud realm. But you are humans. Although we are in different worlds, we are all the same. We are all humans, but you are helping them, abusing us in the Sky Cloud realm. Can I ask if you are worthy of the word human? Therefore, I look down on you humans of the Divine Kingdom from the bottom of my heart. Because you are at most a lackey of the god race and the purple-gold divine dragon clan. The demon ancestor smiled contemptuously. The people of the sky cloud realm all shouted. Well said indeed. Madman also laughed without concealing his laughter. Arrogant. On the other hand, the humans of the divine nation were furious. The young woman standing opposite the demon ancestor was so angry that she kept trembling. She said in a deep voice, "You will pay the price for your arrogance." Clang. As her voice fell, the law of sword roared out. The next moment, 1-meter-long battle swords appeared and floated behind the young woman. They were densely packed and filled half of the battlefield. This can't be the ultimate meaning of the law of sword, right? Everyone was bewildered. How on earth did this young man from the divine kingdom practice ultimate profound meanings? Why did it feel like they were everywhere? If you have the guts, then don't activate the Eye of Despair. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Outside the arena, the humans of the divine kingdom looked at the demon ancestor and hooted. But Demon Alpha was not in the mood to care. He coldly looked at the battle sword behind the young woman. A wave of blood rolled out. Ultimate profound, slaughter hell. Blood swords dripping with blood radiated a destructive aura as they clashed with the battle swords behind the young woman. Formless sword Dao. The young woman waved her hand, and the battle sword immediately turned into a graceful arc that attacked the demon ancestor. In the meantime, the demon ancestor waved his hand, and the 99 blood swords behind him tore through the air and attacked his opponent. But suddenly, the battle swords around the young woman suddenly disappeared into the void. That was right. He just disappeared. He couldn't even sense the sharpness of the sword. On the entire battlefield, apart from the 99 blood swords dripping with blood, no other sword shadows could be seen, and no aura could be felt. It was as if the battle swords evolved from the young woman's ultimate profound of the law of sword had all disappeared without leaving a trace. Formless sword Dao. This is the ultimate profound of the law of sword. All the sword energy has turned into formless, coming and going without a trace. It's hard to guard against it. A reclusive old antique from the Kirin clan said. Facing these young people from the divine kingdom, even an old antique like him couldn't help but feel ashamed. If they all turn into formless, then how are we going to fight? Someone was bewildered. The ultimate profound of the law of sword and the law of slaughter are equally powerful. Therefore, when fighting, the most important thing is the battle experience and battle awareness of both sides. The reclusive old antique explained while sizing up the demon ancestor. This person had never appeared before, so his battle experience and battle awareness shouldn't be that great. If he didn't activate the Eye of Despair, he would probably lose more than he would win. However, he was really stupid. He clearly had such a powerful technique, but he didn't use it? At that time, he would really pay the price for his arrogance. It would be too late for regrets. However, on the battlefield, the demon ancestor didn't panic in the slightest in the face of the sudden disappearance of the battle swords. He swept his gaze across the void. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, the 99 blood swords stood erect, forming a wall-like sword array in front of him. It immediately divided the battlefield into two. Clang. The moment the sword array appeared, the formless battle swords slammed into the sword array like a tide. Because the void in front had already been sealed by the sword array. If these formless battle swords wanted to kill the demon ancestor, they would first have to break through the sword array. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get close to the demon ancestor. When the young woman saw this scene, the power of law emerged. Among them, there were 2 ultimate profound of the law and 3 ordinary profound of the law. This was her strength. With this aptitude, she would definitely be considered a monstrous figure in the sky cloud realm. Seeing the young woman's power of law, the older generation figures of the sky cloud realm couldn't help but mutter. Because in the sky cloud realm, young people who could comprehend 2 ultimate profound laws were almost as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But in the divine kingdom, the young woman's talent was only considered a genius. This point undoubtedly showed the gap between the sky cloud realm and the divine kingdom. However, when everyone looked at the demon ancestor, they found that the demon ancestor still had a calm face without any ripples. Boom! Without any warning, the power of law also emerged from the demon ancestor's body. A total of 5. As soon as these 5 power of law appeared, it directly shocked the entire audience, causing a bigger sensation than the young woman. Because among these 5 laws, there were 3 ultimate profound laws. That's right, 3 ultimate profound laws, one more than the Divine Kingdom woman's ultimate profound law. They were the Devour Law, Time Law, and Death Law. It can't be. This scene shocked even Frenzy, Long Chen, and Yun Xing. This person actually comprehended 3 ultimate profound laws? One must know. To be able to comprehend 3 ultimate profound laws, not to mention the Sky Cloud realm, even the young people of the Divine Kingdom were rare. This was the talent of the possessor of the ultimate profound battle soul? Truly terrifying. But it wasn't over yet. The demon ancestor waved his hand, and ultimate profound laws appeared. 5 ultimate profound laws, all of them had been comprehended. In other words, now, even if the demon ancestor didn't activate the 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Despair, his strength had already reached the level of a reclusive old antique. If he activated the 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Despair, he could definitely sweep away everyone below the ultimate profound laws. Even those who had mastered the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws of nature might be consigned to eternal damnation if they were not careful when facing the evolved Eye of Despair. It seems that besides us, there are still many outstanding people in the Sky Cloud realm. Long Chen chuckled. When Frenzy heard this, he immediately revealed a look of disdain. To be honest, if it wasn't for the ultimate profound inheritance in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, their current strength would probably be similar to the demon ancestor. Therefore, this meant that the demon ancestor's talent wasn't inferior to theirs. How is this possible? 3 ultimate profound laws. More than me. When the young woman saw this scene, her face was filled with disbelief. Although she wasn't as good as people like Jiang Yunshuang, among the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom, she was considered one of the top geniuses. But she didn't expect that. Now, such a young man from a low-level civilization was actually more talented than her. Is the Sky Cloud realm a place where you people who have no dignity and are willing to be lackeys can behave atrociously? When the demon ancestor's voice fell, the 5 ultimate profound in the sky immediately carried a monstrous divine might and furiously attacked. You are the lackey! The young woman roared. They had humiliated the humans of the divine nations time and time again. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? The 5 ultimate profound in the sky above her also crazily attacked. Boom! In just an instant, the 2 ultimate profound collided. Coupled with the ultimate profound of the Sword Law and the Slaughter Law, an apocalyptic might suddenly erupted, crazily surging within the barrier. The demon ancestor had 3 ultimate profound laws, so he naturally had the upper hand. The young woman spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Her entire body was like a meteorite smashing into the ground below. Her entire body was dripping with blood, and she was in an extremely sorry state. Well done. Brother, what is your name? Can you tell us? Otherwise, if we cheer for you, we don't even know what to call you. The demon ancestor had won 2 battles and finally restored everyone's confidence. Each and every one of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Demon ancestor. The demon ancestor spoke. What? Demon ancestor? Everyone was stunned. Such a domineering name? But why did it sound a bit like the name of an old antique? Wait, blood ancestor? Demon ancestor? Could it be that this person who claimed to be the demon ancestor was the younger brother of the blood ancestor? However, they had never heard that the blood ancestor had a younger brother. Demon ancestor. Jiang Yunshuang and Ryuko also stared at the demon ancestor, their eyes flickering. This was obviously a nickname. Moreover, generally, people who had such a nickname were almost all ruthless people. However, why was the man in front of them so unknown in the Sky Cloud realm? Without allowing them to think carefully, the demon ancestor swept his gaze over the hundreds of thousands of people from the Divine Kingdom and said, "Next, if you are not confident, you can come together." Together? Everyone's eyes trembled. These were hundreds of thousands of geniuses from the divine kingdom. He actually asked them to come together. What kind of contempt and domineering was this? Were all the possessors of the strongest battle souls so tyrannical? Qin Feyang was like that. This demon ancestor was also like that. However, the people from the divine kingdom had extremely ugly expressions. Asking them to come together was simply a humiliation to them. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yunshuang's eyes as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of people and said, "Since it is his request, then you might as well fulfill his wish." What? He actually climbed up the ladder and asked them to come together? Jiang Yunshuang, can you be more shameless? These days, when Jiang Qifei was arrogant here, didn't he often say such words? But has anyone from the Sky Cloud realm ever come together? You can't be so despicable. The creatures of the Sky Cloud realm immediately began to curse loudly. Chapter 3976. Isn't this what he wants? I'm helping him out of kindness. You should be thanking me. Jiang Yunshuang said indifferently. If he wants it, you'll give it to him? If he wants to sleep with you, are you going to let him sleep with you? A mocking laugh sounded, which was particularly ear-piercing. Everyone present was stunned, including the demon ancestor and madman. These words were too classic. Who was it? How could he say that? Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a young man in a golden robe standing at the back of the crowd. Who else could it be but the white-eyed wolf? So it's this guy. It really suits his personality. Long Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. At the same time, Jiang Yunshuang looked at the white-eyed wolf, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This is what you said. Why don't you fulfill his wish and let him sleep with you? The white-eyed wolf grinned, took a step forward, crossed the void, and landed next to Madman. Don't go too far. Jiang Yunshuang gritted his teeth. Ryuko smiled and said, "Don't be angry. Brother Wolf King is just joking." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He glanced at Ryuko and frowned. Who's your brother? Also, who told you it was a joke? Don't be so smart, okay? It could be said that he didn't show any mercy. The smile on Ryuko's face suddenly froze. This was really choking people to death without paying for it. The creatures around the battlefield all looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. Only this wolf cub dared to humiliate Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang so unscrupulously in public. Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't right, the white-eyed wolf suddenly laughed and said, "Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's just a joke." But before Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's expressions eased, the white-eyed wolf changed the topic again. He looked down at the demon ancestor and laughed. "Buddy, even if Miss Jiang offers herself to you, I don't think you're interested." Ah. The demon ancestor was stunned. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The speed of his change of face was really faster than flipping a book. Especially with his brain circuit, they couldn't react. Golden Wolf King. Jiang Yunshuang was completely enraged. With a loud roar, she slapped at the ingrate. The ingrate shook his head, but his hands didn't slow down at all. A group of them smashed over. That's enough. Ryuko stopped Jiang Yunshuang and said telepathically, "Don't affect our plan. This damn wolf cub, sooner or later I'll skin him and pull out his tendons." Jiang Yunshuang stared at the white-eyed wolf gloomily. His gaze was as if he wanted to eat someone. How could he say that to her in front of everyone? She was a woman. How was she going to face others in the future? The white-eyed wolf ignored Jiang Yunshuang's fierce gaze. He looked down at the demon ancestor and bared his teeth. "Don't you feel very proud that I'm here to cheer for you? Get lost." The demon ancestor's face darkened. Could he be more shameless? After so many years, his personality hadn't changed at all. Heartless. So sad. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and sighed. The demon ancestor rolled his eyes. The white-eyed wolf grinned and looked at the hundreds of thousands of people. He urged, "Come at me together. Let me see the power of the Eye of Despair." Damn you. He's too arrogant. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, kill him. These people finally couldn't take it anymore. Accompanied by angry roars, the people of the God clan activated their God clan mark. Profundities of laws appeared out of thin air. There were hundreds of thousands of people. What kind of scene would it be if they activated their profundities of laws together? The demon ancestor was still a little glad that he hadn't activated his 3,000 clones. Because in the face of such a battle, even his 3,000 clones didn't have the ability. Unless he had the eye of heaven like Qin Feiyang, he could duplicate the profundities of these people. Retreat. Seeing this, the reclusive old antiques of the various clans hurriedly shouted. Because these people weren't inside the enchantment, if they didn't retreat quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. If we can't deal with this, then can the Eye of Despair still be considered the strongest fighting soul? The white-eyed wolf whispered. The reclusive old antiques of the various clans were purely worrying for nothing. On the battlefield, the demon ancestor turned around and looked at the hundreds of thousands of people. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Just like Jiang Qifei before, the hundreds of thousands of people felt a sense of despair in their hearts. However, it was different from Jiang Qifei. These hundreds of thousands of people didn't instantly fall into the abyss of despair. They could all fight against this feeling of despair. Their profundities of laws didn't dissipate either. What's going on? The Eye of Despair lost its effect. How can this be considered the strongest fighting soul? Seeing this scene, the people of the Sky Cloud realm couldn't help but frown. The hundreds of thousands of people of the Divine Kingdom sneered. It seemed that the strongest fighting soul was nothing more than this. Even Long Chen and Frenzy couldn't help but frown. But there was one person with a hint of playfulness on his face. This person was the white-eyed wolf. This was because he had seen the blood ancestor's Eye of Despair in the Great Qin Empire. The fully activated Eye of Despair didn't look like this at all. It seems that the Eye of Despair has a limit. Ryuko chuckled. After all, there are so many people. It's not that easy to make everyone fall into a state of despair. The strongest fighting soul can't be truly invincible. Jiang Yunshuang said faintly. Have you seen the Eye of Despair? The demon ancestor's voice suddenly sounded. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang frowned. He actually asked them such a childish question? They hadn't seen the Eye of Despair before, but hadn't they seen it now? Did he dare say that he hadn't activated the Eye of Despair? It seems that Ryuko of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan and the Divine Lady of the God Clan are just frogs at the bottom of a well. The demon ancestor smiled disdainfully. His blood-red eyes suddenly emitted wisps of grayish-white divine light. As soon as this grayish-white divine light appeared, even those who weren't targeted by the Eye of Despair immediately felt a strong sense of despair. This is it, the white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed. The fully activated Eye of Despair wasn't blood-red, but grayish-white. So, the demon ancestor's pupils completely turned grayish-white, as if there was a purgatory inside. When the demon ancestor swept his gaze across the hundreds of thousands of people, they immediately saw the sky collapse and the world being destroyed. This was an illusion created by despair. All the profundities of the laws also collapsed, falling into the ocean of despair, unable to extricate themselves. Not to mention them, even those who stood behind the demon ancestor with weak minds also fell into the abyss of despair. It was shocking. This was the power of the fully activated Eye of Despair? With such a fighting soul, who would dare to fight with him? Perhaps even people like Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang couldn't completely get rid of the shackles of despair. But at this moment, a thought arose in the white-eyed wolf's mind. He wondered if he could take away the Eye of Despair. After so many years, he had taken away countless fighting souls, but he had never taken away the strongest fighting soul. He seemed to be itching for action. If the demon ancestor knew about this thought, he would definitely turn hostile. What kind of person was this? He didn't even let off his own people. Although there was a storm in everyone's heart, aside from the hundreds of thousands of people howling, no one spoke. They all stared at the demon ancestor in shock. This person's degree of terror was definitely not inferior to Qin Feiyang and the others. If he comprehended the strongest profound laws, he would be a real demon ancestor. No matter who saw him, they would have to avoid him. Ryuko came back to his senses and looked at the demon ancestor deeply. He said, "Today, we admit defeat. Let's call it a day." "You admit defeat just like that?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. This was too boring. As expected, he shouldn't have come to join in the fun. Actually, he didn't plan to come, but he had no choice. When he heard that the demon ancestor was going to fight, he came to take a look out of curiosity. No matter how powerful the people from the divine kingdom were, they couldn't enter his eyes. But the demon ancestor was different. This was a man who controlled 3,000 incarnations, the strongest fighting soul. He had to have a rough understanding of his strength. I said, "Let's call it a day." Seeing that the demon ancestor didn't close the eye of despair, Ryuko raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Sush!" The demon ancestor immediately looked up at Ryuko. The moment his eyes met the grayish-white eyes, Ryuko's mind rumbled. His consciousness was swallowed by despair. He sat on the chair and kept trembling. His face instantly turned ashen white. The demon ancestor is still the demon ancestor. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Even though the demon ancestor looked calm and collected right now, back in the Great Qin, who could be more ruthless than this fellow? No one. Even Mu Tianyong couldn't be compared to the demon ancestor in terms of ruthlessness. After a while, the demon ancestor's eye of despair finally closed. But no matter if it was Ryuko or the hundreds of thousands of people, they all fell into despair. "Wake up!" Jiang Yunshuang saw the situation and suddenly roared. It was like thunder ringing in the minds of Ryuko and the hundreds of thousands of people. At that moment, Ryuko quivered, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He looked around in a daze and then remembered what happened before. He immediately lowered his head and looked at the demon ancestor, his eyes filled with fear. At that moment, he had truly experienced the terror of the eye of despair. "Don't talk to me in a commanding tone, and don't tell me what to do, because you don't have the right." The demon ancestor looked at Ryuko indifferently. Ryuko clenched his fists and rays of cold light shot out. "You think you can be lawless just because you have the eye of despair?" However, the demon ancestor didn't say anything else. He turned around and stepped out of the barrier. The people in front of him hurriedly retreated to the side and opened up a path. The fiend ancestor left under everyone's gazes without turning his head back. Powerful. Qin Feiyang, Long Qin, Frenzy, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Li Feng, Yunzeng, Long Chen, Masked Shura, and now the demon ancestor. Our sky cloud realm still has hope. Countless people muttered in their hearts. Without a doubt, the demon ancestor's battle was another encouragement to everyone. With the power of one person, he crushed hundreds of thousands of geniuses in the divine kingdom. How could this not be exciting? It was no exaggeration to say that this battle was enough to be recorded in the annals of history and be passed down through the ages. Chapter 3977. The battle ended. But the shock in everyone's heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. Especially Jiang Qifei and the hundreds of thousands of people from the divine kingdom. After getting rid of their despair, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If there were no rules in this friendly competition, if they didn't leave their divine souls in the divine kingdom, then this time, they would undoubtedly be wiped out. The Eye of Despair was really a terrifying fighting soul. They had no power to fight back. Let's continue tomorrow. The white-eyed wolf looked at the back of the demon ancestor, and his eyes flashed. He looked at Ryuko and grinned, and then chased after the demon ancestor. Ryuko and Jiang Qifei's faces were ugly. After drinking the last mouthful of wine, Madman also stood up and looked at the two. He smiled and said, "I'm afraid the first place of this friendly competition is already in the bag of our sky cloud realm. Tomorrow morning." After saying that, he also chased after the demon ancestor. Hearing Madman's words, the two's faces became even uglier. "Thanks for letting us win." Long Chen and Jiang Qifei looked at each other and smiled. They also stood up and looked at Ryuko and Jiang Qifei. Then they turned around and left without looking back. Seeing him enter a spirited state, the two of them almost went crazy. "Useless trash, why aren't you leaving?" Ryuko glared at the hundreds of thousands of people and left in a huff. "This debt won't end here. Wait and see." Jiang Yunshuang looked at the backs of Madman and the others, and his eyes flashed coldly. Then he turned around and glared at the hundreds of thousands of people and left angrily. Why are you glaring at us? The opponent has the strongest fighting soul, the eye of despair. What can we do? The hundreds of thousands of people were aggrieved. If the demon ancestor didn't appear, who in the sky cloud realm could be their opponent except for Qin Feiyang and the others? There was nothing they could do about it. The news of the demon ancestor's battle quickly spread to the 4 continents, the forbidden areas, and the sky cloud ocean. No way. The demon ancestor alone crushed hundreds of thousands of young talents in the divine kingdom. Are you kidding me? I saw it with my own eyes. How did he do it? Eye of Despair. The Eye of Despair, one of the 10 strongest fighting souls. Furthermore, it is the evolved Eye of Despair. That Eye of Despair is truly terrifying. If it were me, I wouldn't even have the courage to face the demon alpha. Everyone was talking about it. The fiend ancestor, who had never revealed himself, officially entered everyone's line of sight. Of course, there were people who knew of the fiend ancestor's existence. For example, Elder Hua, the Alliance Master, Yi Tian, and the Master de Jure. However, although they knew of the fiend ancestor, they did not know much about him. This was because in the Black Tortoise world, the devil ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, and Mu Qing were rarely in the devil's land. Most of them were out training. They didn't interact much. Therefore, Elder Hua and the others were shocked when they heard the news. Sky Cloud Island. Inside the pavilion, the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the Little Rabbit gathered together. How satisfying. This fiend ancestor is truly an eye-opener. The 10 most powerful fighting souls are indeed extraordinary. It won't be long before another super terrifying figure is born in our Sky Cloud realm. There is no doubt about it. No one can compete with the fiend ancestor for the first place in the friendly competition. The people of the Divine Kingdom still don't know that this fiend ancestor has 3,000 incarnations. Once he masters the ultimate esoteric law, his strength will not be weaker than Feiyang and the others. Feather Emperor and the other 2 were overjoyed. The more powerful the Sky Cloud realm gave birth to, the more hope there would be. Naturally, the pressure they faced would be reduced by a little. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the mountain below. Following closely, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above Sky Cloud Island, shocking everyone. What's the situation? Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor were shocked. Azure Dragon and the other 2 guardian beasts also rushed to the mountain peak and looked up at the sky. They were now living on Sky Cloud Island, because the Sky Cloud Divine Treasure would open once every 100 years. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Little Rabbit simply let them stay on Sky Cloud Island in the future to avoid the trouble of running around. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. This was obviously the phenomenon of the heavenly tribulation. What's going on? Who is going to transcend the tribulation? Is there anyone else in your cultivation cave? Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor looked at Little Rabbit in surprise. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint Uncle Rabbit. Little Rabbit bared its teeth. What are you talking about? Who didn't disappoint you? Feather Emperor frowned. You will know soon enough. Don't talk nonsense now. Quickly go to Sea Lion Island and get the sovereign divine weapon from the land of burial to help you transcend the tribulation. Little Rabbit urged. Feather Emperor looked at it suspiciously and took out a voice transmission stone to send a message to the god beasts in the land of burial. At the same time, Little Rabbit also notified Sea Lion Emperor and the other beast emperors to send all the sovereign divine weapons of the sea beasts. Shwa. About 10 breaths of time, a snow-white figure rushed out from the mountain below. It was a woman wearing a white dress. Her temperament was outstanding, like a fairy descending, stunning the world. She, Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor looked at the woman in a daze. Isn't this the Lin Yi that Qin Feiyang is looking for? That's right. This woman is Lin Yi. Although she has been cultivating here all these years, and White-Eyed Wolf, Mermaid Princess, and others have also cultivated here for many years, no one found Lin Yi because of Little Rabbit's deliberate arrangement. So until now, except for Little Rabbit, no one knew the whereabouts of Lin Yi. It's really her. Blood Ancestor looked at Lin Yi. He greets Senior Blood Ancestor, Senior Feather Emperor, and the 4 guardian god beasts. Lin Yi landed beside Little Rabbit and bowed to Feather Emperor and others. Obviously, she had already learned about the existence of Feather Emperor and others from Little Rabbit. Feather Emperor nodded, turned to look at Little Rabbit, and asked, "What the hell is going on? You said that she went to the Eastern Continent. Why did she come out of your cave mansion now?" Over the years, Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor occasionally followed Little Rabbit into the cave mansion, but they didn't find Lin Yi. This is to fool Old Third. In fact, this girl has been cultivating beside Uncle Rabbit since she came to the Sky Cloud realm. The little rabbit chuckled. "What? She has been by his side all the time? None of us found out?" Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor looked at each other. "There's no other way. You can only blame yourselves for being blind." Little Rabbit said, "Get out of here. Let me tell you, if Fei Yang knows about this, he will definitely fall out with you." Feather Emperor snorted coldly. Last time, when he heard that Lin Yi might have encountered an accident, Qin Fei Yang almost went berserk. "Fall out with me? No, no, no. He will thank me. If it weren't for Uncle Rabbit's painstaking efforts to cultivate this girl, how could she comprehend the 6 supreme profound meanings so quickly and even the ultimate profound meaning now?" Little Rabbit smiled proudly, turned to look at Lin Yi, and said, "Girl, don't talk nonsense with them. Hurry up and prepare for the tribulation." Lin Yi nodded, looked up at the sky, and stepped into the sky. Clang. At this time, the divine beasts of the land of the buried gods and the beast emperors of the heavenly cloud sea arrived at the heavenly cloud realm almost at the same time. Tribulation? The group was taken aback. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take out your sovereign divine weapons. If anything happens to this girl, Uncle Rabbit will hold all of you responsible." Little Rabbit yelled. The group came back to their senses and quickly summoned their sovereign divine weapons. "And the 2 of you?" Little Rabbit looked at Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor again. The 2 looked at each other. With a wave of their hand, the green cauldron, vanquishing magic staff, and illusory demon orb appeared. There were a total of 19 sovereign divine weapons. Coupled with the strength of Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, and Little Rabbit, it was not a big problem to deal with the heavenly tribulation of an ordinary law's ultimate profound meaning. On the other side, land of the buried gods. "Old friend, wait." The white-eyed wolf caught up with Demon Ancestor. "What's wrong?" Demon Ancestor turned and looked at him suspiciously. "Are you the only one who came?" The white-eyed wolf asked. "See for yourself." Demon Ancestor pointed at a mountain peak not far away. There were more than 10 figures standing on the mountain peak. The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. Dong Jingyang, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, 9 commanders. There were actually so many people? It seemed that little Qin Zi was the reward for the friendly competition. They were determined to get it. The 2 of them flew to the mountain peak. Frenzy and the other 2 followed closely behind. Frenzy looked at the group of people suspiciously and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" "Of course, there's a reason." Dong Jingyang smiled. "What's the reason?" Frenzy was curious. Dong Jingyang said, "Do you know why Qin Fei Yang asked us to participate in the friendly competition? Is there a need to think about it? It's definitely for the reward." Frenzy pouted. "Not entirely." Dong Jingyang shook his head and smiled. "There's another reason, and that is to come here and see if we can meet our old enemies." "I see." Frenzy nodded in realization. Others might not know who Dong Jingyang was talking about. But Frenzy and the others knew. "That's why we're standing here to prevent our old enemies from discovering us. Because when old enemies meet, they will repel each other. Standing here, we can discover them, but they can't discover us. In this way, they are in the light while we are in the dark. It's much easier to snatch their war souls." Dong Jingyang explained. Long Chen and Yun Xiang looked at each other. As expected of Qin Fei Yang's old opponent, He could even think of these details. White-Eyed Wolf asked, "Then did you find your old enemies in the crowd before?" Dong Jingyang shook his head. White-Eyed Wolf frowned. "Don't have too much hope for this matter. It's best if you can meet them, but don't force yourself if you can't." Demon Ancestor smiled faintly. "Of course you're not in a hurry. Because your Eye of Despair has evolved. It was so powerful before, fighting against hundreds of thousands of people. But now, we don't even know who our old enemies are, let alone snatching them." Mu Qing coldly snorted. Demon Ancestor shook his head and laughed. Long Chen pondered for a while and smiled. "Actually, as long as we have a clear direction, it's not difficult to find them." "What direction?" Everyone looked at Long Chen. "Those who have the strongest war soul are basically people with extraordinary talent. So your eyes should be on the famous geniuses and monsters in the Sky Cloud domain and the Divine Kingdom." Long Chen said. "Makes sense." Everyone nodded. Chapter 3978. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and said, "There are many geniuses in the Divine Kingdom, but the geniuses in the Sky Cloud realm can be ignored." "We can't ignore them either." Crazy shook his head. But Pei Tianhong was suspicious. Everyone knew the famous geniuses in the Sky Cloud realm. For example, Qi Xiaoyun, the first prince of the dragons, Huo Wu, and Yi Tian. Everyone had seen these people before. Apart from the first prince of the dragons and Bing Runing, no one had seen them activate the strongest battle soul. They had never heard of anyone activating the strongest battle soul. Therefore, the remaining strongest battle soul owners shouldn't be in the Sky Cloud realm. "Why?" Crazy's eyes flickered as he looked at Pei Tianhong and said, "Because we don't have the strongest battle soul. Even if the other party is standing in front of us, we won't know." Bing Runing is a good example. We have always been in contact with her, but no one noticed that the other half of the Eye of Despair was on her. If it wasn't for the fact that Bing Runing had no choice but to activate the Eye of Despair in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, no one would know that she was the other half of the Eye of Despair. That makes sense. Pei Tianhong nodded. The 10 most powerful fighting souls will only be able to sense each other's presence when they meet their enemies. Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Dong Jingyang have always been in the Black Tortoise realm. They have never appeared in the Sky Cloud realm, nor have they come in contact with the people of the Sky Cloud realm. If the other party doesn't activate the battle soul, we won't know that this person has the strongest battle soul. Therefore, we can only judge based on the situation of Mu Tianyang and the other two, and not our situation. I'll say something that you don't believe. Perhaps someone we met before had the Eye of Destiny, the All-Seeing Eye, or the Evil Eye. It's just that he didn't activate the battle soul, so we didn't know. Crazy chuckled. Everyone nodded. It did make sense. Take Dong Jingyang's Eye of Destiny as an example. Even if the person with the Eye of Destiny was standing in front of them, they wouldn't know. Only Dong Jingyang would have a repulsive reaction when meeting this person. Only then would he know that Hui Yuhao possessed the other half of the Eye of Destiny. Therefore, whether it was the Divine Kingdom or the Sky Cloud realm, anyone that Dong Jingyang and the other two had not seen before could be their mortal enemy. The White-Eyed Wolf pondered for a moment, then looked at Mu Tianyang and the others and suggested, "How about this? You guys go to the 4 continents and try your luck? That's all we can do for now. If there isn't one in the Sky Cloud realm, then our old enemy might be in the Divine Kingdom." Dong Jingyang nodded. "Not necessarily. Maybe it's in the Ancient Realm?" Madman snickered. "Ancient World?" The 3 of them were stunned. "Yeah. Although you stayed in the Ancient Realm for a long time, after you entered the Divine Prefecture, you were mostly in the Black Tortoise Realm." Madman smiled mockingly. If their old enemy was really in the Ancient Realm, then it would be fun. Hearing this, Dong Jingyang and the others smiled bitterly. "Don't think so much. After we search the Sky Cloud realm, if we don't find anything, we will discuss it again. In short, no matter how difficult it is, we will do our best to help you find your other half." Long Chen smiled slightly. "So kind?" Madman was stunned, looked at Long Chen suspiciously and asked, "Do you have any intentions?" Long Chen's face suddenly darkened, and he said angrily, "Can't there be more trust between people?" It's my fault, my fault. Madman waved his hand. Qin Batian, Eye of Reincarnation. Lu Xingyang, Eye of Destruction. Lin Yi, Eye of Oblivion. Mermaid Princess, Eye of Life. In addition, Eye of Heaven, Eye of Despair, Eye of Destiny, Eye of Evil, and Eye of Heaven. If they can all evolve, then the strength of our sky cloud realm can compete with the divine kingdom. Long Chen's eyes lit up. You know so much about us. You know us quite well. Madman was stunned. Long Chen smiled faintly. Not only do I know these, but I also know who has the Eye of Nothingness. Qin Feiyong's cousin, Lu Jijin. How do you know? Madman was surprised. Are you stupid? Ice Dragon and Small Beast know about this. As Ice Dragon's son, how can he not know? White-Eyed Wolf couldn't help but roll his eyes at Madman. That's true. Madman smiled suddenly. But White-Eyed Wolf frowned slightly, turned to look at Long Chen and asked, I heard from little Qin Zi that your father and Small Beast told him that the inner demons and Big Cousin are not dead. Is this true? How do I know whether they are dead or not? Even the matter of father and the others going to find Qin Feiyong was something that Qin Feiyong told me of his own accord. Long Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Because of this, he still had complaints in his heart. Then they better not be dead. Otherwise, little Qin Zi will settle this account with your father sooner or later. White-Eyed Wolf sneered. I don't want to care about their business. Long Chen shook his head. You're quite relaxed. There's one more thing. Dong Xingyang, you said that this world would experience a catastrophe in the future, and at that time, the owners of the 10 strongest war souls would need to work together. What is the catastrophe you mentioned? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. I didn't see it clearly. However, this catastrophe definitely exists. Maybe the fuse of this catastrophe is the divine kingdom. Dong Xingyang looked at the sky above the core area, his eyes full of worry. The divine kingdom. When everyone heard this, they also looked up at the sky above the core area. They hoped that this catastrophe would never appear. The core area. Damn it, damn it. At the top of the mountain, Ryuko stood in the courtyard, his face full of anger. Previously on the battlefield, he had been suppressing himself. After all, there were so many people watching. They couldn't afford to lose if they talked behind their backs. But now, when they returned to the camp, they couldn't control their anger and vented it. Their original plan was to use this friendly match to achieve some goals. As for the reward, they never thought that the Sky Cloud realm had the ability to snatch it. But they didn't expect that a demon ancestor would suddenly jump out and defeat hundreds of thousands of young Heaven's Prides with just a pair of eyes of despair. Hundreds of thousands of people couldn't withstand a single blow? Jiang Qifei and the others can't be blamed. After all, it's the eyes of despair. Jiang Yunshuang sighed. Not to mention Jiang Qifei and the others, even she and Ryuko didn't dare to underestimate the fully evolved eyes of despair. Then what should we do now? Are we really going to let the demon ancestor get the first place? You have to know that he already has the complete eyes of despair. If we let him get the ultimate inheritance of the strongest law, then even we will be threatened. Ryuko said in a deep voice. Not only us, but the entire divine kingdom. Once the possessor of the strongest fighting soul fully matures, even the divine king, the monarch, and the human race will have to be wary. Qin Feiyong is the best example. But the most outrageous ones are Long Chen, Golden Wing Wolf King, and Madman Mo. Their fighting souls are not the top 10 strongest fighting souls at all. Why do they have such heaven-defying abilities? Our divine kingdom has never given birth to such a fighting soul. Jiang Yunshuang frowned. This was really puzzling. Regardless of this, Qin Feiyong and the others have already matured. It will be difficult to get rid of them, but the demon ancestor must be killed in the cradle now. Ryuko's murderous intent rose. What do you want to do? Jiang Yunshuang asked. Immediately send someone to investigate his whereabouts. As long as he is separated from Long Chen and the others, that will be the time for us to act. Ryuko smiled coldly. What? You want to act personally? Jiang Yunshuang was shocked. Not only me but you too. This time, we have to work together. In short, we can't give him any chance to escape, Ryuko said. Jiang Yunshuang pondered for a while and nodded. All right, I will send someone to investigate. Don't let the people of the god race go. Let the people of the divine kingdom go, Ryuko reminded. I know. Jiang Yunshuang nodded. The people of the god race all had the mark of the god race. As long as they appeared in front of others, they would immediately be recognized. But the people of the divine kingdom were different. The people of the divine kingdom and the people of the sky cloud realm were no different. Just slightly change their appearance and pretend to be a human of the sky cloud realm. As long as they didn't expose their identity, no one would be able to tell. The next day, the friendly competition continued. But the demon ancestor didn't appear again. Because he was already invincible. If he appeared, no one in the divine kingdom would dare to fight. And the madman and the others also meant to let the demon ancestor accompany Mu Tianyang and the other two to the 4 continents to find their old enemies. At the same time, they could also experience the scenery of the sky cloud realm. After all, they had been in the sky cloud realm for so many years and had always been cultivating in the black tortoise realm. Moreover, they also wanted to give Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the other creatures of the sky cloud realm a chance to train. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the other 10 great commanders had already fought and also displayed amazing strength. Each one of them grasped the 6th supreme profound. Moreover, for example, Pei Tianhong once grasped the strongest law, the time law. But after these years of bitter cultivation in the Black Tortoise Realm and Sky Cloud Island, he comprehended another strongest law, the destruction law. Moreover, this destruction law had also been raised to the level of the Supreme Profound. And then there was Wang Changyuan. He didn't even have a single supreme law. Furthermore, he had only grasped a single profundity, the law of lightning's paramount profundity. As for the other 5 laws, he had only reached the 5th profundity. But now, not only did he raise all the laws to the level of the Supreme Profound, he also comprehended the strongest law, the devouring law. And he had also comprehended the Supreme Profound. The other 9 great commanders, compared to when they were in the Blood Hall, had also undergone earth-shaking changes. This was the benefit of opening the door of potential. If they didn't open the door of potential, then even if they had the law miniature, it would be impossible for them to grow so fast. In short, they had already become existences on the same level as the patriarchs of the 3 major races. Immortal God of War will continue to be updated in the hand-fighting bar. There are no advertisements in the site. Please bookmark and recommend the hand-fighting bar. Chapter 3979. Becoming an existence at the level of the patriarchs of the 3 major races. For this point, if it was before, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Because for them, the patriarchs and elders of the 3 major races were godlike existences. Even before Qin Feiyang and the others entered the Sky Cloud realm, they didn't know of the existence of the 3 major races. But now, not only did they catch up to the patriarchs and elders of the 3 major races, they were even confident that they would soon surpass these people and catch up to the reclusive elders of the various races. This confidence was naturally brought to them by Qin Feiyang. Now, every time they recalled the scene when they were forced to submit to Qin Feiyang, they couldn't help but feel emotional. Fortunately, at that time, they were sensible. Otherwise, they would already be wandering ghosts, not to mention surpassing the patriarchs and elders of the 3 major races. Because of this, facing the humans of the divine kingdom, as long as the other party didn't have an ultimate esoteric, they had the power to fight. But if there was an ultimate esoteric, it would be a different story. They were more tactful. When encountering a genius of the divine kingdom with an ultimate esoteric, they would take the initiative to admit defeat to avoid being humiliated by the other party. Because they could see that after being humiliated by the demon ancestor, the hundreds of thousands of people of the divine kingdom were suppressing anger in their hearts. If they didn't adapt to the situation, they would definitely become their punching bag. As for after admitting defeat, they didn't say that they couldn't participate in the friendly competition. As long as they had the courage, They could enter the battlefield again at any time to wash away their previous shame. With each battle, Pei Tianhong and the others' understanding of the laws was also improving. Although looking for a breakthrough in battle was a very dangerous move, the harvest was also great. The reason why they did this was because they were influenced by Qin Feiyang and the madman. Because Qin Feiyang and the madman often did this kind of thing, first forcing themselves into a desperate situation, and then looking for an opportunity to break through in the desperate situation. On this day, Pei Tianhong fought for the third time. Before entering the battlefield, his hands were tightly clenched together, and his eyes were filled with a determined light. Wang Changyuan and the others by the side noticed Pei Tianhong's abnormality, and there was a trace of suspicion on their faces. Just as Pei Tianhong entered the battlefield, a young woman of the god race also stepped into the battlefield. God race? Wang Changyuan was shocked. Even if the people of the god race did not grasp the ultimate profound, they were still not people that Pei Tianhong could defeat. Don't worry, old Pei will definitely admit defeat. The second commander of the Dark Guards consoled him. Not only the second commander, but the other commanders also thought the same. But this time, Pei Tianhong did not retreat. Facing the god race woman, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. What's the situation? He actually didn't admit defeat? Even Madman and the other two couldn't help but feel confused. This didn't seem like Pei Tianhong's style. Because these days, whenever he encountered an undefeatable opponent, he would take the initiative to admit defeat. But why was he so abnormal today? Boom. The battle was about to begin. It was true that the God Clan woman had not grasped the ultimate profound. Moreover, he had only grasped one ultimate law. The other 5 laws were all ordinary laws. In terms of strength, Pei Tianhong was above her. After all, Pei Tianhong had grasped 2 supreme laws. But this god race woman relied on the god race's god race art to suppress Pei Tianhong. In less than a dozen rounds, Pei Tianhong was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. But he had yet to admit defeat. He was as strong as a cockroach. After being beaten down by the god race woman, he stubbornly stood up. What is he trying to do? Wang Changyuan clenched his fists. Wasn't this courting death? Although Wang Changyuan was once Pei Tianhong's subordinate in the Blood Hall, because Wang Changyuan was the Dark Guard's commander of the Blood Hall, after all these years by Qin Feiyang's side, the two had long broken away from this relationship and became very close friends. Therefore, at this moment, looking at Pei Tianhong's situation, he was extremely worried. Should we help him admit defeat? Yun Xiang asked secretly, his brows tightly knitted together. Although with Pei Tianhong's current strength, he could not help them much, but in the past, Pei Tianhong had fought together with Qin Feiyang and made great contributions. He also understood Qin Feiyang's personality. As long as it was someone who followed him, regardless of their future strength, Qin Feiyang would not give up on them. Just like Pei Tianhong. Not to mention that Pei Tianhong's strength was slowly growing. Even if Pei Tianhong was useless in the future, Qin Feiyang wouldn't abandon him. Looking at Pei Tianhong's current situation, he could not help but be worried. If Pei Tianhong was here and something happened to him, how would he explain it to Qin Feiyang? Here's it. Frenzy and Long Chen stared at Pei Tianhong, their eyes flashing. Now, don't stop him. Suddenly, Frenzy seemed to have noticed something and waved his hand with a smile. That's right. If we interfere now, we will only harm him. Long Chen nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Yun Xiang's eyes were even more confused, but when he carefully observed Pei Tianhong for a moment, his eyes suddenly revealed a look of realization. So that was it. You are making me very annoyed. If you know you can't win, hurry up and admit defeat. The god race woman was extremely annoyed. If it wasn't for the restriction of not harming the other party's life, she would have killed him with one palm. But Pei Tianhong turned a deaf ear to this. Even though he was covered in blood, he did not retreat half a step. And at this moment, his expression was unimaginably calm, as if he was not involved in this matter. What was even stranger was, he did not activate any other law profound meanings. Now, he activated one law, which was the slaughter law. From the first profound meaning to the 5th profound meaning, then to the highest profound meaning, It was an endless cycle. Strange. His expression is too calm. Why do I feel that at this moment he doesn't seem to be fighting with anyone? Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang also gradually noticed Pei Tianhong's abnormality. Suddenly, their eyes trembled. Looking at the god race woman, they shouted in unison, "Hurry up and admit defeat." What? You want me to admit defeat? The god race woman was shocked. Everyone outside the battlefield was also bewildered, seriously doubting if they had heard wrongly. Because this woman clearly had the upper hand in this situation. Frenzy raised his eyebrows. Looking at Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, he said, "This is no fun." Ryuko snorted from his nose, staring at the god race woman on the battlefield. He said angrily, "Do you want me to say it a second time?" Seeing Ryuko angry, the god race woman unwillingly stopped. But the profound meanings of the laws did not dissipate. The other party was clearly at a disadvantage. Why should she admit defeat? You're Ryuko, I don't dare to go against you. I admit defeat. But even if I admit defeat, I have to make this person pay the price. As killing intent flashed in the god race woman's eyes, the profound meanings of the laws immediately attacked Pei Tianhong with terrifying might. This attack was enough to be fatal. The hearts of Wang Changyuan and the others instantly rose to their throats. If not for the rules not allowing a third party to interfere, they would definitely immediately charge into the battlefield. Seeing that Pei Tianhong was about to be drowned by the profound meanings of the laws, boom. But at this moment, a shocking killing intent roared out from Pei Tianhong's body. Following closely, a wave of blood rolled out. The battlefield instantly turned into a sea of blood, killing intent drowning in all directions. This is... Wang Changyuan and the others who were originally worried had a trace of shock on their faces. But very quickly, this shock was replaced by ecstasy. Because this was the ultimate profound of the slaughter law, killing prison. Clang! Following the appearance of killing prison, blood swords dripping with blood appeared in the void behind Pei Tianhong, emitting a sharp aura that could destroy the world. Boom! As these blood swords attacked, the god race woman's profound meanings shattered on the spot. "So this is the reason why I admit defeat," the god race woman muttered. She finally understood what Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang meant. They saw that Pei Tianhong was using the pressure she brought to comprehend the ultimate profound of the slaughter law. Making her admit defeat was the same as stopping Pei Tianhong. Because as long as she admitted defeat and stopped fighting, Pei Tianhong's comprehension would be interrupted midway. Unfortunately, she did not understand. In the end, her so-called fatal blow had undoubtedly fulfilled Pei Tianhong's wish. Boom! Above the land of buried gods, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heavenly tribulation descended. Many thanks. Long Chen stood up, looked at Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, smiled, and waved his hand. The heavenly god sword appeared. Its godly aura instantly exploded, blocking the sky above the barrier. Seeing this, frenzied, white-eyed wolf, and Yun Ziang also took out the yin-yang mirror, the ghost divine king, and the crimson dragon shield to help Pei Tianhong pass through the tribulation. Seeing this, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's expressions were extremely dark, and they glared fiercely at the god race woman. The god race woman lowered her head, her expression extremely terrified. If not for her final attack, Pei Tianhong would not have been able to comprehend the slaughter law's ultimate profound so easily. With Ryuko and goddess personality, they would not let her go so easily. "What are you still standing there for? Get out of the battlefield!" Jiang Yunshuang shouted angrily. The god race woman's body trembled. She looked at Pei Tianhong with hatred and flew out of the battlefield. "Get back to the divine kingdom. I don't need people who don't listen to orders." Ryuko said gloomily, not giving this god race woman any face. It could be seen how angry he was now. The god race woman replied respectfully, and then with a face full of hatred, she flew towards the core area. Gotcha. At this time, the first tribulation descended. Even if it was an ordinary law's ultimate heavenly tribulation, it still brought great pressure to the heavenly god sword. But it did not matter, because there was still the yin-yang mirror, the ghost divine king, and the crimson dragon shield. Frenzied, Yun Ziang, white-eyed wolf, and Long Chen were not weak themselves. Frenzied looked at Pei Tianhong, then at Wang Changyuan and the others, and shook his head. Looks like I have to work harder, or else it would be too embarrassing if these guys catch up. Actually, we don't need to keep watch here. One person is enough, the others go cultivate. Longchen said. Then who is left? Frenzied asked. Don't look at me, I'm not interested. White-Eyed Wolf waved his hand. Actually, even without the White-Eyed Wolf's words, Longchen and Frenzied would have directly ignored the White-Eyed Wolf. Because with the White-Eyed Wolf's personality, if they left him here alone, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? In short, the two of them did not consider the White-Eyed Wolf at all. Even if the White-Eyed Wolf was willing to stay, they would not be at ease. So this burden naturally fell on Yun Xiang's shoulders. Chapter 3980. Can I say no? Yun Xiang looked at the two of them. No. Who asked the Princess of the Divine Kingdom to give you such a great opportunity? Now in our Sky Cloud realm, you are the undisputed number one. The madman smiled. Yes. Since you are the number one, you naturally have to shoulder the corresponding responsibility. Longchen nodded. Can I be considered the number one? Yun Xiang's face was full of helplessness. In terms of the ultimate profound, he indeed surpassed everyone. After all, he now had 4 ultimate profound laws in his hands. But in terms of means, he couldn't compare to the madman, Longchen, and White-Eyed Wolf. Including Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, they could easily defeat him. Being humble is a good thing. But being too humble is arrogant. The madman grinned and looked down at Pei Tianhong. There was a trace of relief in his eyes. To be able to find an opportunity to break through in battle, this was enough to prove Pei Tianhong's potential. Pei Tianhong's breakthrough was also a great improvement for the Black Tortoise realm. Because so far, other than the demon ancestor and the others, Pei Tianhong was the first person to comprehend the ultimate profound. Why exclude the demon ancestor and the others? Because they were ultimately outsiders. They might fall out with them one day. Even if they didn't, they would leave sooner or later. But Pei Tianhong was different. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the others were tied to them forever. They were bound together for good or ill. So, compared to the demon ancestor and the others becoming stronger, he hoped to see Pei Tianhong and the others become stronger. It was also at this time. Jiang Yunshuang's eyes flashed. He turned to look at Ryuko and transmitted his voice. Follow me. What? Ryuko was suspicious. There should be news coming back. Jiang Yunshuang turned and flew into the sky. When Ryuko heard this, he looked at the madman and the others. He sneered inwardly and quickly chased after them. Where are they going? Yun Xiang looked at the backs of the two in confusion. He must be angry and wants to find a place to calm down. Madman's face was full of ridicule. In the distance, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang landed on a mountaintop. Jiang Yunshuang immediately took out the Divine Sound Transmission Stone. The Divine Sound Transmission Stone was constantly vibrating and emitting a hazy divine light. As the Divine Sound Transmission Stone awakened, a black-robed young man appeared. How did it go? Jiang Yunshuang asked immediately. We've already found their whereabouts. The black-clothed young man nodded. When Ryuko heard this, he couldn't wait any longer. Northern continent, in a city called Qianshan City. However, it's not just the demonic ancestor alone. There are 3 others. And they are all unfamiliar faces that I've never seen before. The black-clothed youth frowned. An unfamiliar face? Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang were stunned. We've secretly investigated. These 3 people are the same as the original demonic ancestor. There's no news about them in the Sky Cloud realm. The black-clothed youth said. No way. Could it be another 3 low-key terrifying heavens prides? Jiang Yunshuang was surprised. I don't know. The black-clothed youth shook his head and continued. As for their strength, I didn't dare to alert them and didn't test them, so I'm not sure. It's fine as long as you didn't alert them. Ryuko nodded, pondered for a while, and asked, what about the other things I asked you to investigate? We've already investigated them. Half a year ago, the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure opened in the Sky Cloud realm, and people from all races went there to gain experience. That's why Long Chen didn't let us enter the Sky Cloud realm. They're worried that we'll ruin the training they've organized this time around. The black-clothed youth explained. Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure. A trace of curiosity appeared in Jiang Yunshuang's eyes as he asked, since it's called a divine treasure, there should be a lot of divine items, right? There are indeed a lot of divine items. According to our inquiry, the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure has law miniatures, law inheritances, various divine weapons, and divine arts. It said that the law miniatures of the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure were created by Qin Fei Yang alone. Other things like law inheritances, divine weapons, and divine arts were created by various forces in the Sky Cloud realm. The black-clothed youth said. His inquiry was very clear. Law inheritances? Ryuko frowned. Don't misunderstand. Their law legacies aren't ultimate profound legacies. They're just pure law legacies. The black-clothed youth smiled. The law inheritances? Can this be considered a divine treasure? Do they have some misunderstanding about the term divine treasure? When Ryuko heard this, a trace of disdain crept up on his face. Although the law miniatures and the law inheritances are very common in our divine kingdom, they are extremely rare in the Sky Cloud realm. For them, this is a divine treasure. Perhaps this is the sorrow of an inferior civilization. The black-clothed youth shook his head and smiled. Anyway, they are a group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Ryuko disdainfully asked, what about Qin Fei Yang? We didn't find out about Qin Fei Yang's current whereabouts. The black-clothed youth shook his head. What? You didn't find out? He is such a famous person. How can you not find out? Ryuko raised his eyebrows. Indeed, we couldn't find out. In the past half a month, we have been monitoring people who have a good relationship with Qin Fei Yang. But listening to their conversations, no one knows where Qin Fei Yang is at this moment. And no one knows what he is doing. It seems, the black-clothed youth couldn't help but frown when he said this. Seems what? Ryuko asked. Vanishing from the world. The black-clothed youth took a deep breath and said, how can he vanish from the world? He must be hiding somewhere to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Ryuko clenched his fists. Ever since he saw Qin Fei Yang comprehend the law of life and death, his heart couldn't calm down for a day. As a direct descendant of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan, he had the purest purple gold dragon blood. Even he couldn't comprehend the law of life and death. How could Qin Fei Yang comprehend it? Although Qin Fei Yang also had purple gold dragon blood, could it be compared to him? And he already knew that when the king came to save them, he had talked to Qin Fei Yang in advance and wanted Qin Fei Yang to join the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan. A puny human being was actually invited by the king to join the Purple Gold Divine Dragon clan? What a preposterous thing this was. But at the same time, it also showed that the king attached great importance to Qin Fei Yang. So, his jealousy of Qin Fei Yang grew stronger and stronger. The black-clothed youth looked at Ryuko's increasingly ferocious expression and said carefully, we really did our best. Please forgive us, Ryuko. Don't talk nonsense with me. From now on, the people you sent out, don't go back for the time being. Do your best to investigate Qin Fei Yang's whereabouts. No matter what, you have to find him for me. I absolutely won't allow him to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Ryuko clenched his fists, his expression extremely gloomy. The black-clothed youth respectfully replied. Jiang Yunshuang looked at Ryuko and asked, then when are we going to kill the demon ancestor? Of course now. Pei Tianhong is undergoing the tribulation. Long Chen and the others have to stay on the battlefield to help him. They can help us restrain them. So now is the best opportunity. Ryuko sneered, looked at the black-clothed youth, and said, give us the coordinates, we'll go right away. The black-clothed youth nodded. Northern continent. Qianshan City. This city was very small. Just like East Mountain City and Tianfeng City in the eastern continent, there were only a few million people living there. Such a city, in the Great Qin Empire or the ancient realm, would definitely be extremely prosperous. However, in the Sky Cloud realm, it was really nothing. At this moment, On the street, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. For young men walked on the street, looking around. Their faces were filled with anticipation and shock. They were the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Dong Jingyang, and Mu Qing. They were looking forward to meeting their old enemy as soon as possible. This way, the battle soul could complete its evolution. Every kind of fighting soul had a kind of nature-defying instinct. For example, the eye of destiny, peeking into fate and predicting the future. The eye of heaven, seeing through the origin of the world, peeking into all things in the world. The eye of evil, controlling the 7 emotions and 6 desires of living beings, turning them into a sharp blade in the hand. Whether it was a human or a beast, they all had 7 emotions and 6 desires. In other words, all living beings in the world were under the control of the eye of evil. In short, as long as their battle soul could evolve, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. They would soar into the sky, and no one would be able to stop their advancement. As for the reason for their shock, it was because of their understanding of the sky cloud realm in the past half a month. These years in the black tortoise realm, they had devoted themselves to cultivation and were completely uninterested in the situation of the sky cloud realm. As a result, they knew nothing about the sky cloud realm. The humans and beasts they saw along the way had terrifying cultivation bases. Even in the Thousand Mountain City, one of the smallest cities in the northern continent, the average cultivation base was at the undead realm. Any one of the living beings here would have the power to rule the ancient world. Sure enough, there would always be a higher mountain. It turned out that when they were in the Great Qin Empire, they felt that the living beings on the first and second level of the divine ruins were terrifying and regarded as forbidden areas. When they entered the divine ruins and learned about the existence of the ancient realm, they felt that the ancient realm was a place that people looked up to. However, when they came to the sky cloud realm, they realized that the ancient realm was only SOSO. The strength of the sky cloud realm was already terrifying enough. However, now, there was a divine kingdom that was even more terrifying than the sky cloud realm. This made them wonder if there was a stronger existence above the divine kingdom. There's a restaurant up ahead. Let's go and have a seat. The few of them passed by a crossroad, and the demon ancestor saw a restaurant called Heavenly Joy Restaurant on the right side of the street. Heavenly Joy Restaurant was naturally the property of the Yueqing. However, the demon ancestor and the others didn't know because they had never seen the Yueqing before. The 4 of them walked over and were about to enter Heavenly Joy Restaurant, but Mu Tianyang suddenly frowned and turned to look at the street behind him. On the street, people came and went, and it was very lively. At first glance, there was nothing strange about it, but Mu Tianyang could feel a faint murderous intent. You finally found out. Dong Jingyang said inwardly. You found out long ago? Mu Tianyang was slightly stunned and frowned. Before we even entered Thousand Mountain City, I already knew that someone was following us. Chapter 3981. In front of the stall, there was a 1-meter-long wooden table covered with a layer of red cloth. Jade slips of different colors were placed on it. These jade slips were all deity arts. At that moment, there was a black-clothed youth with his side facing the fiend ancestor and company. He looked unremarkable as he stood in front of the stall and sized up the jade slips on the table. This black-clothed youth was the one who sent the message to Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Little brother, look around. If you see anything you like, this old man will give you a 20% discount. The stall owner was also a skinny old man. He looked at the black-clothed youth and bared his teeth. Is that so? The black-clothed youth smiled disapprovingly. These deity arts were not even considered trash in the divine kingdom. He actually had the nerve to put them up for sale. Of course. Go and ask around. Who in Thousand Mountain City doesn't know that I have always been honest when doing business? The old man patted his chest and made a solemn vow. But when the stall owners heard the old man's words, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. The black-clothed youth smiled faintly. While observing the demon ancestor and the others, he pretended to bargain with the old man. Your disguise is quite good. Dong Jingyang snickered. Since you already knew, why didn't you tell us? Mu Qing frowned. I just want to see how alert you are. All these years in the Black Tortoise realm, I was worried that your alertness would deteriorate. Dong Xingyang thought. The demon ancestor and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. But then again, who would follow us? Mu Qing frowned. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while and said, the demon ancestor's name has spread throughout the sky cloud realm. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to follow us. You mean this person is from the 3 major races? Mu Qing asked. People from the 3 major races or even the entire sky cloud realm have no need to follow us. Because now we are not enemies with them. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed. He glanced at the demon ancestor and said meaningfully, this person should be coming for you. Not necessarily. The fiend ancestor shook his head. Save it. As expected, this person must be from the divine kingdom. The people of the divine kingdom don't know us at all, so the only person they're following is you. In other words, you've already attracted the attention of Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Mu Tianyang smiled mockingly. The fiend ancestor sighed helplessly. If he had known, he would have changed his appearance. Then what are they trying to do? Mu Qing was doubtful. 2 possibilities. The first one took a fancy to the devil ancestor's strength and wanted to bribe him. The second possibility, Mu Tianyang inadvertently glanced at the black-clothed youth. He looked at Mu Qing and transmitted his voice, kill the demon ancestor. Mu Qing was shocked. We have no contact with the divine kingdom at all. There are only 2 possibilities. But in comparison, I'm leaning towards the latter. Dong Xingyang analyzed. What do you mean? Mu Qing was puzzled. Dong Xingyang smiled and said, if the divine kingdom is here to bribe the demon ancestor, they don't have to follow us stealthily. They can just show up and talk to us directly. Hearing this, Mu Qing secretly smiled and said, then let's part ways with the demon ancestor now, lest we get hurt accidentally. Sorry, it's too late. You've been with me all this time. How can the other party not notice you? The demon ancestor looked at the 3 of them gloatingly. You're still gloating? Mu Tianyang's face darkened and he said angrily, hurry up and think of a way to deal with this. If we didn't find out that he was following us, it would naturally be difficult to deal with. But now we found out. Since we found out, isn't it easy to get rid of him? The demon ancestor smiled confidently, not taking it to heart at all. Hearing this, Dong Xingyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other with a smile at the corner of their mouths. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, a waiter in the Tianyue restaurant discovered the demon ancestor and recognized him at a glance. At first, he thought he was seeing things. Why would such an unparalleled big shot come to a small city like Qianshan City? But when he rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the demon ancestor again, he realized that it was really him. He immediately ran out excitedly and bowed. I'm Li Si. Greetings, Lord Demon Ancestor. The demon ancestor was stunned and looked at Li Si suspiciously. I'm a waiter in the Tianyue restaurant. I've long heard of your deeds. I didn't expect to see you with my own eyes today. I'm really lucky. Li Si was still a young man. Looking at the demon ancestor who defeated hundreds of thousands of divine kingdom's geniuses by himself, his face was full of admiration. The demon ancestor laughed and waved his hand. I'm not a big shot. You don't have to be so polite. You're too good at joking. If you're not a big shot, then who is? Li Si shook his head and smiled. He looked at the 4 of them and asked, are the 4 of you going to eat? Yes, we're going to sit. The demon ancestor nodded. Then, please come in. Li Si quickly retreated to the side. The demon ancestor pondered for a moment and smiled. I suddenly remembered that I have something to take care of. I'll come back another day. If the people from the divine kingdom were really here to kill him, then he might implicate the Tianyue restaurant if he openly entered it now. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment appeared on Li Si's face. However, he didn't dare to force the demon ancestor to stay. He smiled obsequiously and said, all right, if you come to Qianshan City again in the future, you must come to the Tianyue restaurant. All right. The demon ancestor nodded and looked at Mu Tianyang and the other 2. He then looked at Li Si and said, however, I hope you can help me with something. What is it? Li Si asked, overwhelmed by the favor. The demon ancestor turned sideways and used his body as a hand to point at the black-clothed youth. Li Si looked over. "Don't look at me so openly." The demon ancestor was immediately on alert. Li Si was shocked and immediately retracted his gaze. He glanced at the black-clothed youth from the corner of his eyes. "This person has some ill intentions towards me." Later, the demon ancestor secretly instructed, "Leave it to me." After Li Si heard this, he immediately patted his chest and said, "Thank you." The demon ancestor said gratefully and gave a look to Mu Tianyang and the other two. Then, the four of them turned around and left as if nothing had happened. 3 lackeys, and their auras aren't weak. As expected of a big shot. Just as the 4 of them turned around, Li Si muttered something that almost made Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang go berserk. He actually said that they were the demon ancestors' lackeys? What I say? Have you ever seen lackeys with such outstanding temperaments? At the same time, when the black-clothed youth saw the 4 of them leave, he immediately put down the jade slip in his hand and chased after them. "Little brother, what's the meaning of this? After looking at it for so long, you actually don't want it. Aren't you wasting my time? No, you have to buy a jade slip today. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." The old stall owner reacted quickly and grabbed the black-clothed youth. "I don't need it." The black-clothed youth shook off the old man forcefully. "If you don't need it, what are you looking at here for? Are you messing with this old man?" The old man grabbed the black-clothed youth again and refused to let go no matter what. Seeing that the demon ancestor and the other 3 were about to disappear at the end of the street, the black-clothed youth was extremely anxious. He took out a large pile of soul stones and threw them on the ground. Then, he shook off the old man and sped away like lightning. At the entrance of Tianyue restaurant, Li Si had been shouting outside to solicit customers and had been paying attention to the black-clothed youth. When he saw the black-clothed youth running over, a trace of amusement appeared in his eyes. He secretly took out a jade bottle, and when the black-clothed youth ran in front of him, he bumped into him. The black-clothed youth was caught off guard and immediately staggered, falling flat on his face. Li Si also let out a miserable cry as he pressed down on the black-clothed youth's back. The jade bottle in his hand shattered on the spot. Scram! The black-clothed youth only had eyes for the demon ancestor and the other 3 as he immediately roared. Li Si got up. The black-clothed youth stood up as well and glared at Li Si. He was about to continue chasing after the demon ancestor and the other 3. But suddenly, Li Si grabbed the black-clothed youth and said angrily, "You want to leave after bumping into someone?" "I bumped into someone?" The black-clothed youth was stunned. He was so angry that he laughed. This person clearly didn't have eyes and ran over to bump into him, but in the end, he was the one who made the accusation. But now, he really wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with Li Si. He threw down a pile of soul stones and was about to leave. Because now, the demon ancestor and the other 3 had already turned into another street and disappeared. If he didn't follow them, he would definitely lose them. "You're not allowed to leave." Li Si grabbed the black-clothed youth tightly and shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone, come and judge. This person bumped into me and even broke my treasure bottle. But now, he doesn't even have a word of apology." After he shouted, the people on the street immediately surrounded him. "Are you done yet? Didn't I already give you the soul stones as compensation?" The black-clothed youth said angrily. It could be said that he was burning with anxiety. "My jade bottle is a priceless treasure. You want to use these few soul stones to send me away? Dream on." Li Si roared. "Li Si, what treasure can you have? Don't be blackmailing us. You have to know that you're now a waiter of Tianyue restaurant. If you blackmail us here, it will affect Tianyue restaurant's reputation." The onlookers were customers who heard the commotion in the restaurant and ran out to watch the show. There were also the peddlers on the surrounding streets. They often interacted with Li Si, so they naturally knew about Li Si's family background. "I'm blackmailing you? Are you all blind? Can't you see that my treasure bottle is in such a state?" Li Si pointed at the fragments on the ground. Everyone had long seen the fragments. Judging from the luster, it was simply an ordinary jade bottle. Priceless treasure? How dare he say that? At this moment, 4 middle-aged men walked over, squeezed through the crowd and came to Li Si's side. These 4 people were all pot-bellied and looked like nouveau riche at first glance. However, there was a glimmer in their eyes. They were none other than the demon ancestor and the other 3 who had returned. Originally, with Li Si helping to hold back the black-clothed youth, they wanted to leave and not cause trouble. But thinking back, even the divine kingdom wanted to harm them. Why should they be polite? If they did not teach these people a lesson, they would think that they were easy to bully. Everyone be quiet. I'm a jade merchant. I can tell the benefits of jade at a glance. Let me take a look. Mu Qing walked to the fragments on the ground with her potbelly. She casually picked up a fragment and looked at it carefully. The black-clothed youth was extremely anxious. His gaze would occasionally look at the end of the street. Little did he know that the person he was looking for was standing in front of him at this moment. Chapter 3982. Everyone looked at Mu Qing. Mu Qing observed for a while and shook her head. This is just a very ordinary jade. It's not worth anything at all. Li Si, did you hear that? You're blackmailing us. Priceless treasure? Do you think we're fools? Disdain appeared on everyone's faces. Li Si felt a little guilty. Everyone, don't be anxious. Li Si is from Tianyue building. He definitely won't blackmail us. Since he said that it's a priceless treasure, there must be a reason. Mu Qing raised her hands and gestured slightly. Everyone quietened down. Then she turned to look at Li Si and asked, "Tell us about the origin of this jade bottle." Li Si looked at Mu Qing suspiciously. "It's us." Mu Qing transmitted her voice to him. Li Si was even more puzzled. He glanced at the 4 of them and suddenly seemed to think of something. A trace of excitement crept up in his heart and he said to himself, "Could it be that you guys are—" "Yes." Mu Qing smiled secretly. "Why haven't you guys left?" Li Si was bewildered. "Let's make this person suffer." Mu Qing transmitted her voice to him. Li Si was suddenly enlightened. He sorted out his emotions and looked at everyone. "Although my jade bottle is worthless, to me, it's a priceless treasure. Aren't you being shameless?" The young man in black said angrily. "How can I be shameless? This jade bottle was passed down by our Li family's ancestors. And it's the only thing my parents left for me when they were alive. Its significance to me can't be measured in terms of value." Li Si glared at the young man in black angrily. "So it's an ancestral item." Mu Qing revealed a look of realization and nodded. If it's an ancestral item, the meaning is naturally different. Even if it's a piece of rotten stone, as long as it's an ancestral item, it's irreplaceable to the descendants, let alone a jade item. That's right. Every time I miss my parents, I'll look at this jade bottle. Now, he broke my jade bottle, which is equivalent to shattering my hope for life. Li Si said angrily. Understood, understood. Mu Qing patted Li Si on the shoulder and sighed deeply. After that, he turned to look at the young man in black and said with displeasure, "Brother, you're in the wrong. That's something that's been passed down from his ancestors. Now that you've broken it, let's not talk about compensation. First of all, you have to correct your attitude." The others also began to sympathize with Li Si as they looked at the black-clothed youth with dissatisfaction. The black-clothed youth was in no mood to care about this. He looked anxiously at Li Si and said, "It's my fault. I apologize to you. Tell me, what compensation do you want?" "I don't want compensation." Li Si shook her head. "If you don't want compensation, then don't stop me. I have something urgent to deal with. How about this? When I'm done with my business, I'll come and thank you. Is that okay?" The black-clothed youth was on the verge of tears. Why were the people of the Sky Cloud realm so unreasonable? If it weren't for the monarch's order to not kill the innocent in the Sky Cloud realm, with his violent temper, he would have already made his move. Li Si shook her head. "Then what do you want?" The black-clothed youth held back his anger and asked anxiously. Li Si said, "My request is very simple. Kneel down and apologize to my parents." "What? Kneel down and apologize?" When the black-clothed youth heard this, he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. He grabbed Li Si's neck and roared, "Do you want to die?" This person is a bully. Everyone come and see. Where's the justice? Li Si immediately used all the strength in his body and roared. More and more people gathered. When they learned of the situation here, they all glared at the black-clothed youth. Mu Qing smiled secretly. Looking at the black-clothed youth, she kindly advised, "Brother, you may be very strong and not afraid of everyone. But I advise you, don't provoke public anger." "So what if I provoke public anger?" The black-clothed youth was so angry that he laughed. As a genius of the human clan of the divine kingdom, why would he be afraid of ants like you? I wanted to be a good person and resolve your conflict. But since you said so, I can't help it. Mu Qing shook her head and sighed. Looking at the people around, she said, "Everyone heard it. This person doesn't take us seriously at all. He even has the feeling that he wants to massacre the city." Massacre the city? How dare he? I'll go to the land of buried gods now and find Long Chen and the lunatic to help us. The people around were furious. Long Chen, the lunatic. The black-clothed youth's eyes flashed. He quickly let go of Li Si and glared at Mu Qing. He shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I say that I want to massacre the city? I didn't say that you really want to massacre the city. Why are you so nervous? Do you really think so?" Mu Qing was surprised. "You're talking nonsense." The black-clothed youth was furious. Actually, Li Si's request is not too much. Although the jade bottle is worthless, it's the only thing his parents left him. Now that you've broken it, you should naturally express your gratitude. There's a saying that the dead are older than me. Actually, it's not a big deal to kneel down and apologize to the dead. Mu Qing smiled and acted like a peacemaker, which made the black-clothed youth gnash his teeth in anger. "If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let you go." Li Si kept grabbing the black-clothed youth's arm and continued, "If you think that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you, then let's go find Long Chen and the others and ask them to do justice." The black-clothed youth's face darkened. "Not talking? Okay, let's go find the land of buried gods now." Li Si opened a teleportation altar and dragged the black-clothed youth toward it. The black-clothed youth panicked and shouted, "Wait!" What? Li Si turned to look at him. The black-clothed youth shook Li Si off with a gloomy face. "Okay, I'll kneel down and apologize to you." Mu Qing and the other three looked at each other, their eyes full of ridicule. Li Si's eyes also had a hint of a smile. He snorted and said, "Not kneel down and apologize to me, but to my parents' souls in heaven." But the black-clothed youth nodded and knelt in front of the broken jade bottle. He gritted his teeth and growled, "I'm sorry." Li Si also walked over and sighed as he picked up the pieces. "Father, Mother, this person has already knelt down and apologized to you. If you know in the underworld, please forgive him." That sad look on his face made people sympathize with him. The black-clothed youth stared at Li Si and said in a deep voice, "Is it okay now?" "It's okay." Li Si nodded and said with his head lowered, "You can go. Be careful next time and don't be so reckless." The black-clothed youth had just stood up and was about to turn and leave, but when he heard the latter half of the sentence, he almost went into a state of rage. This person was clearly the one who made the accusation, but now he was still preaching to him with the attitude of a good person? Who was he trying to show? He tried his best to suppress the killing intent in his heart and ran to the end of the street. Li Si kept the pieces on the ground and looked up at the black-clothed youth's back. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He then looked at the crowd and cupped his hands. "Thank you for upholding justice for me. It's fine. We didn't do anything." Everyone waved their hands and smiled. They left in groups of 2s and 3s. Li Si retracted his gaze and looked at Mu Qing. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your help. I'm just saying what's fair." Mu Qing waved his hand and smiled. He secretly gave Li Si an interspatial ring and said to himself, "There are many soul stones in here. Take it as your reward." "Thank you, thank you." Li Si was overjoyed. Mu Qing smiled faintly. He looked at the demon ancestor and said, "Let's go." Then, the four of them turned and left in the same direction as the black-clothed youth. This Li Si is really a smart lad. The demon ancestor smiled secretly. Indeed. Dong Jingyang nodded and looked at the black-clothed youth in front of him. He smiled secretly and said, "Are you going to let this person go just like that? What good idea do you have?" The demon ancestor and the other two were stunned and asked secretly, "I want to confirm the divine kingdom's motive." Dong Jingyang's eyes flashed. "Let's hear it." The demon ancestor and the other two were excited. Dong Jingyang said a few words. When the three heard it, their eyes lit up and they nodded in agreement. The four of them disappeared into thin air and entered the spatial divine item, following the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth hurriedly ran to the end of the street and turned into another street. However, when he saw the bustling street in front of him, he was at a loss. There were so many people. Where could he find the demon ancestor? It was all that damned Li Si's fault. He held back his anger and entered an alley. He took out the divine voice stone. Buzz. Very soon, Ryuko and the other two appeared. Ryuko asked, "We have already arrived at Qianshan City. Where are you?" "I'm in the city. But I lost you." The black-clothed youth said. "What? You lost them?" Ryuko raised his eyebrows. The black-clothed youth nodded. "How can you lose track of such a big group of people? What use do I have for you?" Ryuko was furious. "I'm sorry, but things are a little complicated. The black-clothed youth lowered his head, panic written all over his face. "Shut up. You ruined such a good opportunity. Let me tell you, if you don't find them quickly, I'll cripple you." Ryuko's killing intent rose. The black-clothed youth nodded. "Hurry up and find them. Send us a voice transmission as soon as you find them. If there's a chance, you can take action directly. In short, you have to get rid of the demon ancestor at all costs," Jiang Yunshuang reminded. "Understood." The black-clothed youth replied respectfully. "That's it then." Jiang Yunshuang was about to turn off the divine voice stone. However, at this moment, four people appeared silently behind the black-clothed youth. They were the demon ancestor and the other three. Moreover, they had regained their true appearance. The black-clothed youth was still unaware. However, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang saw the four people immediately and quickly reminded the black-clothed youth, "Be careful behind you." "Behind me?" The black-clothed youth was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look. At the same time, the demon ancestor began to show his eyes of despair. The moment the black-clothed youth turned his head, he fell into the abyss of despair and was unable to extricate himself. "Are you looking for me?" The demon ancestor ignored the black-clothed youth and looked up at Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Ryuko's pupils constricted. Even through the divine voice stone, he could not help but feel despair when he saw the demon ancestor's eyes of despair. Chapter 3983. The black-clothed youth was controlled by the eye of despair as he stood aside, shivering. Now, even an ordinary person could kill him. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's faces sank. They didn't expect that the black-clothed youth, who was supposed to be a stalker, would be followed by the four of them. They even caught one of them red-handed. Their previous conversation must have been heard by the four of them. Suddenly, Jiang Yunshuang's eyes flashed, and his expression eased a lot. He looked at the demon ancestor and smiled. "Actually, we can talk." The demon ancestor was stunned. "That's right. You have the eye of despair, and your future is limitless. However, if you stay in the Sky Cloud realm, it will definitely affect your development. After all, a place like the Sky Cloud realm won't be able to display your greatest value. Moreover, the Sky Cloud realm stage is too small for you." Jiang Yunshuang smiled slightly. The demon ancestor and Dong Jingyang looked at each other with a hint of playfulness in their eyes. Then, they looked at Jiang Yunshuang curiously and asked, "What do you mean?" "What I mean is, you should come to our divine kingdom. Our divine kingdom, whether it is resources or background, surpasses the Sky Cloud realm by too much. Only by coming to our divine kingdom can you fully display your value. And as long as you agree, we will immediately report to the monarch and bestow you with the inheritance of an ultimate law." Jiang Yunshuang smiled. "An ultimate law, inheritance of an ultimate law." Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at the demon ancestor enviously. They didn't expect this guy to be so valuable. Dong Zhenyang smiled and transmitted his voice. Why don't you agree with him first, and after you get this inheritance, you can fall out with him? Do you think others are fools? The demon ancestor smiled bitterly. How could the other party hand over the inheritance of an ultimate law to him so easily? 3. Ryuko suddenly spoke. What? Jiang Yunshuang was shocked. Ancestor Fiend and the other three were dumbfounded. Ryuko waved his hand to stop Jiang Yunshuang. He looked at the demon ancestor and said, as long as you agree to come to our divine kingdom and make a blood oath to be loyal to the divine kingdom forever, I will immediately take you to see my grandfather. At that time, he will give you the inheritance of 3 ultimate laws. When the fiend ancestor heard that, he sent a voice transmission. Did you hear that? If you want these ultimate profundity inheritances, you have to first swear a blood oath. How could the other party be so foolish as to directly pass the inheritance to him? No one else would do such a thing. But speaking of which, the inheritance of 3 ultimate laws was truly an irresistible temptation. You might not know the strength of the divine kingdom. If the older generation of the divine kingdom were to intervene, even if you and Qin Feiyong had the strongest fighting souls, killing you would be a piece of cake. Don't look at the current situation. The Sky Cloud realm has been suppressing our divine kingdom. When the time agreed upon by Qin Feiyong and the monarch arrives, the Sky Cloud realm will inevitably suffer a catastrophe. You are a smart person. You should know what to do. Ryuko said faintly. In the face of the inheritance of 3 ultimate laws, he really couldn't think of any reason for the other party to refuse. The demon ancestor was silent. Don't tell me you are really tempted. Let me tell you, a person can't violate morality. You know better than anyone how Qin Feiyong has treated us all these years. Especially to you. Think about it yourself. How did you treat Lin Yi and the mermaid princess back then? How did Qin Feiyong treat you later? You can't be ungrateful. Mu Tianyang sent a voice transmission. When the demon ancestor heard these words, he couldn't help but look at Mu Tianyang in surprise. He thought that Mu Tianyang would encourage him, but he didn't expect that Mu Tianyang would reprimand him with righteous words. It seemed that Mu Tianyang had changed a lot during these years in the Black Tortoise world. This was good news. What he was most worried about was that Mu Tianyang would change sides at the critical moment. As for himself, as early as the end of the battle at Demonic Dragon Island, he had already turned over a new leaf. Mu Tianyang's worries didn't exist at all. He was just thinking about how to cheat the inheritance of the ultimate profound from Ryuko. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. The inheritance of the ultimate profound was not a cabbage. It didn't matter even if it was given to others. First of all, he must make a blood oath in advance. But a blood oath, even the sovereign divine weapon couldn't withstand it, let alone him. If he really made a blood oath and turned hostile after getting the inheritance, it would definitely be a dead end. After thinking about it for so long, you should have thought about it. Ryuko started to get impatient. The demon ancestor shook his head and laughed. He looked up at the two and said, if it was in the past, I would definitely agree to it because I used to be a person who would do anything to achieve my goals. This is more to our liking. Our divine kingdom needs talents like you. Ryuko smiled. But now, I don't need you. Now, I'm no longer such a person. So, I hope that you will stop bothering me. Of course. If you insist on bothering me, I can't stop you. But next time, find someone smarter to follow me. The demon ancestor smiled faintly and grabbed the head of the black-clothed youth. What are you doing? Ryuko's face darkened. Isn't this obvious? But I really have to thank you. Thank you for thinking so highly of me and coming to kill me personally. I will repay you in the future. As his voice fell, the demon ancestor exerted force. The black-clothed youth screamed on the spot. His head exploded like a watermelon, and his divine soul was annihilated. The black-clothed youth died, and the voice transmission stone also dimmed. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's phantoms also disappeared. You're courting death. Immediately after, an angry roar sounded in the suburbs east of the city. It carried a strong murderous aura and shocked the entire Qianshan city. The demon ancestor and the other three looked at each other and quickly changed their appearances. They turned around and walked out of the alley, blending into the crowd on the street and gradually disappearing. Whose voice is that? Why does it sound so familiar? The people in the city all looked in the direction of the eastern suburbs. Boom! With the emergence of a monstrous power, the entire Qianshan city suddenly trembled as if there was a huge earthquake. Crack! The surrounding city walls began to collapse. The ground also cracked rapidly. What a terrifying aura! Who is it? Wait, why does it feel like the aura of Ryuko of the Divine Kingdom? Ryuko of the Divine Kingdom? Isn't he in the land of the buried gods? Why would he come to our Qianshan city? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the eastern suburbs and stood above the city. Who else could it be but Ryuko? It's really him. What does he want to do? Looking at Ryuko in the sky, everyone's face couldn't help but turn pale. The next moment, Jiang Yunshuang also rose into the air. Looking at the furious Ryuko, he said, "What do you want to do?" "Massacre the city." Long Zi enunciated each and every word. That murderous aura-filled voice transmitted into everyone's ears. What? He wants to massacre the city? As soon as these words came out, Qianshan city was suddenly in a mess. Countless people rushed out of the city. Jiang Yunshuang was also shocked by Ryuko's words. He quickly stopped Ryuko and said in a deep voice, "Calm down, your grandfather has already issued a death order. We are not allowed to kill innocent people in the Sky Cloud realm." "I don't care," Ryuko roared. A terrifying divine aura surged out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. "I won't stop you. However, you know your grandfather's temper better than I do. If you let him know that you disobeyed his order, I hope you have the courage to bear the consequences." Jiang Yunshuang sneered. When Ryuko heard this, his eyes trembled slightly. His anger gradually calmed down. He glanced at the chaotic Qianshan city. After a long time, he turned around and left with a cold snort. Looking at Ryuko's back, Jiang Yunshuang sneered. She thought he really dared to massacre the city. From a selfish point of view, she actually hoped that Ryuko would massacre the city. Because in this way, not only would Ryuko be punished, but even the monarch would face the danger of a blood oath. For the god race, there were only benefits and no harm. As for her, anyway, she had already advised him, so he couldn't blame her. But regrettably, this Ryuko was all bark and no bite. However, from this confrontation, it could be seen that this demon ancestor was not a simple character. She wanted to strangle him in the cradle. But the result was that they were made a fool of. Why were the younger generation of the Sky Cloud realm so difficult to deal with? What? Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang appeared in Qianshan city of the northern continent. And they want to massacre the city? The land of buried gods. Pei Tianhong's tribulation had already passed by more than half. The news of Qianshan city also quickly spread here. Hearing this news, Long Chen, Madman, White-Eyed Wolf, and Yunxing suddenly stood up, their faces instantly gloomy. They were wondering why Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang hadn't returned after so long. It turned out that they ran to Qianshan city without anyone knowing. They are courting death. Madman waved his hand and a space-time passage opened. But at this moment, a space-time passage also appeared in the sky. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang both walked out. Madman was taken aback and looked up at the two. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. "You really know how to run." In the blink of an eye, you ran to Qianshan city. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang landed in front of them. Jiang Yunshuang said indifferently, "We just had nothing to do and went to Qianshan city for a stroll." "What are you so excited about?" "Stroll? The Sky Cloud realm is so big. Why did you go to Qianshan city? Moreover, there is news that you are planning to massacre the city. Don't you plan to explain this matter to us?" Madman's eyes were already suffused with wisps of bloody light. "Then go to Qianshan city and see if we have massacred the city or not." Jiang Yunshuang sneered. "You dare to act recklessly in our Sky Cloud realm and even put on such a face. Do you really think that I don't dare to cripple you?" Madman flew into a rage and instantly turned into a giant. The power of the all-evil seal rolled out. Looking at Madman at this moment, everyone felt that he was even more terrifying than Pei Tianhong's tribulation. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf landed beside Madman and a golden beast shadow roared out. At this moment, all the creatures present felt a fear from the depths of their souls. Chapter 3984. What do you want to do? Jiang Yunshuang's face darkened. If it were Long Chen and Yun Ziang, she wouldn't be so nervous. But both the Madman and the White-Eyed Wolf had means no weaker than the God race's mark. Especially the White-Eyed Wolf. She had already suffered 2 big losses at the hands of the White-Eyed Wolf. Every time she thought of the ability of the White-Eyed Wolf's battle soul, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. You broke the rules first, so don't blame us for being ruthless. Long Chen and Yun Zhang also stepped to the side of the White-Eyed Wolf. The 4 of them were imposing. The atmosphere at the scene was also solemn to the extreme. Especially the people of the Divine Kingdom, they were panicking now. Any one of the 4 people in front of them could crush the whole audience, let alone if they joined forces. Perhaps Ryuko and the goddess could only be crushed. As for Ryuko, he didn't say a word the whole time. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but because he was very sullen and didn't know what to say. Previously in Qianshan City, he was played around by the demon ancestor and the other 3, and now the Madman and the other 3 were aggressive. As the grandson of the Divine Kingdom's lord, he had always been the sun in the sky, the center of attention. But now in the sky cloud realm, anyone dared to ride on his head and behave atrociously. It was simply driving him crazy. Jiang Yunshuang looked at Ryuko and saw that he didn't speak for a long time. She was even more irritated. At least he was a man. Could he not let her deal with everything? If she had already eliminated the demon ancestor, she could still accept it. But now, she didn't get anything and still had to face the anger of the Madman and the other 3. What was this? Since coming to the sky cloud realm, nothing had gone smoothly. Seeing that the Madman was about to make a move, Jiang Yunshuang clenched her hands and gritted her teeth. I apologize, I'm sorry. Apologize? The dignified goddess of the god race was forced to take the initiative to apologize? I'm afraid this is the first time in her life. The people of the sky cloud realm muttered. They revered the goddess as if she were a god. After all, they weren't as strong as the mad scientist and the others. As for what kind of apology, they didn't even dare to imagine it. This was because it was even more difficult to make such geniuses apologize and not kill them. At this moment, another piece of news came. Qianshan City was not massacred. Furthermore, someone mentioned the fiend ancestor. Upon hearing that the demon ancestor and the others were also in Thousand Mountain City, Madman and the others were suddenly enlightened. They finally understood why the 2 of them had gone to Thousand Mountain City. You guys are truly shameless. Ryuko and the goddess of the Divine Kingdom actually went to assassinate someone who didn't even have an ultimate law. Yun Ziang looked at the 2 of them and said sarcastically. What? According to Yun Ziang's words, their purpose in going to Thousand Mountain City is to kill the demon ancestor. Damn it! How sinister! Everyone started cursing angrily. These people from the Divine Kingdom were truly shameless. Madman also mocked. You guys are really stupid. You actually want to kill them. Is that how you kill them? Before you take action, don't you guys investigate them first? When Ryuko and the mad scientist heard this, they became even angrier. Who said they didn't investigate? But they couldn't find any information about the demon ancestor. How pitiful! I might as well tell you guys that even we don't dare to underestimate their brains and methods, let alone you idiots. The White-Eyed Wolf sneered mercilessly. The 2 of them were shocked. So powerful? Moreover, the White-Eyed Wolf was talking about them, which meant that the White-Eyed Wolf wasn't just talking about the demon ancestor, but the other 3. The demon ancestor had the Eye of Despair, which was obvious to all. But what kind of amazing methods did the other 3 have? Whether you guys massacred the city or not, you guys broke your promise and caused Thousand Mountain City to fall into chaos. This is an indisputable fact. So, you guys must pay the price for this. Madman said. His words were as sharp as a blade. What do you want? Jiang Yunshuang frowned. It's very simple. Madman grinned and said, take out an ultimate law inheritance as compensation and we will let bygones be bygones. Your appetite is too big. Why don't you say that I'll give you all the rewards of this friendly competition? Jiang Yunshuang was furious on the spot. If you want to give it all to me, I won't be polite with you. Madman snickered. Impossible. Jiang Yunshuang shook his head decisively. They did go to Thousand Mountain City and caused a sensation, but they didn't cause any casualties. Why should they compensate? It can't be? Then let's see whose fist is harder. Madman took a step forward and threw a punch at Jiang Yunshuang. Jiang Yunshuang was furious, and the god race mark appeared between his eyebrows. The ultimate law of death, the 18 layers of hell, also instantly attacked Madman. Boom. One grasped the power of the root of all evil, and the other grasped the power of the god race mark. But the Madman was unarmed. But even if he was unarmed, he wasn't afraid and threw a punch at the 18 layers of hell. A deafening explosion immediately echoed in the area. Madman's body was like a demon god, and the lethality of his punch wasn't inferior to the ultimate law enhanced by the god race mark. The 18 layers of hell were shattered. Madman was also forced back a few steps. He laughed and said, the god race mark can only increase the power of the law, but this daddy's power of the root of all evil can not only increase the power of the law, but also strengthen my body in strength. What do you have to fight this daddy? Before he finished speaking, the mad scientist's laws of space, laws of destruction, laws of thunder, and laws of slaughter, for ultimate profundities, appeared in the sky. It's just like the rumors, he has mastered the 4 ultimate laws. So strong. He has already surpassed the previous Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin Master. The people of the Sky Cloud realm were incomparably excited. With such a peerless existence overseeing them, what were they afraid of? But on the other side, the people of the Divine Kingdom were horrified to the extreme. As expected of the existence that made Jiang Qin and Jiang Xing, the 2 prodigies of the god race, flee for their lives. It was their first time coming to the Sky Cloud realm and they hadn't seen Madman in action with their own eyes. However, the news of Madman fighting Jiang Qin in the Demon Palace had long spread in the Divine Kingdom. Not to mention the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom, even the upper echelons of the Divine Kingdom were shocked by this matter. After all, whether it was Jiang Xing or Jiang Qin, they were both top prodigies of the Divine Kingdom. Many of the older generation of the Divine Kingdom had to be wary of them. But in the end, the 2 joined forces and still couldn't beat Madman? One could imagine. This was such a shocking piece of news. However, many people who hadn't come to the Sky Cloud realm felt that it was a bit exaggerated, including the hundreds of thousands of people here. But now, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. 4 ultimate mysteries. Among them, there were even 2 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. Even among the prodigies of the Divine Kingdom, it was enough to dominate. So now they looked at Madman in fear. But Jiang Yunshuang didn't seem to admit defeat. Boom. The time law, destruction law, and death law, the 3 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws appeared out of nowhere. Retreat. Whether it was the people of the Sky Cloud realm or the people of the Divine Kingdom, they all turned around and fled. The 2 had already gone all out. If they didn't leave now, they would definitely be in trouble later. Pei Tianhong was still in the middle of his tribulation and couldn't leave. But he wasn't afraid. Because he had the mid-level Dominator Divine Weapon, the Heavenly God Sword, and the 3 low-level Dominator Divine Weapons. So many ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws? It seems a bit unfair. The white-eyed wolf laughed. The golden beast opened its mouth and shouted, "Strip!" Between heaven and earth, a strong wind suddenly blew. Jiang Yunshuang also immediately felt that the 3 ultimate laws seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and poured out of his body uncontrollably. Bastard! Don't go too far. Jiang Yunshuang roared. The 3 ultimate mysteries crazily attacked Madman. Aren't you the ones bullying others? You still dare to bite back. Madman snorted coldly. The 4 ultimate mysteries roared in the sky and collided with Jiang Yunshuang's 3 ultimate mysteries. A destructive godly aura burst out from it. Clang. But at this time, the heavenly god sword appeared. A barrier instantly appeared, enveloping Madman and the others. But even the barrier it set up was constantly distorting in the face of the impact of this divine power. Madman glanced at the barrier, then looked at Jiang Yunshuang and laughed. Then let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his mountain-like hand. With his current body, the giant hand was enough to cover the sky and the sun as it slammed toward Jiang Yunshuang. What a complete madman! Jiang Yunshuang's heart skipped a beat. If this palm landed, her body of flesh and blood would probably be shattered on the spot. She wouldn't even be able to protect her divine soul. Because the power of the source of all evil had already allowed Madman's body to have a lethality that surpassed a sovereign weapon. Boom! Madman's 4 ultimate mysteries couldn't beat Jiang Yunshuang's 3 ultimate mysteries. Because Madman's 4 ultimate mysteries only had 2 ultimate laws, while Jiang Yunshuang had 3. However, as Madman's palm landed, this gap was made up. Accompanied by a loud bang, the ultimate mysteries shattered in the void, then continued to slam toward Jiang Yunshuang. Seeing that Jiang Yunshuang was about to die under the giant hand, Ryuko finally reacted. He took a step in front of Jiang Yunshuang and activated his 3,000 clones. One after another, ultimate intents appeared out of nowhere. If this continues, even I won't be able to withstand the shockwaves of your battle. Sword of God shouted. Don't worry. His 3,000 clones won't be of any use. Long Chen smiled faintly. His god's domain instantly opened and directly enveloped Ryuko. A heaven-defying divine power appeared. The 3,000 clones immediately dissipated in the god's domain. But Madman didn't stop. Not only Jiang Yunshuang, but even Ryuko was under his giant hand. In other words, now not only Jiang Yunshuang, but Ryuko would also suffer a devastating blow. I promise to give you the inheritance of an ultimate mystery, Ryuko said gloomily. Ha! The madman suddenly laughed. Because of his huge body, his laughter covered the thunder of Pei Tianhong's tribulation. The giant hand also stopped above Jiang Yunshuang and Ryuko's heads. An invisible force rushed over, and the two were like fallen leaves in the wind, swaying. Chapter 3985. Madman's complacent laughter was undoubtedly another humiliation to Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, because they didn't willingly give out this inheritance, but were forced to do so. Now, they really had the heart to eat Madman's bones. So embarrassing. Jiang Qifei, who had fled to the distance, looked at Ryuko and Madman and muttered to himself. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang in the Divine Kingdom, which one of them wasn't a high and mighty lord? Usually, it was difficult to even talk to them. But now, they were completely trampled under Madman's feet. They even had to agree to their unreasonable demands to protect themselves. The inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate profound, frankly speaking. Not only Jiang Qifei, but everyone in the Divine Kingdom couldn't help but envy. If this inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate profound could fall into their hands, wouldn't it be great? Although some of them had mastered ordinary law's ultimate profound, ordinary law's ultimate profound couldn't play a role in this war between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud realm. Moreover, only by mastering an ultimate law's ultimate profound could one be considered to be standing at the peak of the younger generation. Unfortunately, for them, this was a kind of extravagant hope. Although the Divine Kingdom's resources were countless times better than the Sky Cloud realms, it wasn't to the point where everyone could get an inheritance. Resources like the ultimate profound inheritance could only be enjoyed by the most outstanding prodigies of the Divine Kingdom. That's right. Even the most outstanding prodigies might not be able to get it, but their chances were greater than others. Finally, Madman's laughter disappeared. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul also stopped depriving. In this situation, they naturally couldn't be too ruthless. In short, in one sentence, quit while you're ahead. Being able to force the two to submit was actually more satisfying than directly killing them. Moreover, getting an inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate profound was also a big gain. Yun Xiang's eyes flashed as he looked at the two and said, "Let's make it clear, The inheritance you gave us now can't be counted as the reward for this friendly competition. Okay. Just think of it as paying for our impulsiveness. Ryuko nodded. That's very true. As a person, you must not be impulsive. Once you act on impulse, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a terrible price. Madman snickered. Ryuko clenched his fists. His expression was extremely dark. He was getting more and more arrogant. Hurry up. Don't waste my time. The white-eyed wolf urged, his eyes glowing green. This inheritance could not be snatched away by Long Chen and Yun Ziang. Especially Long Chen. Yun Ziang was a little better now. He was getting closer and closer to them. Moreover, he was the disciple of the princess of the divine kingdom. Yun Zhongtian, Yun Guangwei, Yun Zifeng, and the others were also in the Black Tortoise realm. But Long Chen's position in the future was really hard to say. Ryuko took a deep breath and took out a palm-sized metal box. He glanced at Madman and the other three and directly threw the metal box at Long Chen. Because he had already seen that Long Chen and Madman and the others were not true partners. Perhaps this inheritance could be of great help to him. Let the four of them fight for it and break the unity of these people. However, Long Chen's actions disappointed him greatly. Because Long Chen was looking at the metal box and had no intention of snatching it at all. But the white-eyed wolf was faster than anyone else. He activated the moment of time and rushed up to grab the metal box. Madman and Yun Ziang could only stare at him. What's wrong with you? The white-eyed wolf grabbed the metal box and turned to look at Long Chen. He frowned. The inheritance of the ultimate law was right in front of him, but he was still indifferent? If someone said that Long Chen didn't want it, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Because in this world, no one could resist the temptation of the ultimate law inheritance. Some people want to see us fight among ourselves, so I definitely can't let them succeed. Long Chen smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He pursed his lips and said, "You're really great. But if you do this, won't this brother seem a little low?" Long Chen shook his head and laughed. "Don't worry about this, as long as you like it." "Since you said so, hey. Then I won't be polite." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "I don't think I've seen you being polite to me." Long Chen's face was full of helplessness. "Ha!" The white-eyed wolf laughed and slowly opened the metal box. At the same time, Ryuko looked at Long Chen and frowned slightly. What kind of person was this Long Chen? Not only did he realize his purpose so quickly, but he could also be so generous. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. At this moment, he realized, compared to others, Long Chen was more terrifying. Long Chen's terrifying place wasn't his strength, nor was it the domain of gods, but his mentality and his eyes. That pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through everyone's thoughts. Ryuko didn't know if there was anyone like Long Chen in the Sky Cloud realm, but he knew that there was definitely no one like him in the Divine Kingdom. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Madman reached out and stopped the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. He raised his head and looked at Madman suspiciously. Madman ran in front of the white-eyed wolf and stared straight at the metal box. "What are you doing?" The white-eyed wolf hurriedly protected the metal box behind him and said angrily, "Can't you learn more from Long Chen? Take care of me, the younger generation?" "You're still the younger generation?" Madman was stunned and his face was full of disdain. For the sake of the inheritance, he didn't even care about his face. Seeing that he was ignored by Madman and the white-eyed wolf, Yun Ziang coughed dryly and tried to make his presence known. "Shut up." But who would have thought? The white-eyed wolf and Madman stared at him at the same time. The corner of Yun Ziang's mouth twitched. "Who did I offend that I can't even say a word?" Madman looked at the metal box again and suddenly clasped his hands together and prayed sincerely, "Heavenly Spirit, Earth Spirit, please bless the inheritance inside. It must be the ultimate meaning of the law of death." Because the white-eyed wolf and Yun Ziang had already grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of death. But he hadn't. Therefore, if it was the inheritance of the ultimate meaning of the law of death, the white-eyed wolf naturally wouldn't snatch it from him. Get lost. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, his face darkened. He kicked Madman away and pretended to be serious. Bodhisattva, please don't let it be the law of death. Do you have any interest in going against me? Madman said angrily. I'm happy to do so. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Long Chen and Yun Xiang on the side couldn't help but look away. Please don't say that they know these two guys. It's too embarrassing. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang also had a look of anger. What the hell is this? But they were defeated by these two top-notch people again and again. Thinking about it, they felt wronged for themselves. As for the onlookers in the distance, they were even more dumbfounded on the spot. It turned out that these two great figures who shook the sky cloud realm and intimidated the divine kingdom had such a character. It was really a bit surprising. However, such a person is the true nature of their character. They don't think of others and only know how to backstab others. Finally, the metal box was opened by the white-eyed wolf. A terrifying aura surged out from the cave. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and immediately laughed. Madman had a bitter look on his face. Because the inheritance inside was the space-time law. Back then in the Skybell Divine Treasure, the Primal Chaos Divine King gave the Madman the ultimate inheritance, which was the space-time law. Yun Xiang had also integrated the space-time law's ultimate inheritance left to him by the Divine Kingdom's princess. The ultimate inheritance that Long Chen obtained from the Black Flame Demon Theta Wang was also the space-time law. In this way, no one would compete with the white-eyed wolf for it. Do you want it? The white-eyed wolf looked at the madman. Nonsense. The madman glared at him fiercely and turned to look at Ryuko with a very angry look. Ryuko's veins suddenly bulged as he said angrily, "What are you looking at me for? Do I have to ask you in advance what kind of inheritance you want? You should be satisfied with the inheritance I gave you." He really couldn't have too much contact with these people, otherwise he would be angered to death sooner or later. The white-eyed wolf looked at Ryuko and waved his hand. "Brother, don't bother with him. He's such a person. Just treat him as heir." "Who's your brother? Is he familiar with you?" Ryuko was about to go crazy. He really didn't want to see these people anymore. Otherwise, he would go crazy sooner or later. The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, "Don't be so cold. We can be considered old friends now. Old friends have to love each other." "To hell with it. You stay here and watch. I'm going back first. I can't stand it anymore." Ryuko glared fiercely at the white-eyed wolf and said something to Jiang Yunshuang before turning around and leaving without looking back. "Take care. Come drink and chat with us when you have time. By the way, I'll introduce you to a wife. She's definitely prettier than Jiang Yunshuang." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. Ryuko staggered and almost fell down. Jiang Yunshuang also suddenly frowned. "Damn wolf cub, did I provoke you? Why did you drag me into this? Prettier than me? Then why don't you go and find one?" At this moment, not only the people of the Divine Kingdom, but even the people of the Sky Cloud Realm couldn't help but sympathize with Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Not only did they lose the inheritance of an ultimate profound meaning, but they were also complained about by the madman. Now, they were being ridiculed by the white-eyed wolf. "You can't stand it? You're too weak. It's hard for you to become someone great." The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Jiang Yunshuang's mouth twitched. Fortunately, Ryuko had already left. Otherwise, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. She finally understood that Long Chen didn't compete with this wolf cub for the inheritance to prevent internal strife was only secondary. The most important reason was that he didn't want to provoke this wolf cub. This was a problem. If you provoked him, he would have 100 ways to torture you. In the future, if it wasn't necessary, it was better to stay away from him. You don't want it either. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chen and Yun Xiang. "No, I don't want it. As long as you like it." Yun Xiang waved his hand. Long Chen directly used his actions to prove it. He took a step back. "Righteous. You're not a friend for nothing." The white-eyed wolf grinned and put away the iron box without hesitation. He was really lucky. Originally, he had no interest in the friendly competition here. If it weren't for the appearance of the demon ancestor and others on the battlefield half a month ago, he wouldn't have come at all. Who would have thought that he would get such benefits? He really made a fortune. Chapter 3986. A moment passed. Pei Tianhong's heavenly tribulation was finally over. The ultimate meaning of the law of slaughter was completely formed. When he left the battlefield, Wang Changyuan and the others immediately went up to him, their faces full of joy. Old Pei, congratulations. Such a joyous occasion, you must treat us tonight. Let's go to Tianyue restaurant and have a few drinks. Good idea. Why don't I inform Yueqing now and ask her to prepare a table of good food and wine for us? Looking at these smiles, Pei Tianhong also felt warm from the bottom of his heart. These people in front of him used to be his subordinates, because the commanders were already elders of the Blood Hall. In the past, when these elders saw him, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. But now, everyone was like friends. This feeling was unprecedented. Seriously. At first, he was not used to it, because at that time, he had already developed a high and mighty character. Think about it. A group of former subordinates suddenly became people on equal footing with him. Who could accept it? With Pei Tianhong's character at that time, he definitely could not accept it. However, as everyone slowly got along, coupled with the influence of Qin Feiyang, Frenzy and the others, he found that this kind of relationship was actually not bad. Because in the past, it was purely superior and subordinate. And there was no trust between them, only interests. But now, when they were free, they could gather together and chat. When they were fighting, they could become each other's reliance. When they were in danger, they worried about each other. When they were in trouble, they helped and encouraged each other. No scheming, no disputes over interests. They became the most reliable comrades in arms, the most trusted partners, and established the purest friendship. So now they all cherished this kind of relationship. Jiang Yunshuang looked at Pei Tianhong, looking a little tired, and said to Frenzy and the others, "Why don't we end today's friendly competition here?" Okay. Long Chen nodded. In fact, it was all expected. After a series of events, whether it was Ryuko or Jiang Yunshuang, they were already mentally and physically exhausted. How could they still have the mood to play here? Let's go. Jiang Yunshuang waved his hand, and the hundreds of thousands of people from the Divine Kingdom immediately followed Jiang Yunshuang and disappeared from the inner area. What two fools! You can even come up with an idea like assassination. The white-eyed wolf scoffed. After all, the strength is right in front of me. Of course, I am confident that I can assassinate the demon ancestor. However, they don't know that the devil ancestor and the others are all old foxes. This can be considered a lesson for them. Long Chen shook his head and smiled. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Speaking of which, you should give the demon ancestor the ultimate inheritance of the space-time law. After all, it was because of him that all of this happened. He hasn't comprehended the laws of space and time, so why give it to him? Given the current situation, the inheritance of the ultimate profound must be used wisely." White-eyed wolf said righteously. Long Chen was slightly surprised and asked, "Are you Dao Ren?" "It's obvious." The white-eyed wolf bared its fangs. Long Chen rolled his eyes. How shameless. In fact, he also understood. Even if the demon ancestor grasped the laws of space and time, the white-eyed wolf wouldn't give the inheritance to the demon ancestor. This was because when he was in the Great Qin, he had specially investigated the past of Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. Among them was the grudge between Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor and the others. Although the demon ancestor and the others had been in the Black Tortoise world all these years and didn't cause any trouble, it was indeed difficult for everyone to trust them without reservation. Of course, one couldn't blame the white-eyed wolf for being narrow-minded, because no matter who it was, they had to pay for their mistakes. Shua. The madman took a step forward and landed in front of Pei Tianhong and the others. He smiled cruelly and said, "Not bad, not bad. Old Wang, you guys have to work harder too. Don't be left behind by old Pei." Of course. Wang Changyuan and the others nodded. Long Chen, the white-eyed wolf, and Yun Xing put away their ruler divine weapons and landed beside the madman. Long Chen smiled and said, "Such a good thing. Do you plan to tell Qin Feiyang?" Pei Tianhong shook his head and said, "Plus, this isn't a big matter. It's better not to disturb the young master." "Where is he now?" Long Chen was curious. "I can't say. This is the young master's order. Pei Tianhong smiled apologetically. We can't say it either? The madman frowned. Pei Tianhong nodded. This bastard. The madman cursed. Pei Tianhong was helpless. The young master was comprehending the laws of life and death, not slacking off. Why did he have to scold him? I hope he can succeed. Long Chen smiled and turned to look at Yunxing, saying, Then we'll have to trouble you. If there's any sudden change, you can't go alone. Send us a message immediately. Yun Ziang nodded. He also wanted to cultivate. Although he had mastered the 4 ultimate laws of life and death, they were all from the inheritance. He hadn't comprehended any of them yet. Besides, who didn't want to become stronger? But there was no other way. There must be someone here. Wang Changyuan suddenly said, Why don't we call Blood Ancestor and the others to help? This way, you can all go and cultivate. I have no objection. As long as you can persuade them to come to the burial ground. Long Chen smiled. Forget it. What's the deal? This is a dispute between the younger generation. The older generation won't intervene. We can't let the divine kingdom get hold of us. Moreover, they have fought for the Sky Cloud realm for so many years. They really should have a good rest. Let me keep an eye here. You guys can do it. Yun Ziang smiled slightly. Then I should be considered as someone from the older generation. After all, I am the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. The madman secretly laughed. Yun Ziang and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. If you want to be lazy, just say it. Why find such a lousy excuse? Although he was the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King, he had been reincarnated. How could he be considered as someone from the older generation? What's that look? The madman was dissatisfied. The white-eyed wolf suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Wait, if the divine kingdom learns that the little madman is the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King, will they use this as an excuse to make a fuss? This depends on whether they are reasonable or not. If they are unreasonable, then there's nothing we can do. Long Chen shrugged and smiled. In fact, the madman's seniority is really hard to define now. If you say he is from the younger generation, he is indeed the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. In a sense, they are the same person. But to say he is from the older generation, I feel that it is too forced. Yun Ziang shook his head. Who cares? Anyway, I am the madman now. No one can change it. As for the Blood Demon King, he has become history. The madman waved his hand, not caring at all. The past and the present life were already destined. There was no need to worry about it. The white-eyed wolf and the others looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, everyone took out their divine sound stones and suggested a contract bridge to facilitate communication in the future. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and pulled the madman to look at Long Chen. Little Chen, look, we can't find little Qinzi now. We have nowhere to go. Why don't you kindly take us in? What do you mean? Long Chen was startled. Nothing, we just want to go into seclusion in your dragon lair. The white-eyed wolf said. Goodbye. Hearing that, Long Chen opened a space-time channel and ran in. Don't be like this. The white-eyed wolf dragged the madman and chased after him. Pei Tianhong and the others looked at each other and asked Yun Ziang, What are they doing? How would I know? Yun Ziang smiled bitterly. The white-eyed wolf was full of evil tricks. Who could see through his mind? As for having nowhere to go, it was complete nonsense. The Sky Cloud realm was so big, where couldn't they go? Why did they have to go to the dragon lair? Don't worry about them. Wang Changyuan waved his hand and pulled Yun Ziang. Let's go to the Heavenly Joy building for a few drinks. Dragon lair. After Long Chen appeared, he turned and looked at the spatial tunnel with a helpless expression. Because he could already feel the aura of the madman and the white-eyed wolf. So, the madman and the madman also came out. What do you want? Long Chen stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. Nonsense, of course I'm here to cultivate. The white-eyed wolf said while looking at the current dragon lair. The current dragon lair, which was the former phoenix lair, didn't change much. Mountains stretched up and down, and green trees towered into the sky. It was a scene of vitality. What are you looking at? Long Chen was suspicious. Nothing. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and smiled. I haven't had a good stroll in the dragon lair yet. I'm going to take a stroll, you guys can do whatever you want. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. We can do whatever we want? Why does it sound like I'm the guest? Long Chen looked at the back of the white-eyed wolf in a daze. After a long time, he recovered and turned to look at the madman. What does he want to do? The madman shrugged. Who knows? However, this place was rather quiet and suitable for closed-door cultivation. I really don't know how Qin Feiyang can stand his personality. Long Chen shook his head helplessly and smiled. Since we're here, let's go have some tea and chat for a while. Okay. The madman nodded. The two of them flew like a giant mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a courtyard. This was Long Chen's residence. Around the courtyard, there was a small bridge with flowing water, birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was exceptionally quiet. But not long after the two of them sat down, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the mountain on the other side. The madman raised his head and looked over in surprise. When Long Chen looked up, he frowned. Damn wolf cub, what are you doing here? Following closely. An angry roar rang out. It was Long Chen's voice. After all this time, you came to flirt with this woman? The madman was stunned. Everyone was bored. Very soon, two figures, one in front and one behind, chased after each other. The one fleeing in front was the white-eyed wolf, and the one chasing behind was undoubtedly Long Chen. What a headache. Long Chen rubbed his forehead. He really couldn't let the white-eyed wolf stay in the dragon lair, otherwise he would definitely not have a peaceful life. But at this moment, the madman raised his head and looked at the mountain where the aura erupted. He didn't pay attention before and thought that it was Long Chen's aura, so he didn't think too much about it. But now that he saw Long Chen flying over, he realized that the aura that erupted before didn't seem to be Long Chen's aura. He pondered for a moment and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 3987. The white-eyed wolf ran to the top of the mountain and immediately hid behind Frenzy. There's someone you're afraid of? Frenzy was surprised. I'm not afraid of her. I'm just a man who doesn't fight with women. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Long Chen also landed on the top of the mountain. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's words, he immediately looked at Long Chen and said, Brother, what are you doing? Why did you bring them to the dragon's nest? Long Chen had an innocent look on his face. Do you think I want to? I don't want to either. But I have no choice. They want to shamelessly follow me. What can I do? Long Chen stared at Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf and said angrily, Hurry up and leave. You're not welcome here. Including me? Frenzy pointed at his nose. Long Chen nodded. The corner of Frenzy's mouth twitched. He was really implicated. He was the fish in the pond. Brother Wolf, what do you want to do? Frenzy transmitted his voice. Don't transmit your voice. I can hear you. Just say what you want to say. Long Chen looked at the two coldly. The white-eyed wolf smiled and said, It's nothing. I just want to introduce you to a marriage. What the hell? Long Chen looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. Long Chen also had a look of astonishment. Introduce a marriage? What was going on this time? Previously in the land of the buried gods, didn't I tell Ryuko that I wanted to introduce him to a wife? I think your sister is very good. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chen and grinned. When Long Chen heard this, his veins suddenly popped out. It was originally a joke, but he didn't expect that it would really help Ryuko. And he even had his eyes on his sister. This damn wolf cub. You want to introduce me to Ryuko? Ryuko of the Divine Kingdom? Long Chen still hadn't reacted. Look, he is the grandson of the king of the Divine Kingdom. He can get whatever he wants. Most importantly, he is the purple gold divine dragon. As for you, her looks are all right, but her personality is too bad. His talent is not bad, but his temper is too fiery. Overall, it's 60 points, just enough to pass. It's definitely not good enough for us, but it's more than enough for Ryuko. White-eyed wolf rubbed his chin as he sized up Long Chen. He didn't notice at all that Long Chen's face was already pitch black. His hands were tightly clenched together, and his eyes were about to spit out flames. Long Chen was also infuriated. His younger sister's temper was indeed bad, but it shouldn't be that bad. "I'll kill you." Long Chen went berserk, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws as she pounced towards the ingrate. Seeing this, Frenzy quickly hid to the side. It was better not to get involved in this matter, lest he got into trouble. White-Eyed Wolf shuddered and quickly turned around to run. "Stop right there." Long Chen was extremely angry and chased after him. Long Chen looked at this scene, glanced at Frenzy and asked, "Do you also think of my sister like this?" Frenzy looked at Long Chen with a stunned expression. How could he answer this? Say yes? Long Chen would definitely fall out with him. Say no? He really couldn't say such words that went against his heart. Is it hard to answer? Long Chen frowned. No. I personally think that your sister is very good. Frenzy quickly waved his hand. Long Chen looked at Frenzy's expression and snorted coldly, "Hypocrite." Frenzy laughed dryly and glanced in Longzuan's direction. A light flashed in his eyes. A long while later, White-Eyed Wolf flew over resentfully behind Long Chen. Long Chen was very pleased with himself. He didn't come to the mountain peak, but instead left directly. White-Eyed Wolf landed on the mountain peak and looked at Long Chen's back with eyes full of anger. "Yo! What's going on?" Frenzy looked at White-Eyed Wolf with a playful expression. With White-Eyed Wolf's strength, he shouldn't have been at a disadvantage. White-Eyed Wolf sat down next to Frenzy and snorted coldly, "I didn't attack her because of Little Chen." "Don't call me Little Chen." A row of black lines appeared on his forehead. "Then what should I call you? Little Ryuko?" White-Eyed Wolf chuckled. Long Chen looked at the sky, speechless. He stood up and said, "You guys talk. I'll go visit my mother." After saying that, he turned around and left. After seeing Long Chen leave, Frenzy immediately put down his teacup and sent a message. "Brother Wolf, what are you trying to do?" "I'm trying to find out more about Revered Dragon." White-Eyed Wolf's eyes lit up. As expected, Frenzy murmured. He had already thought of this possibility when he sensed that that old witch, she has always been with dragons, but she never showed herself. That's why I'm curious, what is she doing? White-Eyed Wolf thought to himself. "Did you see her?" Frenzy asked. White-Eyed Wolf nodded. His eyes looked dignified as he sent a message. "I can feel a sense of danger from her." A sense of danger? Frenzy's heart shuddered. With White-Eyed Wolf's current strength, there weren't many people who could make him feel a sense of danger. That old witch must have gotten a lot of benefits from Ice Dragon. Her current strength. I guess she might be stronger than Long Chen and Long Chen. White-Eyed Wolf sent a message. It's really different to have a backer. Frenzy could only sigh in the face of such a thing. If they had an existence like the Ice Dragon behind them to rely on, they would also be able to get whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, they didn't have that luck. Without Dragon King, the current dragons are even more terrifying than before. What is the meaning of Ice Dragon and Small Beast? They want Little Chen Zi to destroy the Divine Kingdom. Can't they do it with their strength? Do they want us to do it? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. I'm not sure about Ice Dragon's strength, but Small Beast's strength. I remember Snowflake and Bloodshed mentioned that many years ago, Small Beast swallowed an entire world in one gulp. You can imagine how terrifying that is. If even they can't deal with it, then the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, I'm afraid. Frenzy's face was full of worry. The road ahead was long and full of danger. The next day, not only Long Chen, Frenzy, and White-Eyed Wolf didn't go to the battlefield, but Ryuko didn't go either. There was only one person on each side, Yun Xiang and Jiang Yunshuang. Although everyone was puzzled, no one dared to ask. However, one day after half a month, Ryuko finally appeared, accompanied by a dozen people. These people all had extraordinary auras. Among them, there were a few familiar faces. They were Jiang Qin, Jiang Xing, the blue-haired youth, and the others. As for the other faces he hadn't seen before, they all had the mark of the god race between their eyebrows. They were obviously the prodigies of the god race. Why is there only Yun Xiang? The group of people came to the battlefield and saw that there was only Yun Xiang on the Sky Cloud Realms side. They couldn't help but be puzzled. I don't know. Long Chen and the others haven't appeared in the past half a month. Jiang Yunshuang shook his head. He's alone. Jiang Xing murmured. His eyes were full of resentment. Why don't we take the opportunity to entertain him? Although it had been so long, the scene of being suppressed in Soul Ceiling Valley was still vivid in his mind. All the time, he was thinking about revenge. All of you behave yourselves. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Ryuko glanced at Jiang Xing and Jiang Chen with a cold light in his eyes. Their pupils shrank, and they lowered their heads in silence. Act natural. Don't let Yun Ziang notice anything unusual. Long Zi then swept his gaze over the others, especially the 5 among them. He gave them a serious look. The group of people nodded, and then silently stood behind Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, quietly scanning the creatures of the sky cloud realm. About a few hundred breaths later. Ryuko, Divine Lady, I didn't find anything either. Me too. The 5 people that Ryuko paid attention to secretly transmitted messages to Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Not a single one? Ryuko frowned. Yes. The 5 people secretly responded. Jiang Yunshuang looked at Ryuko and transmitted his voice. Could it be a misjudgment? Impossible. Since there is no one in our divine kingdom, they must be in the sky cloud realm. Don't worry. There are countless creatures in the sky cloud realm. The ones that have come to the battlefield now are just the tip of the iceberg. Let's wait. Sooner or later, 1 or 2 will appear. Ryuko secretly said. 1 or 2 is enough for us to turn the tables. Jiang Yunshuang muttered. It's best if your old enemy appears. In this way, your eye of life can evolve, and then we will have an immortal body. When facing Long Chen and the others, we will definitely be in an invincible position. Ryuko secretly laughed. Jiang Yunshuang's eyes were full of yearning when he heard this. On the opposite side, Yun Ziang glanced at the group of people with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Why were there so many people? And looking at their expressions, it seemed that something was wrong. It seemed that there was a need to tell Long Chen and the others. When Long Chen received the news, he pondered for a long time, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Come to see me immediately. His voice resounded over the dragon's nest. Very soon. Long Qin came to Long Chen's courtyard and directly pushed the door open and walked in. Chief, I have a mission for you. Long Chen smiled slightly. What mission? Long Qin was suspicious. This is a mission that only you can complete. You will go to the battlefield now and help Yun Ziang, but not to help him deal with the Divine Kingdom's supreme talents. You will use your fighting soul. Long Chen whispered a few words in Long Qin's ear. I see. Long Qin suddenly understood and smiled confidently. This is too easy for me. I promise to complete the mission. Then I will wait for your good news. Long Chen smiled and opened a space-time tunnel to send Long Qin away. When the space-time tunnel dissipated, Long Chen's eyes immediately shone with a wisp of light. These supreme talents of the Divine Kingdom only saw the fighting souls of him, the white-eyed wolf, the lunatic, and Qin Feiyang, but they did not know that his sister's fighting soul was also very terrifying. Just wait. Soon, the truth would be revealed. On the battlefield. Seeing Long Qin appear, Yun Ziang immediately greeted him and asked suspiciously, Why are you here? My brother asked me to investigate something. Long Qin secretly said and glanced at Ryuko opposite him, his eyes full of disdain. What kind of joke was this? How could he be worthy of her with this kind of conduct? Investigate what? Yun Ziang was puzzled. Their purpose of organizing this friendly match. Long Qin transmitted his voice. Yun Ziang was stunned and said in astonishment, How are you going to investigate? The Divine Kingdom might have some ulterior motive for organizing this friendly match. However, these secrets were hidden in the other party's heart. How could Long Qin investigate? He could not force them to speak. Chapter 3988. Long Qin was stunned. She turned to look at Yun Ziang and asked, Didn't Qin Feiyang and the others tell you about my ability? What ability? These words left Yun Ziang scratching his head in confusion. They didn't even tell you about this kind of thing. How much do they look down on me? Long Qin snorted coldly. Yun Xiang was completely dumbfounded. What kind of ability was that? You will know in the future. Long Qin whispered and looked up at Ryuko and the others. Her dark eyes were faintly glowing. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice. For example, at this moment, Ryuko and the others on the other side didn't notice at all. The Sky Prides who came to the Sky Cloud realm for the first time all looked at Long Qin curiously. This woman seems to be very powerful. A young man from the God Clan said. She is Long Qin. Jiang Chen said secretly. It's her. Knowing Long Qin's identity, the new Sky Pride's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. I really can't figure it out. How can a place like the Sky Cloud realm cultivate such an outstanding woman? Ryuko, goddess, does the Sky Cloud realm have the inheritance of the ultimate profound? Someone was suspicious. Finally, there is a person with better vision. Long Qin laughed secretly. Hearing that she was outstanding, she felt very comfortable. Even the epitome of the laws can be regarded as a treasure. Will there be the inheritance of the ultimate profound in a place like this? Ryuko sneered secretly. In that case, Long Qin's ultimate profundity was comprehended by herself? This is too amazing. Incredible. Several Sky Prides muttered secretly. When Ryuko heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Long Qin from a distance and said quietly, "Do you have any repulsion towards her?" Repulsion? Long Qin was slightly taken aback. What did this mean? 5 of them said secretly. Then it seems that she is not the owner of the strongest battle soul. Ryuko was a little disappointed. Possessor of the strongest fighting soul? Long Qin frowned slightly. Suddenly, her gaze trembled slightly. Repulsion, possessor of the strongest fighting soul. Could it be that the 5 people who were secretly talking to Ryuko all possessed the strongest fighting soul? Immediately, Long Qin realized that this was an extremely important clue. He turned to look at Yun Xiang and said, "Send me back to the dragon nest." All right. Yun Xiang nodded. He had just arrived, and now he wanted to leave? It was a little strange. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He opened a space-time tunnel and Long Qin immediately walked in. Dragon Lair. Sensing Long Qin's presence outside the courtyard, Long Qin immediately opened his eyes and walked out of the room. Looking at Long Qin standing outside the door, he smiled and said, "Why are you back so soon? There must be some gains." Long Qin smiled proudly. "You got something just like that?" Long Chen was dumbfounded. This efficiency was too fast. Long Qin turned and walked to the edge of the cliff. He looked down at a certain place in the mountains and asked, "Are Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf both in seclusion?" Long Chen followed to Long Qin's side and asked suspiciously, "Is there something that you can't let them know?" "I'm indeed thinking about this. You should know that possessors of the strongest fighting soul are basically people around Qin Feiyang." Long Qin transmitted his voice. "I know this." Long Chen nodded and asked doubtfully, "But does this have anything to do with the friendly competition?" "Of course it has something to do with it." Long Qin sneered and whispered, "If I'm not wrong, among those supreme talents who came this time, there are 5 possessors of the strongest fighting soul." "What?" Long Chen looked at Long Qin in shock. Long Qin immediately told Long Chen what he had heard without missing a word. Long Chen listened and pondered for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Since they mentioned the word repelling, it seems to be true. So I came back to tell you immediately. Do you think the appearance of these 5 people is directly related to this friendly competition?" Long Qin frowned. Long Chen lowered his head and looked at the mountains with a thoughtful look. Seeing this, Long Qin did not disturb him. After a long time, Long Chen smiled and shook his head. These people really did put a lot of thought into this. "What do you mean?" Long Qin immediately asked. "I can roughly guess what they are going to do. They must grab the other half of the strongest fighting soul to fully evolve it. Only a complete strongest fighting soul can exert its incredible power. The friendly competition held by Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang should be to lure Mu Tianyang and the others out." Long Chen smiled and said, "In other words, They have the same plan as Mu Tianyang and the others. Long Qin was surprised and doubtful. Mu Tianyang and the others want to use this friendly competition to see if they can find their enemies and evolve their fighting souls. The Divine Kingdom is the same. I didn't understand why they would offer such a generous reward for a friendly competition. So this is their purpose. Long Qin shook his head. They were really willing to pay a high price. You can't trap a wolf without risking your child. Who would be able to resist such a reward? But it turned out that Mu Tianyang and the others were smarter. They didn't directly show up. Long Qin said with a smile. Long Chen was stunned and said with a smile, Qin, from what you said, it seems that you are looking down on the people of the Divine Kingdom. You can't blame me for looking down on them. They are stupid. Long Qin snorted coldly. Wrong. The people of the Divine Kingdom are not stupid. It's just that they are unlucky to meet you. Long Qin shook his head. Hearing this praise, Long Qin seemed to have eaten a happy fruit and asked, Then, should I tell Frenzy and the others about this? This matter? Long Chen looked at the mountains below and pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Let me think about it. You still have to work hard and continue to go to the battlefield to keep an eye on them. Find out what fighting souls they have. After that, he opened another space-time passage. Okay. Long Qin nodded and stepped into the passage and quickly disappeared. It looks calm on the surface, but there is a hidden killing intent. This friendly competition is really interesting. However, he could also understand Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's approach. Now, facing Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven and the Devil Ancestor's Eye of Despair, the pressure on the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom was increasing. Moreover, his fighting soul, Frenzy's fighting soul, and White-Eyed Wolf's fighting soul could also threaten the Divine Kingdom. So now, the 5 people of the Divine Kingdom must find their enemies as soon as possible, including Jiang Yunshuang. If Jiang Yunshuang could snatch the Mermaid Princess's Eye of Life, for her, there would be an earth-shaking change in an instant. In short, if the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom wanted to break the current passive situation, they must snatch the fighting souls of the Mermaid Princess and the others. At this moment, Long Chen was a little conflicted. The owners of these fighting souls were definitely good news for the Sky Cloud realm, because as long as the fighting souls of the Mermaid Princess and the others evolved, they would undoubtedly be more confident in dealing with the Divine Kingdom in the future. But these people had a deep relationship with Qin Feiyang. If he really helped them, they would definitely become his great enemy in the future. But suddenly, Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed. Among these people, there were also a few uncertain factors. As long as he could make good use of this, if he really fell out with Qin Feiyang, they would definitely become his trump card. Son of God. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. A woman in a silver-white dress broke through the air like lightning and landed in front of Long Chen. This woman was the little princess of the dragons. Linglong, why are you here? Also, don't call me Son of God anymore, just call me Long Chen. Long Chen smiled slightly. How would I dare to call you by your name? Although her tone was very respectful, Linglong's expression was neither servile nor overbearing. Isn't a name used to be called? Long Chen shook his head and laughed, asking, Do you need something from me? Linglong nodded, looking expectantly at Long Chen, and said, What do you think about the matter I told you last time? When Long Chen heard this, his face suddenly sank and asked, Do you really want to do this? I have no choice. If I don't take action, they will find me sooner or later. So, it's better to take the initiative. When this sentence was said, the woman seemed to have changed in an instant, and her eyes were sharper than a blade. Long Chen looked at Linglong, took a deep breath, and sighed. This is really not a trivial matter, because whether it succeeds or fails, you will face their anger. I have long been prepared. Linglong smiled. You little girl? Long Chen looked helpless, shaking his head, and said, This matter can't be rushed, and don't make it difficult for me. How about this? Let's see how the situation develops in the future. If it really comes to that point, I will help you. Then how long do I have to wait? And if the final situation is like this, then I will never be able to complete it, right? Linglong frowned. If it can really be like this, then wouldn't it be a very perfect ending? Ling Long. I know you are not satisfied with the status quo and want to be like us. But in fact, we are not happy. Although it seems that we are fighting with the heavenly talents of the divine kingdom, at the same time, we are facing a lot of pressure. To be honest, I am a little envious of you. You are carefree, and even if the sky falls, there is someone tall to hold it up. So, you really don't have to force it. Long Chen patiently explained. You are under pressure, but so am I. If you don't help me, then I will think of a way by myself. The worst that can happen is death. Ling Long clenched her hands, and her eyes were full of determination. Absolutely not. Do you know why I forbade you from leaving the dragon nest after knowing about your fighting soul? I am protecting you. I did not even tell my biological sister and mother about your fighting soul, so I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts. If you really insist on doing this, then I can only imprison you in my space divine item in the future. Long Chen's attitude was also very firm. When Ling Long heard this, she was immediately unhappy.